Hey guys, welcome to this amazing Python one-shot course, okay, where we will going to teach you each and everything about Python. Now, in case if you're totally beginner and want to learn about this, let's say about Python using Visual Studio Code, so that is what we will going to cover inside this course. And this course will going to cover all the important topics that will be sufficient for you as a beginner to go to any field, whether you want to go with the data science, AI automation, and much more. So in this course we will going to start everything from the scratch, like what is Python, what is programming, interpreter, data types, lists, operators, and many more. We will going to cover each and everything about the input, list, operators, strings, okay, and OOP, that is object oriented programming, conditions, functions, and almost everything. So I created this particular free course, okay, for you guys so that you can learn each and everything about the Python, okay, from the scratch without any problem. And throughout this course I will going to provide you my blog articles where whatever I will going to teach you I will provide in the form of a notes which you can prefer anytime you want. Okay, so you can see in these notes we have covered each and every topic in very detail. Okay, so make sure that you guys go ahead and watch this complete Python one-shot course, and I believe this will be something sufficient for you guys to learn about Python. Okay, and if you want to enter to the field of data science, automation, machine learning, okay, and let's say maybe other fields like analytics, and also Python is a good to go, and this course will going to build solid foundation for that. Okay, so make sure that you watch the complete Python course from starting to end. Guys, so let's start with the Python free course. Okay, so the very first thing which I will going to teach you is about Python. Okay, so Python is nothing, it's a sort of a programming language. So what is Python? It's nothing, it's just a programming language. Okay, now it's very much important to understand what is programming. Okay, so before that I just want to tell you about computer. So you all know what is computer. Okay, so you all might have PC, Mac, whatever computer system you have. So guys, with the help of this computer, which you can also see in the image, okay, so these computers can help you to build anything, whether let's say it's a website, let's say it's a Apple's website, okay, or let's say maybe if you go to, let's say, our website, that is the kukucourses.com. So okay, so any type of a website, or let's say any type of a application, let's say you want to create, let's say, some video editor software, some web browser, okay, or anything, okay, or maybe let's say you want to create a robot, okay, you want to create a, let's say, AI robot, anything, okay, who can just do the work. Maybe you might have seen AI robot in the factory as well, okay, in factories, okay, this AI robot works. So all of these robots or anything works on the basis of the computer. So your computers can help you to build anything, whether it's a website, application, robot, or anything. Okay, so computer is something which is very much important. Okay, so this is the computer. Now guys, to build anything, okay, you all know that computer can help us to build anything, whether let's say it's an application, website, or anything. Computer can help you with anything. So you just need to give the instructions, okay, and these instructions are in the form of a code. Okay, so this is what it is known as programming. Programming means we give instructions, it is in the form of a code given to computer, and you can give the instruction whatever you want to create, and that is what it is known as programming. Okay, very simple, nothing complicated. Now guys, we will going to understand what is interpreter. Now before you understand the interpreter, it is very much important for you to understand what is binary code. Okay, so here you guys can see we have something known as binary code. So binary code looks like this. Okay, and I think you will not basically be able to understand this language. Okay, so this is the language which only computers, okay, whatever computer you are using, so only computers can understand this binary code language. Okay, so let's say if you will going to tell your computer hello world, okay, in English, so your computers cannot understand that directly. So because of that we use interpreter. So it's like a medium. Okay, so whatever you will going to type, let's say in the human language, okay, whether it's in English, Japan, okay, or any sort of a language, so that will be converted, okay, with the help of interpreter into a binary code, okay, binary code which computers can understand. Okay, so what I mean to say is that your computers cannot understand your language directly. Okay, so first you need to convert your language into a binary code. Okay, so that is possible with the help of interpreter. So whenever you type anything, okay, as a code, so that will be converted into a binary code using interpreter, and then it will be sent to the computer. Then your computer can understand what you want to say or what instruction you are giving to the computer. So this is what it is known as interpreter. It convert the code into binary code so that your computer can understand your instruction, and that is what the programming is all about. Programming means you just give the instructions to computer in the form of a code, but when you write the code it will not going to understand it directly. Okay, first it will be converted into binary code using interpreter, then only your instructions can be understood or can be understand by the computer. Okay, so that is the concept of interpreter. Okay, now guys we will go ahead and install the interpreter, okay, that can help us to convert the code into binary code which computers can understand. Okay, so let's go ahead and install the Python interpreter. By the way, you will going to notice that I'm using the Mac version. Okay, Mac is the main computer I have, but even though I have a Mac, but still I'm able to use Windows, and that is possible using the parallel desktop. So I will going to attach a link, or you can also see this in the screen. Just type this URL, my dash link.in. Okay, everything in small slash parallel. Okay, everything is small. Click on enter button. I will also going to attach the link below, so you can just click on that link and you can come to the software. So this will help you to run your Windows, okay, on your Mac. Okay, not only Windows, you can even run Linux, Windows, and other operating systems on your Mac. That is possible using parallels. So you can also grab a deal, just click on buy now. Okay, and you can also purchase a one-time purchase, okay, as well. As per your country, you will see the currency. So it's showing me in rupees because I'm from India, but in case let's say you're from United States, so it will show you in dollars. But whatever it is, make sure that you grab a deal. Okay, so in this way you will be able to run Windows on your Mac. Okay, so this has plenty of benefits. Even though I have a Mac and I have a very powerful system, you can see I have a very powerful system, but still in my past experience I have found that Windows are actually better, okay, for your Python learning and programming learning. Okay, and it doesn't matter, okay, even though you're using Mac, Windows, Linux, your interpreter can be installed in any operating system, but in Windows it will be more easy for you and very easy and convenient to use. Okay, so make sure that you grab a deal if possible, if you have money. Okay, grab a deal and install it, and then automatically it will automatically in a click you can run the Windows on your Mac as well. Okay, very simple and straightforward it is. Now let's just go to your browser and let's install the interpreter. So just open any browser, just go and search for Python, click on enter, go to this first link, that is the python.org. okay, you can see here welcome to python.org. Then just go to the download folder here, and you will see the download Python option. Whatever version you will going to see, okay, you can install it. So currently when I'm recording the lecture is 3.13.4. okay, but in your case whatever version you will going to have in the latest, you need to install that. Okay, so just click on the install button and you will be able to see that it is start to get installed on your system. And amazing, and after it's done you can just simply open it or double click on it. Okay, and then you will going to see this is how it will look. And in case if you try to install this in the let's say Mac, here as well same system, you will going to see Python. Okay, go to welcome to Python, just go to download, and for the Mac OS it's showing you to download. Okay, it doesn't matter, but I suggest you highly to go with the parallels. Okay, if you're running on Mac, okay, it will really going to help you out. Okay, by the way, if you tap here, so make sure if you are in the Windows, okay, Python for Windows, so make sure you see these two options, make sure you tick mark them. Okay, and after you tick mark them, okay, it's very important, okay, for the window users. In Mac it will directly going to install, but in Windows you just have to tick mark both of them, very much important. And after that you just have to click on install now, click on yes, and you will going to see each and everything will going to get installed on your system, okay, in your Python. Okay, so let's wait for it to get installed. Okay, and let's wait for the setup. After this you can see, you will see something like this, so just close it, and in this way you have successfully installed the interpreter on your system. If you want to see if Python interpreter is successfully installed or not, so what you can do is that on your Windows you can just right click and go to the terminal, and here you can just go ahead and write Python is in small, click on enter, and you can see Python version is installed for me, and this was the version which I have got here. Okay, this means Python has been successfully installed on the system. Same thing you can do on your Mac. If you have a Mac, just go to terminal, okay, and make sure you do the same thing. Okay, it will going to give you the idea that Python is installed successfully or not. And the best part is that when you use the tools like parallels if on the Mac, so another benefit is that you can always move or create the snapshot. Okay, so at this point you can create a sort of a snapshot. Okay, so if you see here, I created a snapshot with the fresh window install. Okay, so as I am teacher, so I can always go back to the fresh window install, so very much helpful for me. And same for the as a developer purpose as well, it's very much helpful if you have a Mac, so you will going to get lots of opportunity. But for now we have installed the interpreter. Okay, and I again suggest to use Windows as well, use the parallels. Okay, the best thing you can do if you are on a Mac. If you're already using Windows, everything is good to go for you. After installing the interpreter, now you all know that we need to give the instructions, okay, to the computer. So where we will going to give the instruction? So for that guys, we need to also install IDE. Okay, so IDE will going to help you to write the code. Okay, now in the market there are plenty of options to write the code. Okay, but very popular we will going to use is the Visual Studio Code. So again, just go to browser and just search for VS Code, click on enter, go to this link, Visual Studio Code, just go to this first link. Okay, and from here automatically it will going to detect whether you are using Mac or Windows. Okay, you can just go ahead, click on download for Windows, and automatically you will see that it will start to download for your system. Okay, so let's wait for the system to install this particular application, which is a IDE that will help you to write the code. Okay, very simply without any problem. Okay, and you can see it's done. Now simply tap on it, let's minimize it, and you can see I click on I accept the agreement. Make sure that you just scroll it down like this, click on next, and make sure you select the default, make sure click on next, and here just make sure that you tick mark all the 4 options, which is very much important. Okay, make sure you tick mark all the options in Mac. As I have told you, it will automatically going to install. For example, if you search for Visual Studio Code, same thing, it can now able to detect your downloading for the Mac OS. Okay, and nothing to do in the Mac. But for the Windows, just select all of them and then click on the next button, click on the install. Okay, and you can see that it is preparing to install. Just wait for a few seconds so that it get installed on your system without any problem. Okay, so it's done almost. Boom, you can see it's done. Click on finish, and you can see this is how your Visual Studio Code looks. Even though if you haven't seen it, you can just go to your system and just search for Visual Studio Code. Again, it will going to open like this. And same for the Mac users, you can just go to Launchpad and here just search for Visual Studio Code. After you will going to install it, okay? And this is how it will look. Now do not worry about how it looks, okay? You can just cross this path and this is how it looks, okay, in general. Now at the top you can see the file explorer, okay, and second one is the search, and the third one is important, is the extension. This is where you can install plenty of extensions. Like for example, we are now want to write the code for the Python, so we will going to install Python first. Then you can see it's very top and very popular. In case you don't see, just search for Python and you will see at the top, search here by Microsoft, tap here and notice Python by Microsoft. You make sure that you install the official one by Microsoft, click on install, and automatically it will going to install each and everything for you. So without any struggle, it will be easy for you to install the Python straight on your system, okay? Nothing complicated over here. And boom, you can see it's done. Just cross it. Now after this, just go here in the file explorer. Now it's showing it's telling you to open the folder, okay? So you can just create any folder anywhere on your system. Let's say I create one in the desktop, right click, go to new, go to folder. Let's say I write it as a Python, okay? Whatever name you want to, you can write that. Click on enter, just go to your Visual Studio Code and just open the folder, select the desktop. This is the Python one, select it, and this Python folder will be open. Click on yes, I trust the author, and boom. Now the best thing about Visual Studio Code is that, let's say right now, if you will going to notice, Python folder is empty. You can see folder is empty as you have connected your Visual Studio Code here. So let's say if you click on this plus file and here, let's say if you write main.py. Now why py? Py is the extension of Python, okay? Like you might have heard about some images, okay? So every image has .png, .jpg. Let's say if you want to install some sort of let's say PDF, let's say this is a PDF file, so it's written as .pdf, right? So similarly for Python we have .py. So whatever file you create, so make sure at the end add .py, and this is how it will be created for you. You can select the file main.py, and if you will now going to notice here, go to Python folder, you can see main.py Python file is created for you. And I always suggest you guys that whenever you do this, just go to the file, okay, here, and from here scroll down and select to auto save. So whenever you write some code, you want it to be saved automatically, so that whatever project we are working on, we don't lose, okay? Maybe sometimes it may get crash or some situation can happen, so manually saving can be problematic. So make sure that from the file click on the auto save, so whatever you do, it will get auto save on the system. That's it. And this is how we can set up the IDE that help us to write the code. And this code, like hello world, whatever you want to write, okay, you can write using this IDE. Now whatever code you will going to write, so this code will get transferred inside the interpreter which we have already installed, the Python interpreter. So it will convert whatever we write, okay, into binary code, and it will send that to the computer, so computer can understand what instructions we are trying to give to the computer. Now guys, we will going to understand about data types. So data in Python, there are plenty of data types like text, numbers, decimal, and options types of a data. So in Python, text is called as string, string. Numbers are called as integers, intger. Decimal is called as floats, floats, and options are known as boolean, okay? If we talk about the symbol, so we use it str, okay? S for sun, T for travel, and R for Russia, str. Integer in symbol we say it as a int, okay? I for India, N for nexus, T for let's say travel, okay, so int in short, and float are written as float. Boolean is written as bool, okay. So like true and false type of a data, okay, yes or no type of a data, that are known as options, so we say it as a bool, bool, okay. So this is what it is. And in Python, always remember that when we are talking about some text, okay, so it will always be written in the quotes. Like let's say you have written k or any text, it will be always written inside the quotes, okay, always remember. Now let's write the first, Python code. Now let's say I want to write Kunal, so I will just going to write here Kunal. Kunal is my name, by the way, okay. Let me make it to the full screen and let me write here Kunal. Okay, so you can see I've written the number, the text, and this text will be considered as a string. And always remember that whenever you write the string, so whenever you write the text, always put the quotes, and inside the quotes you can write Kunal. Now you can see it's not showing problem, but if you write here Kunal, so this is the problem it will show. You can see Kunal, and you can see at the top it is showing in the yellow color, right? So this is the benefit of IDE, okay. Visual Studio Code will tell you what error you are doing, so you can see reason is showing the problem, okay. And you can also write the numbers. For example, let's say my age is 24, okay, and let's say some sort of a decimal number as well. For example, let's say decimal number, you can write like this. Uh, let's say if I talk about my weight, so my weight is let's say 59.7 something. And am I married? Let's say false, like this. So here what you have noticed, you have text data as a Kunal, which is surrounded by the quotes, and this is what you have to remember. Okay, in Python, whatever text you write, it should be inside the quotes. The numbers, which is called as integers, in short we say it as a int, okay. And text will be considered as a str. Decimal, which is a decimal data, which is known as floats. You can see you can also write that. And another one is the option, that is the boolean type of a data, okay. We short in symbol we say as a bool, which is like true and false, right? So this is how you can write something. Now how you can print something, that means how you can run some application. Now let's say I want to run Kunal, so I will going to use this print. And now whatever you have in the okay, you just have to write like this, print, open the brackets, and whatever you have you can just write like this. For example, I will write here Kunal, okay, like this. And when you take your cursor to the top here, at here you will see the run Python file. If you click on it, you will see your application will run and it will going to print Kunal. So print is basically helpful to run your application, and how the outcome will going to look like, so that will be shown in the bottom in the terminal, okay, on your system, like this. Let's say I also want to print, let's say my age, so I will again going to write print, and let's say my age is 24, okay. Run the application again. Now you can see Kunal, then 24. Why printed the Kunal again? Because here you can see Kunal is still here, okay. And then you have 24. And if you want to make it empty, so you can just write here in the terminal CLEAR, clear. Click on enter, so again it will going to get clean. Now similarly, let's say I want to write my weight. My weight is, let's say, 59.7. Am I married? I will write it inside the print, let's say false. Now if you run the application again, you can see whatever you write here all will be printed here. So this is what the data types are in the Python, okay. Now guys, we will going to talk about variables in Python. So variable is nothing, it's basically sort of a storage, okay. Variable is nothing, just a storage, okay, so that we can store the data inside it. So you all know we have various type of a data, okay, like we have a text, numbers, decimal, options. So you can imagine variable is sort of a storage, like a cup. You have seen the cup, okay. So in the cup what we can do is that we can store the juice. You can see this a cup, we can store the juice inside it, Okay, so cup is like a storage where you can store juice, or let's say we can store the water as well inside the cup. You can see this is a cup, and inside this you have store the water, right? So similarly in Python, this cup is nothing known as variable, so they are like a storage. And in Python, variables means storage, and inside this variable we store different types of a data, whether this data could be in the form of a text, number, okay, or let's say decimals, or let's say some boolean data like options true and false. Okay, so this is what the variable is all about. It's nothing, just a storage, and you can create as many as variables. Suppose if I just remove all this thing, okay, now let's say I create a variable, let's say name. Okay, okay, you can write like this, okay, name. So you have created a empty variable, okay, like a cup, and you have named that as a variable. Okay, the name of this variable is name. And let's say inside this you can write like this, equals to means inside this, let's say I want to store my name, and my name is text, so I will put that in the quotes. Suppose like this, my name is Kunal, like this. I will create a new variable, let's say where I want to store my age. Okay, so let's say I create a variable, and the name of the variable I will keep it as a age, and inside this, let's say I want to put my age, which is 24. Simple, easy, nothing complicated. Let's say I want to create one more variable, and I want to keep the name of my variable is, let's say, weight, and inside this I will going to store decimal type of a data, let's say 59.7, like this. And then I can also add a new variable where I can say am I married or not. So for that, what you need to do is that you have to write like this, am I married. Now you will going to notice Python doesn't allow space, so you can write like this, you can write like this. Okay, you can just put underscore, like m then underscore, okay, like this, m then I underscore, then you can write like this, am I married equals to, so this is one variable I created, am I married is one variable I created, and I will going to say false, no I am not married, like this. So you can see this name, age, weight, am I married, these are all variables, and inside these variables I have stored different type of data. Like in the name variable I stored text data, which is in the course. In age variable I stored 24 as a number, and which is the integers in Python. And weight, in this variable I store 59.7, which is a decimal. In Python we say it as a float. And another one is am I married. Okay, so here in this variable I store boolean data, which is a false. Very simple, easy, nothing complicated. Now one more thing I want to teach you is that after you write the variable, you can print this variable as well, storage. Okay, so let's say you want to know that what we have inside this storage, so you can print that as well. Like again, write like this, print. Earlier we were using the text, but this time you just have to put the name. For example, let's say name. Okay, like this. And let's say similarly I will just going to print, let's say age, like this, print. Then another one we have here is the weight, so I will just going to we. Okay, automatically it will suggest weight. Okay, like this. And let's say print, and let's say last one is am I married. So even if I write am I, so it will automatically say am I married is available here. Let's say if I run it, you can see it will print Kunal 24, 59.7 and false. So this is how the variable works, and hope you guys have understood how you can write the variable and what is the concept of variable. Now one more thing which I want to tell you is very much important. See, Python is case sensitive. That means right now we have written the name as a Kunal. Okay, suppose I can write one more name where I use N as a capital letter, and let's say here, let's say I write, let's say my wife name. Okay, let's say my girlfriend name, let's say Sonia, like this. Okay, like this. Now just notice here, if I clear it, and instead of here if I write N as a capital, Now you will see it will print Sonia here, not Kunal. So always remember Python is case sensitive. So make sure that whatever you are using, whether small or capital, it will going to treat them different. Even though both are name, but it is treating them different. Okay. So take care about that as well. Okay. Guys, you can also know that which type of a data type it is. Okay. So suppose if I just go ahead, let's create let's say new file. Okay. And this time let me just write here type dot py. Okay, so let's say I want to know what is the type of any particular element. For example, let's say if I copy this name one, if I go here, and let's say if I want to know what is the type of it. Okay, so I will just going to use type function. Okay, like this, select it, open the brackets, and inside this if you want to know what is the name. Okay, that means inside the name whatever value that is stored, what is the type, what is the data type, whether it's a text, number, decimal, options. Let's do this, and let's first clear it like this, click on enter, let's run the application. It will show nothing. Why? Because to show anything you need to use print. Okay, so what you can do is that in the front, okay, wait, let me show you. In you can do this thing in two ways. Okay, the very first way is to write like this. Okay, what is, let's say, underscore type. Okay, equals to, let's say, you can just put it, let's say, type and name. Okay, so basically you have to store the what is the type, okay, inside a particular variable, and this time you can just print, let's say, what is type, like this. And if you run it, so you can say it will say that name, which is this Kunal, is basically a string, that is text. Okay, so you can see str, it is showing here, you can see str. Okay, which shows this data type is of the string. Another thing is that you can also do this in the most easiest way is that what you can do is that you can also show it like this. For example, first you can just write type, then name, very simple. But you can put this inside print. Okay, so you all know how to write print. Just put the brackets and whatever you have here, just copy this and paste it here like this, and now you can remove this one. Simple, very easy. Let's run it again, it will show you the string. So these are the two ways you can print the data type. Now let's say if I want to know for, let's say, the weight, what is the weight data type. Okay, so I will just copy this and let me just paste it here. I can again copy it and paste it to new line, and this time I will copy the weight here. Okay, like this. Let's run it. So you can see weight 59.7. Okay, this is a decimal, and I told you that decimal data type is known as float in Python, and this is what it has said. You can see float. First is the string, because this first one is the string and second one is the float, and this is what it has printed over here, float. Okay, same you can do for the other elements as well. For example, if I copy all of them here, wait, let me just paste it over here like this. Okay, now let me just copy for, let's say, each and every one. For example, let me just copy it. First is the name. Okay, then let's say, let me just take the age here. Third one is the weight, and let's say boolean type of a data. Now if you will going to notice, let's run the application again. Now first one is the string data, second is int, because age is what, age is a number. Wait, let me just remove this one. Okay, so age is what, it's a number, and I told you that number are basically known as integer, which is denoted with int. So you can see the second one is showing int because age is a number. Third one is the decimal, which is known as float, and the fourth one is boolean type of a data, like a true and false. So this is known as bool. Okay, so this is how it show bool. Okay, that is it is a boolean type of a data. So using the type function you can know what is the type of any particular data. Okay, now guys, how you can ask question to anyone, okay, in Python. So let's create a new file. I will click on this plus file, and let's say I want to ask about input.py. That means I want to ask questions to the users. For example, there can be possibility that I want to ask what is the name of any particular person. Okay, so let's say if I write here name, and let's say I want to ask user what is their name, what is their name, question mark. So if you want to ask something, so in that case we use the input function. Now let's see how it works. Okay, so for example, to use input function you can just use inp, and it will show you like this. Open the bracket like this, and you can ask it whatever you want. Now I can ask what is your name, question mark. Now you can see it's showing error. Why? Because I taught you, remember, whatever the text it will be always in the quotes. So I will just going to put it inside the quotes. Let's say I will put one quote here and one last one here. It will solve. Now let's run the application. You can see it's asking what is your name. So for example, if I write here Kunal, click on enter like this. And let's say if you put here extra space, so it will going to improve more. If I run it again, you can see now I'm getting good space here as well. Okay, so this is the input function. Now question arises is that let's say I want to know that what user has typed. Okay, so what I can do is that I can just write here print, let's say name, simple. Now let's say if I clear it up, let's say if I run the application with, if I run the application, let's say this time I want to write, let's say John, John, John is your name. Click on enter. Now you can see John is the John. This is what the question was. So John has got the answer. So John value has been allotted to the name. Now name is equals to John. Okay. So this is how you can ask user about their input. You can ask more things. Let's say for example, let's say fruit. I create a variable, let's say fruit. Let's say equals to, I can write like this, input. Let's say I can again put in the bracket, what is your favorite fruit, like this, question mark, give little bit of a space like this. Let's clear it up again. Let's run the application. Now you can see what is your name. So first it is showing name because it is at the top. So Python always works from top to bottom. Okay, so that's the reason it has asked the name. So for example, let's say name, I can write, let's say Maya. Click on enter. What is your favorite fruit? Let's say apple. But the Python has stopped. Okay, but it has stored the value. For example, my name equals to Maya has been allotted, and fruits equals to apple has been allotted. By the way, if you want to see it, so you can just print both of them. For example, let's say print name, print fruit. Okay, like this. And if you run the application again, let's run it. This time let's say name is, let's say Ajay. Okay, like this. Click on enter. What is the favorite fruit of Ajay? Let's say it's banana. Click on enter. Now you can see Ajay is the name, banana. And let's say you want to stop. Okay, let's say you do not want to print the name one, so you can either delete it, okay, like this, so it will not going to print. Otherwise we have one more thing, is that we can use the command. For example, you can put hash. Okay, wait, you can just do one thing, is put hash, and in the front of it you can just write like this. So this will command, that means comment. Okay, it will not going to print. If you clear it up, run the application again. This time it's Maya, favorite fruit is, let's say apple. So you can see only apple got printed because this one we have comment. It will not run, but fruits will going to run, and this is what it has printed. Is it possible now to convert any data into different type? For example, can you convert decimal to number, or maybe number to decimal, or text to number? That is possible. And why it is important, let me show you how. So when we talk about the conversion, okay, of data, conversion of data .py, I created one file. So sometimes what happen, guys, we let's say write amount, okay, I create a variable as amount, okay, and sometimes what we do is that we just write the amount. For example, let's say it's $200 dot 00. So Python what understand is that it understand this data, okay. Suppose if I just try, let me first clear it up. Python try to understand the data. So I taught you that you can use print, okay, and here you can just put the type. So for example, let's say if you want to see the type of this amount, so whatever you have, you just copy this part and put it inside the print like this. Let's run the application. You can see Python is treating this as a decimal because it has put dot here, so it has stated that as a float. So this is what the problem can be. So to avoid this, what we guys can do is that we can use some conversions, okay. So what I can do is that I can just put this inside the brackets like this, and here what I can do is that I can add the symbol, okay. Let's say I want this amount to be treated as a number, okay. So I taught you that for numbers you can use the symbol int, okay. So just write here in front of it int like this, okay. So now automatically this will be treated as a number. So if you run it again, you can see now it has treated that as a number. This is very important. So you can easily convert any data into different type, okay. Sometimes what happen is that, let's say if someone's write their weight, okay, weight, let's say they just write that in the form of, let's say whatever it is, let's say 89.5 could be someone's weight, okay. Now let's say you want to convert that into let's say, or let's say there could be situation, okay, where you want to treat this as a decimal maybe, okay. So how you can do that, okay. So for example, let's say if we have this number here, so I will just going to print, okay. If you see the type of it, so you can write like this, type weight like this, copy this part, put it inside the weight, okay. Let's run it. So it is treating that as a number, but if you can convert this into, let's say, decimal. So for that you can use this float, okay. So for decimal you can use the symbol float. So just type float, everything in small, okay. Run the application. Now you can see it is treating that as a decimal, not a number. So this is how you can use and change the data type using the symbols, okay. Now sometimes, guys, what happen is that let's say if we just try to create some situation, you all have understood what is the input, right? So let's say we create and ask someone about their age, okay. Let's say we can put, let's say, input here, and we can say what's your age, question mark. Let's clear it up. Let's run the application. You can see if I add 60, so this is how it works. Now let's say if I print the age, okay. Let's run it again. Let's say this time I put here, let's say 30, so age will be printed as a 30, okay. But problem is something very unique. Now if you will see that this age, what is the type of this age, okay. So to find that out, what we can do is that we can just put like this, okay. For example, let's say I can put here, let's say, type, okay. Or you can just do one thing is the print, okay, and you can just write here type, let's say, in age like this. So I want to know that what is the age of that particular item. Okay, let's clear it. And if you run it again, and let's say if someone's type, let's say number, let's say 50, so you can see here number is 50. We all know that this is a number, but Python is treating that as a string. So here you can see it's showing that 50 is like a string, str. Str means Python is treating that as a text. Okay, string text. So this is a problem because we know that okay, numbers can always be in the integers, that is in the numbers. Okay, so sometimes it is important to convert the data. So what we can do in this type is again very simple. What you can do is that, like we have taught you in the conversion, okay, at the very outside, okay, at the brackets like this, and at the very front you can just write, let's say, treat that as an integer, that is the number. Okay, so I converted this into a number. You just need to put the bracket in the start of the element and outside of the element. And now if you will run it again, let's say I write 80. Okay, click on enter. You can see now 80 is treated as an integer, that is the number. So this is very much important for you to understand that you can also convert the data into different types. And like I have shown you with the real example, Python was already earlier it was treating age as a string. So sometimes it is very much important to apply the data conversion concept to convert any data into different type. Okay, and this is the real practical example I showed you. Age is always treated as a number. So so earlier Python was treating that as a string, the text, but we have forced Python to treat that as a number. So we just add int at very outside of it. Okay, and then it started to work and treated this as an integer, and it is the value, right? So this is how simple it is. And sometimes let's say we even ask, okay, for example, this is one example. Okay, let's say sometimes we can ask about salary of any person. Okay, so let's say if I just write here input, and let's say if I just write here, let's say what is your salary? Okay, like this, enter your salary. Or I can just write here, let's say enter your salary, like this, enter your salary. Okay, let me clear it up and make sure that you also print the salary as well. Okay, and also you guys also make sure that you also see what is the type of the salary. That means what is the salary type. That means whatever the user will going to put the value, okay, whatever salary the user will going to have, so what should be the type of it. Let's run it. If I run it, and let's say if someone can, let's say, add like this, let's say 53, let's say $5,302. Let's run it again. You can see it's salary, it has been added, and again Python is treating that as a string, the text, which is a problem. Because generally speaking, let's say if you see here the, let's say, salary data, okay, so whenever you see it, okay, let's say anywhere, if you just go to images, okay, so generally speaking what we have, the data is always in the in the text and all. We have the data in the sort of a points with in the balance sheet. Okay, okay, it's not showing here, but this is how it happens. Okay, with okay, it's not treating showing that example as anywhere. So generally we write the amount in the form of decimals, okay, or it can be the numbers as well. So let's say if I want to convert this, force, or I can say I want to force Python to treat that as a float. Okay, so you to convert it into a float, that means in the decimal, so you will use float. So again, at the top, add the brackets in the front and the end. Okay, so I will just going to add the bracket in front and also at the back, and whatever you want. Let's say if you want to treat that as a float, just write the float. Let's clear it up. Let's run the application. This time let's say if I add, let's say $300, so you can see 300.0 and it has stated as a float. Now let's say you can even make it and convert that into an integer, int. Okay, so for example let's say int, and if I just run it, okay, and let's say I again go with the salary, let's say 499. So now this time it has stated that as an integer. So in this way you can just convert any data into different type, okay, which is something very much important. And sometimes we can also say it like this, okay, enter your salary, let's say in word, okay. So in that case by default it will always be in the string. So in that case if someone will type in words, so it will automatically be converted into, or I can say it will already be going to treat it as a string. So you don't have to convert it because by default it will be treated as a string. So you need to convert that into, let's say, either into numbers using int or decimals using, let's say, float. And you can also go with the boolean, which is very rare, but this is how you can do the data conversion. Okay guys, we will go with the new concept, let's say f string, okay, f string dot py. So this is a new concept. Let's say here, let's say if I write the name, let's say equals to, let's say, Rohan, and let's say age, let's say I will say, let's say Rohan age is, let's say 60. Okay, so now what you can do is that if you clear it up first, let's clear it. Okay, so what you can do is that you can print like this, print name. Also you can do one thing is that you can put the comma, and here also you can write it like this. Either you can use like this, print name or age. If you will do like this, so in one line it will going to print like this. Wait, if you do like this, okay, you can see we have already learned it like this, Rohan and age is 60. But instead of creating multiple lines, you can do like this, comma, let's say age, like this. And if you run it, you can see it will be Rohan 60. But people will not be able to understand what is 60. Okay, so in this case we use the f strings to make the text dynamic. For example, let's say if I remove the thing, okay, let's say I want something like this. I want that in the text it should be like this, my name is, and then whatever the name will be, okay, of the user. Let's say it's Rohan, so I want like this. Okay, let's say Rohan, my name is Rohan, and my age is, let's say 60. I want something like this to happen. Okay, so if you copy this like this and paste it inside the print, okay, and if you run it, so you can see it will print exactly like this. Okay, wait, let me remove it. And even if you run it, you can see it will print like this, my name is Rohan and my age is 60. But let's say if I make it dynamic, suppose in the place of Rohan, let's say I say, let's say Imran, like this, and Imran age is, let's say maybe 40. But again if you try to run it, again it will show that my name is Rohan, earlier data. So I want to make it dynamic. Let's say I want that whenever I write anything in the name, so instead of Rohan, that name should come up here and the age should automatically come here. Okay, so to do this, Python has brought a very good concept of f string. Okay, so what we are learning, the concept of f string. Okay, so in the comment you can say concept of f string. So this helps to make the data dynamic. Okay, now let's say what we can do. So what I can do is that whatever the name it is, okay, so I can just add that name here instead of Rohan. So for example, let's say if I write like this, instead of Rohan, in the curly brackets you can just write like this, name. Okay, and in the place of age you can just write here age variable. This age variable you can copy it here, paste it here, the name, write it here, and put it here. So f string are always used when we use small f like this. Okay, so when you have to add this f, so this f will be added always at the, here you can see in here, okay, like this in the F. So you can see it has highlighted it. If you remove F, you will see it will become dull. Okay, that means it is not active. Okay, but to make it active, to make it dynamic, you need to add F like this. You can see now it's highlighted. Wow. Okay, so if you now run it, for example, if I run it, you can see automatically it will say my name is Imran and my age is 40. And let's say if I make it something else, maybe let's say 58, run it again. Now this time you can see my name is Imran, my age is 58 because we have changed it here. And let's say instead of Imran, I can say maybe let's say Sina, okay, and age, let's say it's 12 years. And if I run it, you can see my name is Sina, my age is 12. So F string will make the things dynamic for you. Okay, let's go with another example. So this is the name and all. Let's check it out with something else. For example, let's say uh, I can write here one variable, let's say city, or let's say okay, city, okay, where people can just write about their city. Let's say they live in, let's say, New York, okay, and let's say we can just also mention let's say uh, mm, how many average salary, okay, average salary people earning, okay, wait, AVER average, and I told you that by space doesn't work, so just put it like this, underscore. So average salary people can just write here. Okay, let's say whatever the salary is, they can put it here. Now how you can make it dynamic? So again, write print, let's say in the brackets you can just write I live in city, okay, let's say New York, okay, and average salary here is, let's say, 83923, like this, okay. But this is not dynamic. If you clear it up and let's say if you run it, you can see it will print exactly the same thing. Even let's say if I change some number to, let's say, anything else, still it will print the same thing like the previous one. So how you can make it dynamic? So instead of this city, New York, you see here, so we have put this inside the city, okay. So just copy the city variable, remove the New York, remove it, in the curly brackets add city. Same, instead of average, instead of this number, you can just copy this average salary variable, copy it, instead of this average salary, remove it, in the curly brackets put average salary. Again, problem is that it is not active, okay. So to make it active, or I can say dynamic, you have to add F, okay. Where to add F? Always it will be added here, okay, before the quotes, okay, always remember. So I will going to add F. Now you can see it become dynamic like this. Wow. And let's say if I run it, let's first clear it up, and if I run it, let's say I live in city New York and average salary here is this much. And if I maybe change to, let's say, some other thing, let's say to some other number, instead of New York, let's say let's say in, let's say, Mumbai, like this. And if I run it, so you can see automatically it will say I live in city Mumbai and average salary here is this much. So whatever value you will going to add inside this variable, so this variable will always going to change. So first city will come up over here and average salary will come up over here like this, okay. Very simple and easy, okay. Now this is how the concept of F string works, okay. And you can also use it, let's say, in the case of input function as well, okay. For example, let's say you can make it dynamic. For example, let's say here you can see fruits is here. Instead of this, you can write like this. For example, let's say my name is, let's say, Kunal and I love this fruit, okay, like this. And I love, let's say, I love to eat apple, okay, like this. Now instead of this name, okay, Kunal, I can put here, let's say, name, okay, in the brackets like this, name. And instead of fruits, okay, you can put here, let's say, fruits, like this. Now to make it dynamic, again add F, like this. You can see it become dynamic, it highlighted. Okay, now let's clear it up, run the application. Now you can see it will ask the name. Let's say name is, let's say, Alex. Okay, and what is the favorite fruit of Alex? Let's say cherry. You can see my name is Alex and I love to eat cherry. Wow, just amazing. Okay, so this is where also you can use it. And also uh, you can, do these things. Okay, and another thing is that you can add one more thing. For example, let's say you can add, let's say, one more factor, let's say age. Okay, and you can ask user about input. Okay, let's say we can ask enter your age. Okay, like this, question mark. Okay, now you can also add it here. My name is Kunal, age. Okay, my age is, let's say, in the curly brackets you can write here age. Okay, like this. Now if you clear it up, okay, run it, you can see my name is, let's say, Leona. Leona favorite fruit is, let's say, papaya. And sorry, age, oh sorry, let's clear it up and run it again. Let's say Leona, run the application. Let's say Leona. Okay, Leona's age is, let's say, 34 and Leona loves to eat papaya. So it is like this. My name is Leona, age is 34, and you can see 34 and is very close, so you can put the space properly, so next time it will be printed carefully. Okay, but the thing is that always remember this age will be in the numbers. Okay, so if you try to see, let's say, print the type, let's say if you see the age type, let's say if I run the application, let's say what is your name. So for example, let's say my name is, let's say, Fiona. Fiona age is, let's say, 40, and let's say he loves to eat apple. You can see my name is Fiona, age is 40. So this 40 age is considering as a string. So always remember at the top what you can do is that, as I have told you, you can convert that into a number. So age should be always be in the number. So open the bracket in the very first, close the bracket in the last, and just write here int, because int denotes with the number. Simple. Okay, and now if you just clear it up again and run it, let's say what is the age. Let's say age is, let's say, Curisha, or let's say Anita. Okay, and Anita's age is, let's say, 45, and let's say Anita loves to eat mango. Now you can see my name is Anita, age 45, and I love to eat mango, and it is also treating the age as an integer. So make sure that whenever you create the program, be careful with it. Okay, so all the concepts which we have learned, same concepts we have taught you. Okay, from the type, if you will notice type, and also all these things are now getting connected with each other, and you might understand the things better here. Okay, so this is how you can use f-string, very useful. Okay, is it possible to add multiple value, like we have here, let's say, variable, let's say name. Here we have only put one data type known as string. Okay, similarly we have created one variable age, and inside this we have put one data type as a integer, that is the number. So is it possible that in one particular curve we can put all these different types of data together? Yes, that is possible using the concept of list. So list basically will going to help you to store different data types. Okay, so whatever the different data types you have. Okay, so what are the different data types? Whether it could be string, that is the text, number, could be the integer, decimal, float, or boolean. So these are the different data types. So if you want to store the different data types inside one variable, so that is possible with the help of list. Let's go with the basics. So there are four type of a list. Okay, one is the normal list, tuple, sets, and dictionary. So list will be open in this bracket, tuple in this, sets in this, and dictionary will be something like key and value. Okay, so now all we're going to do, one common task is to help you to store different values, different data types inside one variable. Now there is more difference, but as a now we will not going to focus here. We will going to cover this concept in more broad terms. Okay, but let's see how it works in actual. Okay, so I will just go here and I will just going to write, let's say, list.py. So you all know that we have all this data. Okay, for example, let me copy it. Let's go here, paste it. Let me just remove this one. Okay. Okay, we have a different data type. Now is it possible to do this? Obviously yes. So you can create something. For example, let's say we can create with, let's say, my list name. So I will just going to put my list, okay, equals to, let's say, and I have told you that it should be in the brackets. Okay, so it should be in the big brackets, as you can see here. So just equals, add these big brackets and just add the value. For example, the name. Okay, so it's Kunal. So as it's a text, so always inside the list also it will be inside the quotes. Then my age is 24, comma, I'm married, 59.7, comma, and let's say, am I married? Okay, so I can say here false, like this. Simple. Print, let's say, my list, like this. Let's run it and you can see it will print that for you. Now same concept we have it for the tuple. So if I just go here, instead of my list, I will just going to put here, sorry, wait, next one is the tuple. So tuples will be in the small brackets, right? So my tuple, and it should be in the brackets like this. Okay, that's the only difference. It should be in these brackets. Okay, and you can just print my tuple like this. Same, you can just go ahead, okay, with this one. And next one we have here is the sets. Okay, it's in curly brackets. So I can just write here my underscore sets equals to, it will be in curly brackets, so just put curly bracket and paste the content. Simple. Now we have a my dictionary. Okay, so my dictionary equals to, now thing is that you might be thinking, okay, dictionary and sets both are in the curly brackets. Okay, so if you will going to notice, we are both my sets and my dictionary in the curly brackets. Okay, as you can see here, very clear, both are in the curly brackets. So what's the difference in the dictionary and all? So guys, in the dictionary you can also put the, you know, key and the value. Now here you can see in the dictionary you can put the key and the value. Key is basically the will be in the left side, and value is what is stored inside that key. For example, here you can see name will be considered as a key, and Kunal, because this is something which is stored inside this particular variable or a key. So this name will be considered as a key, and inside this key we have a value as a Kunal. Age is a key in the terms of dictionary. Okay, I'm teaching. Okay, so age is a key and 24 is a number. Weight is a key and 59.7 is a, you know, value. So dictionary will contain both key and value, and in between both of them you have this colon. Okay, let's see how it works. So for example, here you can see it's Kunal. Okay, so wait, let me just start you from the scratch. I will remove it. Let's say first is the name, so I will just going to write name. So name is the key. Okay, and then after the name I will put the colon. And why I have put it? Because it's a text, so I will put it in the quotes like this, and colon, and then my name is what? It's Kunal. Wow. Then comma. So this will become one pair. You can see this will become one pair. okay, which contains both key and the value. Similarly, here we have another thing, which is the I guess age, right? So age, again, age is a text, so I will put that in the quotes, then colon, then my age is 24, comma, then we have a weight, so its weight is a text. I will put that in the text, and my weight is, let's say, 59.7, simple. And then comma, am I married? Married, question mark. Okay, am I married? Then in the column you can just write false, like this. So you can see the dictionary contains pair. This is the first pair that contains the key, name, and Kunal as a value. Then second one is another pair which again contains the key and the value, where age is a key and 24 is a value, and as age is a text, so it has put in the quotes, okay, and so on. So this is the dictionary. So that's the only difference between the my sets and dictionary. Of course there are more differences between all the lists, but as a beginner you should not too much go inside it for now. We will going to cover all of them afterwards. And here my sets, and here you can print, let's say, my dictionary as well. You can see all can get, you know, printed over here, okay, like this. If you clear it up, let's run it, you can see like this, very simple, easy, okay. And now to make it dynamic, you can say it like this, okay. Inside it you can say like this, okay. This is, okay, in the curly brackets you can put the my list like this. This is, you know, list like this, okay. By the way, you can see at the bottom it has printed in the big brackets, you know, in the small brackets, curly brackets, and dictionary are printed in the key and the value. Also you can write like this, print this is my list. And to make it dynamic, first make it put under the quotes, right? I'm using this concept of, you know, your f string, okay. So you remember f string, we put the quotes, and whatever that is, we put that in the curly brackets, and at the end we add f. So that is what I'm trying to do. If I put here f, okay, same thing you can do here as well, okay, with all the things. But let's run it now. You can see this is list, okay, you can see. So this is the thing also you can do. And another thing is that you can also come to know about any type. For example, let's say if you want to print, okay, and let's say you want to see what is the type of, let's say, my dictionary, okay. So it can also tell you the type if you run it. So you can say it's a dictionary, okay, like this. So same concepts which we are using here, we're going to apply here in the list as well. But the thing, the main concept, the main, you know, top concept is that in one variable you can store different data types. So here you can see we created one variable, okay, which is my list, and inside this you can see I used multiple data type. Again I use my tuple, I again added multiple data types. So whatever different list you use, all will going to help you to store multiple data types inside one variable, okay. But there are of course differences, we will going to cover that later on, but this is what the concept is for now for you, okay. Now the very final thing we will going to focus for now as a beginner is about the operators. Operators are what you might have studied: plus, minus, multiply, divide, okay, power, that is known as, you know, exponential, okay. Then we have floor division, modulus. Now all these things are common. What is this exponential? Okay, so you might have heard about 2 to the power 4. So we multiply 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. That means 2 multiplied by 4 times, 1 2 3 4, okay. Like here we have 3 to the power 2. So that means 3 just multiply them 2 times, okay. So 3 into 3, okay. So this is the uh, power 1, okay. And you might be know that what is the floor division. Floor division means whenever you divide something, let's say 7, if we divide it by 2, so 3 2s are 6, so 7 6, so 7 minus 6 is 1. So here this 3 will be considered as a floor division, and whatever you will going to left as a, you know, here it will be considered as a modulus. So that is the modulus. It is the floor division. Very simple. Let's just go ahead and let's understand the basics. Operators.py. Okay, very simple. Let's say create, let's say a equals to, let's say 5, b equals to, let's say 2. Okay, now let's do that. Okay, for example, let's say if I just write here result, okay, let's say equals to a plus b, and let's say if I print result like this, if I clear it, what will going to happen? Very simple. If I run the application, a plus b, that means the result is a plus b. So a is 5, b is 2, 5 plus 2, it's 7. So you can see you got the answer. Also you can do this as well. For example, you can directly write like this, print, okay, a plus b. So this is how even you can do. So you will going to get the same answer. So that's totally up to you how you want it. Okay, this is a plus. Now how you can do minus, just put here, let's say minus. So a minus b, you can see 3, just multiply it. So use asterisk sign, multiply. So you will going to get 5 to the 10. Okay, just divide 5 divided by 2. How, what you will going to get? So you can see 2.5 you will going to get. Okay, so this is a divide. Power, like I want, let's say 5 to the power 2. So 5 5s are 25. Okay, so to add the power you will going to use this asterisk 2 times. Okay, 2 times, no space, continue like here, 1 2 direct. Okay, no space between them, run it. 5 5s are 25. Simple. Let's say you want to know the floor division, that means after dividing what we have here as a division. Okay, so for that use 2 slash like this. We have here, wait, like this, sorry. Okay, simple, run it. You will going to get 2. Okay, because 5 divided by 2, so 2 2s are 4, right? So if you will going to see here, what will going to happen? Very simple, nothing complicated. Okay, so here we have a 5, here we have a 2, so 2 2s are 4 minus 1. Okay, so here this 2 is nothing, just a floor division, and this is what the result we have got here. Simple. And last one we have this division, that is the percentage. Do not confuse with the percentage. Okay, it's modulus. Okay, so the reminder you will going to get that as a answer. Okay, like this. Let's say divide it, let's run it. You can see you will going to get 1 as a reminder. So this is nothing, just the operators which you can also perform in the Python. Okay, now guys, before we proceed further, so just make sure that you search for Kuku courses on the browser. Go to this website kukucourses.com, and once you go over here, you can just simply search here. Okay, let's say learn to code Python, like this, just search. Okay, and you will see this particular article, learn to code Python for beginners. You can just open this up, or even you can just go to the blogs, and from here also you can just search that and you will see this particular blog article. Now make sure that you use this blog article, okay, for the reference. So whatever we have learned till now, okay, that has been covered, and in future, okay, just after that we will going to also cover about the operators. So all such things which we will going to cover the topics, okay, I have mentioned that in the form of a notes. So make sure that you simply access them. So suppose if you click on the section 1, you can see you will come up over here, or you can just go to any topics you want to learn. Let's say you want to learn about type conversion, tap on this and it will take you to the type conversion nodes. Okay, so whatever till now you have learned, so it will help you somehow, okay, to remember the concepts. So for that very reason I have these notes for you. Make sure the whatever concepts we will going to cover, so for all of them I have provided the notes. So make sure that you access it, and maybe throughout the course we can use it. For example, let's say in the last let's say, because here I have shared plenty of templates like evergreen OOP template, which we will going to use for this course, okay, after some time, okay, in the concept of OOP. But this is what I wanted to make you guys know, that there is some notes I have provided for you in my website, which you can access anytime you want for, recap of whatever things we have learned. Okay, so if you have watched part 1, so let's continue it. So what I will going to do is that I will click outside here, I will click on the folder, and I will just going to create a new folder which is operators. Okay, I will click on enter, and here I will going to create the file, let's say uh, basics.py, right? Wait, let me just close the other files. Okay, okay. Now what is operators? So guys, operators are nothing, it's like uh, operators, if I just talk about operators, so it helps you to do the calculations. So if you want to do the calculations in Python, then in such case we use the operators. Like you might have done the mathematics, okay, when you were child, like plus, minus, divide. So all these things comes under the operators, and here you can also see the notes that operators are the symbols used to perform operations on values and variables. Think of them like a calculator button. They help you do maths, compare values, and much more. So this is what the operators are in general. Okay, so now guys, let's cover the arithmetic operators. Now what is this? Okay, so for example, let's say if I just go ahead and create a new file, let's say you know arithmetic operators.py. Okay, so wait, let's create it. Okay, now what is this arithmetic operator? So guys, this type of operators contains plus, minus, multiplication, division. Also we have this float, division, and modulus. We will going to talk about it. Let's first quickly cover it. Okay, by the way, we have also covered this earlier as well, but let's quickly do this. Okay, so here what happen is that we can create, let's say, some variable, and let's say in the x variable I can put some, let's say, value inside it, let's say 10. Okay, and let's say in y I put, let's say, value, let's say 2. Okay, simple. Now what we can do with these values? So either you can just do like this, result, you can just write like this, result equals to, let's say, x, and then you can add whatever variable, let's say y. Okay, simple, nothing complicated. Now you can print, let's say, result like this. Now if you run the application, you can see it will just going to print 12. So result equals to x plus y, so 10 plus 2 is 12. And same you can just do like this, let's say minus, if you do, let's run the application, it will be 8, 10 minus 2 is 8. And same you can just do for the multiplication. Let's click on the enter button, so you can see 10 into 2, 10 into 2 is what, 20. So this is what it is printing over here. And same, let's say you want to divide it, let's say, so I will divide 10 divided by 2, let's say it will be 5. Okay, so this is very interesting, right? And now you can see that we are getting this in the decimal, but let's say I want it to be let's say in the form of, I can say, integer. Okay, so I will just going to write here integer with, let's open the bracket, and I will just going to write here integer, close the bracket like this. Now if you even print it, so it will just going to give you the value 5. Okay, so make sure that you remember the previous topics which we have covered till now, right? And this is how it works. Okay, and another thing is that you can also write directly like this. For example, let's say I can just go over here, and let's say you can just write like this, print, let's say you can say like x plus y. So this is how it will work. You can just copy, paste here like this, okay. And let's say this time I will go with the minus, this time let's say I will just go with the multiplication, this time I will go with the division like this. And let's say if you clear it up and if you run the application, so you can say this is how it will going to print for you. So this is very basic, that is known as arithmetic, operators, where we just do basic mathematics like plus, minus, and so on. And that is what we have also covered in the notes, so you will going to get the idea about it. Okay, now guys, we will also going to cover floor division and modulus. Now what is this? So see, if we just talk about this two concept, okay, so guys, this double hash basically means the floor division, and this percentage type of a sign in Python, it is not percentage, it's modulus. Now what does this mean? So see, let's say if you divide, let's say 7 by 2, so 3 2s are, so you 2 to the 3 6, and then you will do minus. So this is how we do division. So guys, at the top, whatever we will going to left, okay, that will be considered as a floor division, and the remainder we will say it as a modulus. So very simple. Okay, so basically this modulus will going to give you the remainder after the division. Okay, so like here we have 1, so this 1 will be considered as a modulus because it is remainder is the 1. Okay, so you can say in the Python modulus. And whatever we have here, okay, so you can also see in the notes written only the whole number part, okay, that is the floor division at the top. So similarly, if you just divide 5 divided by 2 to 2 to the 4 minus 1, so here this 2 will be considered as a floor division and this 1 will be modulus. Okay, so this is very simple to apply. So like here we have x equals to 10, y equals to 2. Now let's say similarly you can just write like this. So suppose if I just comment them, okay, let's say if I just go ahead and wait, let's remove it. Now let's say if I want the result equals to, let's say x modulus, let's say y. Okay, now let's say if I print the result like this, let's first clear the terminal, let's run the application, and you can see 5. Now 10 divided by 2, the modulus, you can see it will be, or even if you just go ahead and let's say if you just go ahead with the 7, okay, 7, let's divide it by 2. Let's say if we run the application, you will going to notice it will just going to give 3. So this 3 will be floor division, and this is what we told you. And let's say if we just go ahead and put it like, let's say modulus the percentage sign here, so it will just going to give you the remainder like this. So you can see remainder is 1 here as well, so that will be considered as a okay. And same like we have this concept, right? Like we can directly say like print, let's say x modulus, let's say y. So even you can just do like this as well, like we have done in the previous case as well. And here you can just let's say put the percentage like this. Okay, so you can also print it this way like 3 and 1. Okay, so 3 is basically the floor division which we get at the top while dividing, and 1 is the remainder. Okay, so 7 divided by 2, so we are saying that when we divide 7 modulus 2, it will going to give us the remainder, so remainder is 1, right? So this is how easy it is. Now guys, we will going to go with the, let's say, floor division. Okay, so sorry, the exponential, or you can say it like a power dot py. Now let's say we create some, let's say, value, let's say a equals to, let's say 2, and let's say b equals to, let's say, 2. Now let's say if I put a 2 times asterisk sign b, so what will going to happen? Okay, so first you can just put it, let's say, inside some variable. Let's say I put it inside, let's say, power equals to, okay, and let's say if I print the power like this, let's run the application, you can see 2 to the power 4. So basically what happened is that, let's say if, when we are talking about this exponential, okay, or you can say it like a power, so when we put 2 to the power 4, right, so 2 you write 4 times, 1 2 3 4, so 2 to the 4, this 2 to the 4, so 2 times 4, it will be 16. So let's say if I just go ahead and in the b, let's say if I put, let's say, 4, and if I run the application, you can see we will going to get 16. So 2 is basically getting multiplied 4 times, so 2 4 times, 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, right? So like that. So that is what it is known as 2 to the power 4. Okay, and you can also create some sort of application. For example, let's say I create, let's create, let's say, to application. For example, let's say if I just go here and let's input, okay, let's say enter first number like this, and let's say I want it to be strictly the number. Okay, so what I will going to do, let's convert here int, sorry, int here, let's close this up like this. Let's copy this same input one, let's paste it over here, and this time I will just go here and put, let's say, second number. Okay, now user will basically going to put their first name, then the second name, second number, sorry, first number and second number. And what we want is that it should basically get multi that is the power. Okay, so for example, let's say I will just going to say okay, let's say bigger, okay, equals to, let's say, uh, 2 to the power, let's say, a power b. Let's say if I can make it print like, let's say I can print let's say like this. Okay, my let's say brother is, let's say, my brother is older than me this times. Okay, so in the curly brackets I can just put bigger times like this. Okay, now as you can see that we need to make it more dynamic, so you need to add f here. Remember the f string concept, you can see like this. So let's say if we run the application now, so it will ask okay, let's see what's the problem. Okay, line 1 invalid. Wait, let me see what's the problem we have here. Okay, sorry, let's just put the int, at the starting. Okay, like this. Now it will going to get fixed. Sorry, let's copy this, let's paste it here. Second. Okay, let's clear it up. Let's run the application. It will ask me for the first number. Let's say I put, let's say, 3, let's say 2. Now click on enter, and you can see my brother is older than me 9 times, something like that. Okay, this is just the program, but this is how you can utilize it. Okay, a very interesting part. So if you notice that we are using all the concepts which we have earlier discussed with you guys. Okay, the same concept we are trying to apply everywhere, and I am applying it intentionally. I'm again and again applying those concepts. So in case you get better and better, okay, while practicing it, okay. Leave, but hope you guys have somehow got a good understanding about what is this power concept in the operators, okay. So now guys, just make sure that whatever we are teaching, like arithmetic operators, we have covered the modulus power operators. So all these notes we have given you so that you will going to get more idea about it, okay. Now let's cover about the comparison operators. Now what is this? So guys, this comparison operators will going to give you the result only in the true or false, okay. So what happened here is that we have few operators, like let's say equals to. That means both the value are equal with each other, okay. If yes, it will be true, otherwise false. For example, let's say if I just create a new file, okay, let's put it as a comparison operators, okay. For example, I go here, let's paste it over here, let's say comparison uh, .py, okay. Now let's say if I just go ahead and create a value, let's say a equals to 50, let's say b equals to 52, okay. Now let's say I want to know that whether the values are equal with each other. So suppose if I print, let's say if I say it like this, a equals to let's say b, is both a and b both are equal? Let's clear it up. It will say true. Now let's say if I put, let's say 5, okay, so you can see now both are not equal. A is not equals to b because earlier both are 50, so it said true because both are equal with each other. Now a value is 50, b value is 5, so we all know that it's not equal, so it will show you the false, right? So this is what it is. Now we have this not equals to, okay. Now for example, here what happened is that like it is just opposite of this first one, okay. So um, let's say if I go ahead here and let's say if I put maybe this exclamation word, now this will say that the values are not equal, okay. This is what this mean. So we already know that 50 and this 5 both are not equal with each other, so it will show you true. Why? Because this particular mark which you see here, okay, this exclamation mark means that values are not true, okay. Like in this case, it means that both the values are true, but this means both values are not true. So of course 50 and 5 both are not true, but let's say if I go ahead here and put, let's say 50 again, now it will show us false, right? So this is what it will going to do. And now we have this greater than. So let's say if is a greater than, let's say b. Let's say if I put here, let's say 50 and 5, so we all know that a value is 50 and b value is 5. Obviously 50 is greater than b, so if you just go ahead here, so it will say true, okay. But let's say now if I put 50 here, so now both are equal, so it will show false. And also guys, you can use two things, okay. For example, let's say greater than, we can also make it greater than equals to, okay. For example, I can also put like greater than equals to, sorry. Now what I want is that if the values could be, let's say greater than, so that's okay, or even if it's being equal with each other, so that possibility we will also going to accept, right? So let's say if I run it, so you can see it's showing true because we know that okay, a is not greater than b, okay. So it's saying a is greater than b, so we already know that that a is not greater than b because both value are 50, both are equal with each other, so it should show false, right? But why still it show true? Because we have also include equals to. We have also said okay, even if a is not greater than b, so if a is, let's say greater, let's say a and b both are equal, then also you can show as a if A and B both are equal, then also it will be okay. So that's the reason it has shown you true. Okay, so we have set two condition here. First is either it should be greater than A should be greater than B, or A equals to B. So we have A equals to B. Now let's say if I put here, let's say 500. Okay, sorry, 500. Okay, now let's see what will going to happen. If you run the application, now it will show false, because here you can see the condition A is not, because see, we want that A should be greater than B. So here we can see A value is 50, B value is 500. Now we all know that A is obviously, in this case, it's less than B. So this first condition is false, of course, and also A is not equals to B. So that's the reason it's shown false. And the same concept we have as the opposite. Now let's say if I put, let's say, less than, for example, let's say we already know that A is less than B. We are saying that if A is less than B, so we already know that A value is 50, B value is 500. So we already know that A value is 50, which is obviously less than 500. So now what will show? It will show true, because that value is satisfied, right? And also let's say if I put here, let's say now again equals to here, again it will show us true, because we set two conditions here, that A should be either less than B, or A should be equals to B. So in both the case, both are equal, so it has showed us true. So this is the concept of comparison operators. Okay, and this is how both of them works. And by the way, if you are not satisfied, so you can always take the help of ChatGPT over here, and you can say, explain me, let's say, explain me comparison operators in, let's say, very detail, and it will just going to give you more examples. Okay, like uh, so we have already taught you that it will show you in the true or false. Okay, so we have few things like equals to, not equals to, okay, greater than, less than. So you can also utilize the chat gpt, and you can say when you go with more details, so it will just going to give you with more examples, so even you can just take the help of it. But for now, I suppose that this is sufficient for you to understand the comparison operators. It's very simple, very easy, nothing complicated over here. Okay, so this is what I wanted to teach you for the comparison operator. Now guys, we will going to cover about the assignment operators. Okay, assignment operators. Okay, now what is the concept of it? So sometimes guys, we write, let's say, a number, let's say equals to, let's say, 50. Now let's say I want to add some value to A. Let me first clear it up. Okay, now let's say I want to add, let's say, 5. So I can create, let's say, a new variable, let's say add 5 equals to, let's say, A plus, let's say, 5. And let's say I can print, let's say, add 5 like this. So what will going to happen? A value is 50, and 50 plus 5, it will be 55. If you run the application, you can see you got the answer 55. So guys, this method is, sort of a old method, or I can say unprofessional method in Python, but with the help of assignment. Okay, and same you can see even, let's say, if you go with the anything. Okay, for example, let's say multiply, minus, or anything you want. Okay, but the very professional way we have is that, let me just comment this line. Okay, now what is the modern method? Okay, so in modern method, what we do is that we just write like this: A. Okay, you can, by the way, either write like this: A equals to, let's say, 50 plus, let's say, 5. And also even if you print it, A, sorry, so still you will going to get 55. But this is something, sort of unprofessional. Instead of this, we write it in a different way. For example, let's say I write here like this, okay, a, and I want to write like this, plus. You just do one thing, is that a plus equals to 5. That means you are saying that whatever value a has, okay, so a value is 50, plus add 5 here and give us the result. So still it will going to give you the same result, that is the 55. So this is the professional way to write the operators in Python, and this is what the assignment operator works, okay, like plus equals to, minus equals to, multiply equals to, divide equals to, and so on. You can see the example. Let's say x equals to 10. Let's say you want to add 5 in the x, so you write like this, x plus equals to 5, and the output will be 15. Let's say if you want to multiply, let's say x with, let's say 2, so you write it like this, x multiply equals to 2, so 10 into 2, okay, you will going to get your response. For example, let's say we have here a value is 5. Now let's say I want it to, let's say minus, okay, now let's say I want to subtract a with 5, okay, so I will write like this, a minus equals to 5, okay. So if you just clear it up, so you all know 10 minus 5, you will going to get 45. 50 minus 5 is 45, okay. Same you can just do like this, multiply it, so you just do the same thing. You can see 250, because 50 into 5 has a 25, and 1 0, 250, okay, like this. So this is how we work with the assignment operators in Python, okay. Very simple concept. It's just about how you write the operators in the professional way, okay, nothing else. For example, let's say you can even write like this, a, let's say equals to, let's say I want a to, let's say, multiply by 5. I can write like this, it will just going to give me the same output, which is 250. But we write it in more professional way. What we do is that we just remove all this thing here, and at the front of the equals to, we write the operator, and then it just gives the same result. So assignment operator is about writing the operators in the professional way, okay, and that is what it is all about, assignment. And this is how the examples we have given you, okay, and it will just going to give you the output over here, okay. So hope this helps. Now guys, we will going to cover about, let's say, logical operators, okay. So what is the logical operator? So guys, logical operator will going to give you the response, okay. Even if you just tap on the top, you can see here we have put all the things, let's say logical operators, and it will take you to the logical operators. Now what is this? So guys, it will basically going to operate in and or not, okay, and or not. Now how it will going to work? It will always going to give you the response in true and false, okay, like the previous case, okay, in the case where here in the comparison one. But this is how it will going to work. The logical operators will going to operate in 3 cases, and or not, and it will going to give you the response in true and false. Now how it works? So suppose we have for 2 conditions. Let's say condition can be anything, condition 1, and let's say condition 2, okay. So if the condition will only be true in the case of AND, okay, I'm talking currently about AND, okay, AND operator. So when we have a condition 1 and condition 2, so here if condition 1 is also true and condition 2 is also true, then only it will give the output as a true. Otherwise, let's say if even one condition will going to get false. For example, let's say if condition 1 will be true and let's say condition 2 will be false, so ultimate the result will be considered as a false. And let's say now condition 1 is, let's say, false, and let's say condition 2 is true, still it will show you false, and still if let's say condition 1 and condition 2 both are false, so it will going to give you the result as a false. So when we use AND operator, so it will only going to show true when condition 1 and condition 2, or it could be condition 3 and condition 4, whatever the conditions are. If all the conditions will be true, then only the AND output will be considered as a true, otherwise in all other cases it will be false. Now in the case of a OR, because we have taught you that in the logical operators we only operate with AND or not. Okay, so AND we have discussed. Okay, I will show you with the practical examples as well, do not worry. And when we are talking about logical operator OR, so here if any one condition is true, then the result will be true. For example, here you can see in condition 1 is true, and let's say condition 2 is also true, so the result will be true. And let's say here condition 1 is true but condition 2 is false, so the result will also be considered as a true, because in the OR logical either one condition is true, so ultimate the main total output will be considered as a positive, that is the true. So currently we have taken condition 1 2, or it could be condition 3 4, but if any one condition will be true, so output will be at the end will be true. And let's say if condition 1 is false and let's say condition 2 is true, so it will be true. And in the condition of a logical condition of a OR, it will only be false when all the condition will be false. For example, here you can say condition 1 is false, condition 2 is also false, so then only it will going to give you the output as a false. And in the logical one, what happens is that let's say if condition 1 will, let's say if true, so ultimate whatever the answer will be, it will just going to reverse the result. For example, when we use not, so let's say if the total output should be true, so it will going to reverse it and it will going to give you the false. Okay, for example, let's say if condition 1 is true, so if you apply not in the condition 1, okay, so it will just going to reverse it, so it will going to be opposite of true, that is the false. And let's say if condition 1 is, let's say, false, okay, and let's say if condition 1 and in the front of condition 1 you use not, so it will going to opposite it, for example false will become true. So this is something we have here is known as logical operators, something very important concept. Let's go with the examples. Okay, for example, let's say if I create a variable, let's say age, and let's say age variable is 18, for example age equals to 18, and let's say is a student, I create a new variable, is the particular student, the student can be either true or false. Okay, that means age 18 and is student true. Now let's create condition. For example, let's say I write here like print. Okay, let's say I want to add one condition where I want to say that age 1, that means age should be greater than 17. So this is the first condition I added, that the age should be greater than 17. And another condition I added is, let's say age student should be, let's say, true. Okay, now what I am trying to do here is that if you will going to notice here, age is 18, okay, age student is true. Now here two condition I added, that age should be greater than 17 and he should be the student, and here I am using AND operator. Okay, now if you clear it up, so here what will going to happen in the AND condition, I taught you that when we use AND, so here both the condition should be true, then only the end result will be true. So here I can see that age should be greater than 17, this should be the condition, and I can see that age is 18, so which is true but obvious. Okay, and he is also a student is true. Now if you result click here and run the application, it will show true, because here our age is also greater than 17 and also the student is true, so the result is true. Okay, and let's say if I say that the age should be, let's say greater than 70, let's say this time I put, let's say age as 12, so this time it will show false, because here what should happen, both the conditions should be true. Okay, now what is happening, we have set the condition that age should be greater than 17, but here right now the age is 12, which is smaller than 17, so the first condition got false and second condition is true. And I told you that if the first condition is false and the second condition is true, so the result will be false, and this is what you can see, the end result is false. But earlier what was happening, when we have, let's say, 18, so here the condition 1 was also true, condition 2 was also true, so condition 1 was also true, condition 2 was also true, so the result was true, and that is what we have got earlier, right? So this is something and condition, okay? And let's say if we just go ahead with the or condition. So for example, let's say if I say here, let's say or, okay, instead of this I say here or. Now let's see the difference here. So I have mentioned either one of the condition will be true, so ultimately the result will be true. So let's say here it will show true because both condition are true, and as I have mentioned, if both the condition will be true, so the result will be true. And let's say if I say, let's say age is, let's say if I put 12, so I know that the first condition should be age should be greater than 17, but age is 12. So the first condition is basically false and the second condition is true because is student is true, right? So here, even though one condition is false but one condition is true, and we are using or, so or basically says that even if one condition is true, so the end result will be true even though the first condition is false, okay, because age is 12, but it should be greater than 17, but the actual age is 12, which is smaller than 17, so the result is false. But the second condition was true, so ultimately the result will be true, because in the condition of a or, we have to note that both the condition should be true, or if condition 1 or condition 2, either both of the one condition should be true, then also the result will be true. In the logical or, it will only be false when both of the condition will be false. So for example, let's say here first condition is false, and let's say if I say here the student, let's say false, okay, now it will show false because here you can see both the condition are false, age is also less than 17 and also the student is false, and we are using or. So or says that if both the condition is false, then only the result will be false, and this is what you can see over here, right? Very simple. Now let's say if I go ahead and let's say if I put here, let's say we have age is greater than 17, okay. Now let me just show you. Now for example, let's say we have said that age is greater than 17, this is what we want, but age is 12, so it will show you what? False, because age should be greater than 17, but the actual age is 12, which is of course less than 17, so that the result we have got is false. Now let's say if you add not, okay, for example, let's say if you just add and here also you can see if you just add, you know, not, okay, so you will just going to get the opposite result, for example not, okay, so it will just going to make it true, okay, so earlier it was false, it will make it true. So not will basically going to reverse the result, okay, so earlier if you are getting false, so now if you use not, so it will just going to reverse the result and you will going to get the true. So this is something we have is known as, you know, logical operators, and I suppose you guys have understood what logical operator is all about in Python, okay. Now guys, we will going to discuss about identity and membership operator. It's very simple and easy, okay. For example, we have is and in, okay, so is will going to, you know, make the object same, okay, in the memory, or in will help you to know whether the value is exist inside the list or not, okay. So let's create a new variable. Let's say if I just go ahead and let's say if I create membership.py, okay. Now let's say I have one value, and let's say inside a we have a value, let's say uh, uh, let's say uh, um, 1 2 3 4, let's say 5, okay, something like this. Now you all have understood the basic meaning, okay. Let's say if I say, uh, let's say if I say xy equals to 5, okay, so if xy is equals to 5, so that is the basic meaning, okay. So let's say if yq equals to 5. Now we all have understood that if two values are equal, for example if xy equals to 5 and also yq is equals to 5, we shows that xy is also equals to yq, because both of the values are equal with each other. Okay, so this is where this concept of identity helps you. Okay, so let's say if I say like this, let's say if I say that b equals to a. Now what I am trying to say is that whatever value you have inside a, like a equals a have this particular list, so I also said that b equals to a. That means now even if you print, let's say b, okay, let's first clear it up, and if you run the application you can see it will going to print the same thing, because we have said that if a is this a equals to this value, okay, this particular list, so we have also said that b is also equals to a. So ultimately whatever the value a has, so that will also be equals to b. So that's why when I print b, so it has printed this for us, right? That is what it is, and not is just opposite of it. And now let's focus more on in. So in is like, let's say if you want something, let's say if I say, let's say uh, if I want if I say like fruits equals to, let's say in the list, let's say if I say apple, let's say comma banana comma, let's say cherry. Okay, now let's say if I say print, let's say I want to know that is apple is available in the fruits list or not. Okay, so I'm saying is apple available in the fruit list or not, so it will just going to give you the response in true or false. Let's say true, because we all know that apple is available in this fruit list. That's the reason it has said true. And let's say if I say, let's say uh, let's say grapes, is grapes available in fruits? So answer will be false, because grapes is not available in the list of fruits. So that is what it is known as the membership operators. Okay, so it basically helps you to check whether any particular value is exist in particular list or not. Same with the string. For example, let's say if I say name equals to, let's say Kunal, my name is what, Kunal. Now let's say if I can write like this print, let's say I can say like is you in name. If I run it, you can see it says true, because you can see you is available in the string Kunal. Okay, here you can see you like that. So this is what the membership operator is all about. Okay, now guys, the last concept we have here is the operator precedence. Okay, by the way, if you see we have covered each and everything, so in our blog article you will see all the notes here, so make sure that you explore all of them. So now we will going to discuss about the operator precedence. Okay, now what is this concept? So you might have heard about BODMAS in mathematics, maybe when you are children. So what we do is that we follow this particular part, where we say that first we will going to solve border, and then after border we will going to solve brackets, then divisions, then multiplication, then addition, and then subtraction, right? So similarly in Python we have PEMDAS, PEMDAS. Okay, so here what happen is that Python says that first if you have parentheses, okay, brackets, so the brackets will be solved first. For example, let's say here we have this particular result. So here what will going to happen, first whatever will be inside the brackets, that will be solved. So 3 plus 2 will be 5, then 5 multiplied by 4, 5 4s are 20. So this is the answer we have got. So Python says that the very first you will have to solve is the brackets. Okay, then after bracket Python says you have to solve the power. Okay, which says that we say it like exponentials. Okay, so the brackets will be solved first. So 2 to the power 3, that is the 8. And after that we have a multiplication division. Okay, so for example here we have this case. So Python says first multiplication will be solved, so 3 plus 3 into 2 will be 6. Okay, then 10 divided by 6 will be something, I guess this. So first multiplication, then division, and after that we have the addition and subtraction. So first will be the addition, so 2 plus 1 will be 3, and then subtraction. So after 10 minus 2 plus 1 3, so 10 minus okay 3 will be something, this one. Okay, so that is what it is. But we also have one thing which you want to notice, that in multiplication and division and addition and subtraction, it always evaluated from left to right depending on whatever comes first. So for example here in this case you can see in multiplication and division we have here something which is this one. Okay, so here what's happening is that, for example, let's say we have here 10 divided by 2. So Python says that multiplication and division could be the first, but it will be always from the left to right. Okay, so you can see in the left we have division first. So 10 divided by 2 is 5, then 5 into 3 is the 15. So that is the reason you will going to get the answer here. And similarly in the addition and subtraction, it will going to solve from the left to right. So first 10 minus 2 will be 8. Okay, and 8 plus 1 will be 9. So this is the rule you have to follow in the multiplication, division, addition and subtraction. It will be always from the left to right. Okay, so this is how Python system works. Okay, so first it will go with the parentheses, then power, then multiplication, division, then addition and subtraction. But in the case of multiplication, division, addition and subtraction, it will go from left to right. So for example, I created one file, let's say precedence here, and here I have put one operations inside the variable result. Now here what will going to happen? First the bracket will be solved, because that is what Python says, that the first whatever inside the brackets will be solved. So 4 to the power 2, you will going to get 16, because 4 2 times, so 4 into 4 is the 16, 4 4 is the 16. Okay, and after the 16 then what will be solved? You can see here, if there will be power, that. So we have already done that. Brackets and power, they are already solved. And then we have a multiplication and division. So where is multiplication and division? So you can see here we have the multiplication. Okay, so this part, so 16, that's 16, 4 to the power 2, the 16, so there's 16 and 2, so 2 into 16 you will going to get 32. And then we have mentioned we have addition and subtraction, so it will always be from the left to right. So 3 plus whatever the result, you will going to get 32, 35, and then minus 1. This is how result will going to run. Even if you run it, so this is how you will going to get it, right? So this is how the concept works. Okay, in the Python it will always move in some format. Okay, and the format is PEMDAS. Always remember, first will be the brackets, after brackets your power. Then in the case of multiplication, division, it will go left to right, but it will always be solved first as compared to addition and subtraction. Okay, so if there is some situation like multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, so first it will going to prefer multiplication, division, but it will see whatever will be in the left first. Okay, so so here you can see, in this case the first we have division in the left, so that division will be solved first, then the multiplication. Okay, and same goes with the addition and subtraction, and it will be always solved at very last. So hope you guys have somehow understood the concept here which we have taught you. It's very simple, nothing complicated over here, and this is the concept of PEMDAS in the operators in the Python. And by the way, if you go to the top, you can always just go ahead and proceed and see whatever we have covered, like floor division. You can see floor division concept we have written in the form of a notes. which you can prefer. Okay, always same for the other concepts like power operator. This is how power operator works, which we say as the exponential. Okay, and if you just go up, and then we have here comparison, assignment. So each and everything we have covered, so make sure that you prefer the notes. It will really going to help you out. Okay, this is what I want to tell you over here, guys. Okay, now guys, you will going to see that we have added the part 3 as well, so we will going to discuss all of that. Okay, for now, but before that, I just want to say you that why we use these conditions. Okay, what is the requirement? So before we just proceed further, okay, it's important to know that why we use the conditions. Now let's say if I just go here to the condition folder, and let's open maybe the main.py file over here, and let's first discuss about why we do the condition. So suppose guys, these conditions basically help us to control the flow of the code. Okay, so wait, let me just see here. Okay, so what it does is that it basically helps us to control the flow. So suppose if I go to my site, maybe let's say tools, let me just go to the notepad. Okay, so let's say if we have some sort of a code. Okay, now we want to control how the code will going to run, how code will run, right? So that is where we use the conditions. Okay, now I will show you with the live example. Suppose if you just go ahead to maybe let's say YouTube. Now let's say YouTube has some condition. Let's say if I just go ahead and let's say if I go to maybe let's say Gemini VEO3, which is I guess the latest model they have. Now let's say if I go ahead and let's say if I open any video, let's say. Okay, now see, if I try to comment, so it will say that you need to sign in. So whenever you create any program, okay, so you can basically have control that whatever program which I will going to run, okay, or which I'm creating, that should follow some sort of control or conditions. Okay, to run. So YouTube has also created the code for the YouTube. Now they are saying that okay, you can comment here, you can watch the video, but for comment you need to sign in. So this is where YouTube is trying to control the flow of their program. Okay, so this is just an example, and this is where you can use the conditions. Okay, so conditions helps you to control how your code will going to run, and that is what it is, the concept of conditions. Okay, now let's talk with the basic example. Let's say for example, let's say if I just go ahead and show you with the problem. So let's say problems.py. Okay, so let's say here I have a file, and let's say I want to calculate the let's say area of a circle. Okay, now let's say I know that the pi value is approx let's say 3.147. okay, and now if you know that the radius formula, okay, is equals to I just want to ask the users, okay, as an input about the radius. Okay, so float, and in the input I will going to ask input, let's say enter radius, like this. Okay, awesome. Now you all know that if I just create a variable, let's say area of circle equals to, you all know that it's pi multiply by radius square. Okay, so I will just go here, radius you can put to the power 2. Okay, power 2 like this, but you can also do like this into radius again. Okay, so this is the formula, and I just want to print that area of circle. Okay, So here I will just going to put this in the curly brackets, but to make it active you have to put f string like this. Now let's say if I try to run the application, now see what will going to happen. If I click on the run button, it will ask me to enter the radius. Now let's say the radius I put, let's say 10. Okay, so once I click on enter button, it will calculate the area of radius, which is this one. So there is no problem, but problem arise, let's say when let's say like in YouTube, okay, it has put the condition that anyone can comment, but if anyone is not log in or sign in, so they cannot comment. So this is the reason I have not signed in. At the top you can see, so because of that reason I can see the sign in option. Awesome. So in our application you can see that we have completely created the program, but we have not put any condition. So whatever value we will going to put, it will going to execute from top to bottom without any problem. But problem will going to arise when, let's say if I run the program, and let's say instead of radius, let's say instead of 10 I write 10 like this. Now this is the problem. Okay, if I click on enter, it will show me the error. So there is no such way uh, I basically add some condition that if you put, let's say text, so I want to do this way. Okay, because if you put the number, it will going to run okay without any problem. But problem arises is that when someone will going to write the radius in the form of a text, so this is where your program will going to create the problem. Still it will going to run, but after that it will show you the error, okay, value error, because we have not put the value here. Instead of that we have put the text. So this is where the problem will arise. So if this particular, if any user, let's say if any user instead of writing 10 in a number, if he puts 10 as a text, so what you want to do in your program? So this is where you need to control. Like you can see YouTube is not allowing me to put the comment. So until unless I will not going to put the until unless I will not sign in, I will not be able to comment. So same you can put in the conditions in this particular program, that until unless any user put the radius in the form of a number, the program will not run. So that is what the things you guys can do, and that is all possible with the conditions. So conditions helps you to control how your code will going to run. It is somehow that simple. Okay, now there are different types of conditions which we guys can cover. Like you can see we have here the if else if, okay, in action. Okay, you can use the operators. Okay, you can also use the logical operations in conditions, nested conditions, return statements. So this is something we can cover in the functions. Okay, but still I have written in the notes. Then you have a break and continue conditions, else with loop. So there are plenty of things which we will going to cover. Okay, so these are basically the different types of conditions. Okay, so if you just go here and click to learn to code, okay, so in future you will going to see, of course, one video will be attached here which you are watching, that is the part 3. But this is where we have provided you all the nodes, and you can understand the meaning of of what is the conditions. Okay, and this is what I have said here. Okay, so we will going to start with lesson 1. Okay, uh, introduction to conditional statement. Okay, so think of the conditional statements like making decisions in real life. For example, if I study, I will pass, like that. Okay, so like in YouTube, if you will going to sign in, you can comment. If you will not sign in, you will not be able to comment. Okay, so that is something like this. Okay, so you have here the nodes as well. Okay, so it's by the way, when we just talk about this particular uh, condition, so it has a very simple syntax. Okay, you just need to write and start with if, then you have to put whatever condition you want, and then after that what you want to do, will be the statement. Okay, now this is what it is. Okay, so this is one part of one particular conditions. Okay, so we will go with the real life examples of it, but this is how something it works. Okay, it's very simple. Like here you can see we have put one example. Let's say if any user marks is equals to 80, and if the marks is greater than 75, then you will be passed. Okay, so let's say if you clear this up, if you run this program, so here you can see you pass. So it is saying that if marks will be greater than 17.5, okay, so you will be passed. So suppose if I write here, if someone got, let's say, 40 marks, so still he will be considered as a pass, right? So this is how easy it is. So here you can see if condition. So here you can see I added if, and I added the condition here, mark should be greater than 35. Okay, and then I pass the statement that if this particular condition is true, then you have to do this. Okay, so this is where I said if this condition is true, then you have to pass this particular thing. So this is one condition, and if you will going to notice when I have written this condition, okay, so I have here in the statement this amount of gap. Okay, so we says that this particular statement belongs to this particular condition because this particular statement is inside this condition, and this is where you can see here we have a gap. So this shows that this particular statement is belongs inside this particular condition 1. Okay, like this and so on. So this is how something it works. Very simple, nothing complicated over here. We will going to cover about if else and all those stuff. Let's go with, let's say, one more example. Let's say if I go here to age, and let's say if I input something. Okay, so I will going to put the input. Okay, and I will ask the users to write their age. Sorry, enter, sorry, input, then brackets, and your age, like this. Okay, and after I do this, so I just make sure that whatever the number should be in the integer. Okay, awesome. Now I after so this is just an input. Now I just need to start to add the condition. So I will start the condition like this: if condition, or sorry, if, and then whatever condition you want to put. So I am saying that if the age which you user will going to put as an input, if that age is, let's say, greater than 18, okay, then I will going to write the statement, and this statement will, and make sure that you put the colon, and the statement belongs to this particular condition of if age is greater than 18, then what will be the condition. So you will just going to write print you can vote, like this. Awesome, right? So if you just clear it up, now it will going to ask you, let's say if you run the program, okay, so it will ask that, okay, what is your age. So let's say if I add 30, I will click on enter. So you can see it will say you can vote. Okay, so this is something very cool. So you just edit one statement here, okay, if conditions, and here you just have added one condition that age should be greater than 18, and related to this condition you have passed the statement, and this statement has this gap here which says that this particular statement belongs to this first condition. Okay, now this condition is for the true, if the statement is true. But let's say if the statement goes false, okay, like of course if you are already signed in, so that is the true condition, you can comment. But there could be situation like this right now that I am not signed in, and because of that I am not able to comment, right? So here also, if age is greater than 18, so everything is good, the program will run, it will end like this, you can vote. But let's say if I write here and if I run the program again, let's say this time I will going to put the number which is, let's say, less than 18, so let's say 10. Now you all know that okay, we have set the condition age should be greater than 18, but right now I'm putting the 10, which is of course less than 18. Now what? So you can see program will not going to do anything. Okay, so this is where we have to control the program, and we also need to add the conditions. Okay, so first condition is this one which we have set. Now we will going to talk more about it, but this is how something, you know, your uh, condition works. Okay, very simple, nothing complicated over here. Okay, so now guys, we will just now go ahead over here. Okay, and we will going to cover a lot of other topics. So the very first, as you have discussed over here, okay, we have here if condition. So this is what we have taught. Now let's cover about if, else, and else if. Now what is that? Okay, so let's discuss about it. So for example, let's say if I go with the if, else if, and else dot py. So let's cover, let's take, let's say, the same case here. Okay, now we have guys something known as else. Okay, so this else will always be at the end. Okay, else will always be at the end, colon, and then you will just going to give the statement. So see, this if condition is provided when something is a true. Okay, now else we usually use when all the above statements are, let's say, uh, false. So in that case we use true. It basically means if that above all conditions are false, then it will above all the conditions, okay, are, let's say, false, then it will trigger. Now in this example which you have seen right now here, let's say if you run the program and I have told that if age is greater than 18, so in that particular situation this will be say you can vote. That is the true condition. Like here we have here, if anyone is signing in the YouTube, so they can comment. So that is something true condition. But the situation can be opposite, the user cannot sign in. Okay, now when I'm trying to comment, it is showing me this notification that no, you first need to sign in, right? So this is the situation can come to your program as well. Right now in this case, if the age is greater than 18, so no problem, your program will run. But what if it will be opposite? That means, let's say if someone age is less than 18, so in that case what will going to happen? So in that case we use else. And if you've seen the nodes as well, so basically else we use when the particular condition is false. So if is used when for one condition. Okay, uh, and if that condition is true, then everything is perfect. But if it's false, okay, so then we use else. So for example, let's say I can write here, now else will be here. Okay, like in the format you can see else in the line of the if, else, then statement. You can see I put here else, then colon, then here you have to write statement. Then I will say print uh, your age should be greater than 18 to vote, like this. Now let's run the program again. If I run the program, it will ask me for the age. Now let's say if I put 70, click on enter, you can vote. Now let's say if I run the program again, and this time let's say I will put the age less than 18. Let's say I put 10. Click on enter. Now it is saying that your age should be greater than 18 to vote, because age is 10, which is lowest than 18. So it is not following the above condition. So in that condition, the program is saying that your age should be greater than 18, buddy, then only you can vote. So this is where the else will going to help you. So when all your it will basically help when the condition this condition gets false, so then this else will going to trigger. And this is the reason it is triggered here, because here the age is 10 and the condition says that age should be greater than 18, then only they can vote. So 10 is obviously less than 18, so this condition is not met, and because of that this condition become false. And the false, and because the condition become false, so that's the reason it has triggered else. Okay, so this is something very cool. Okay, now we have one more thing which is known as else if. So if you will going to notice here, we have discussed about if, else. Now what is the concept of else if? Okay, what is the concept of else if? So for else if, let's discuss about it. Okay, so wait, let me just take this one and let me just go with else if .py new file. I will paste it this much over here. Now guys, else if will always be in the between. So else if we generally use if we have more conditions. Okay, so let's say this if will only going to help you for one condition, but let's say if you have multiple conditions, so you will always use else if. Okay, so else if will always be here in the between. Okay, else if. Okay, and after your else if, it will say what is the condition, and on the basis of this it will just going to trigger the statement. Okay, like this, and you can add as many as else if you want. Now let's take with the with an example. Okay, now let's say age should be greater than 18. Now let's say I want to add one more condition, and I want to say that if else if. Okay, else if anyone age, because see, age should be greater than 18, but someone can put maybe let's say minus 10. Of course he will be ghost or something, but let's take with an example. If someone put let's say less than 0 or 0, so anyway any person age cannot be 0. Whenever he is born, we say that he is 1 year old. Okay, like that. So from 0 it can never start. So I can see here else if age is let's say less than or equals to 0, then because I have said that after putting if, we put else if and condition and the statement related to it. So you can see else if I put the condition again here, and what will be the statement. So let's say here, let's say the statement I want to say that print, let's say invalid age. So this is what I want to do. Now let's say if I clear it up, now if I run the application, now let's say if I put my age let's say 0, it will say invalid age because anyone age cannot be 0. Let's say if I put and run let's say minus 36, again it will show invalid age. Reason, because I have mentioned that if anyone age is less than or equals to 0, you have to print invalid age. But if anyone age is greater than 18, you have to print you can vote. Now the situation is that if this both condition, let's say instead of getting true, if they get false, so then we use else. Okay, so I will just copy the else condition from here, simply copy, and I will paste it here. So if all these above conditions let's say don't get true, so in that case it will trigger the else, that is the false. Your age should be greater than 18 to vote. Now let's run it. Let's run the application. For example, if I say let's say 80, it will say you can vote. And let's say if I put maybe let's say 12, it will say your age should be greater than 18 to vote, which is perfect. And let's say if anyone tries to let's say go with minus 70, something like this, it will show invalid age. Okay, so This is how, my dear friends, the things work over here. Okay, and this is how your if, else if, and L condition work. So if basically is the first condition, and then you pass the statement. Okay, and if you want to add one more condition, then you use else if. Okay, then let's say if this both condition don't get true, that means they go false. So if the false will be, so it will trigger the else, and it will just going to print this. Okay, so this is something very cool. Okay, so hope you guys have for now understood the concept behind it. Now it's not only limited to, let's say, only one. Okay, you can also add, let's say, one more else if. For example, you can add as many as else if. For example, if I say else if, let's say if I say that if age is, let's say, greater than, and let's say equals to, let's say, 101. Okay, then you just need to print, let's say, greater than 101, like this. So you can add as many as condition you want to, but let's leave this and let's go with the real practical example for this. Let's just go with maybe project1.py. Okay, let me just close all of them. Awesome. Now let's say I want to ask the users, okay, with the number one, and I want to ask the user about some numbers. Okay, so I will ask for the input, like, let's say, enter your number one, like this. Now I want it to be, let's say, integer, or you can even convert that into a float. That is what we have discussed, remember? Awesome. And let's say number two, I want the same thing. Just copy here, wait, copy and paste it over here, and this time I will ask for number two. Very simple. Now I will going to give the choice to the users to input. Okay, this will be also an input. Okay, so I will ask the users to enter your choice, whether you want to do plus, okay, or let's say minus, or let's say multiply, right? So whatever you want to do, you just have to write that over here. So I'm basically creating three choice or three numbers. Basically I am asking the users about the number one, so they can type whatever the number one they want to do, like 2 3 number 2 and so on. Let me show you how it works. If I run the application, it will ask for the number one. Let's say user say 3, and for the number 2 user say 4, and now what he choose, let's say he can choose, let's say, plus, like that. So this is how this program will work. Now whatever we have learned till now, we will going to use that. Okay, for example, let's say, okay, so for example, let's say I can say if choice, this choice, okay, if this choice is equals to, let's say, plus, if someone choose plus. Okay, so I add one condition, which is the if, and I told you that if someone choose, let's say, if, so it wait, over here. So if you will see if, then condition, then statement. So I have written this if, then I add condition, that if this value, whatever, let's say, choice, if someone, let's say, put plus. Okay, so if someone puts plus, so I want that to print let's say like this. Okay, uh, addition. Okay, and here I want to do, let's say, num1 plus num2, and to make it dynamic, put f, like this. Awesome. Okay, very simple. I did very simple. If, condition, and statement. Now I'm going with else if, condition, and statement. Okay, So let's say how this will going to work. Let's see that. Okay, so let's say if I say here, let's say else if, let's say, choice is equals to let's say minus. Again, what will be the statement? Let's say print. Okay, it will say, let's say, subtract. Okay, colon, let's say num1, let's say minus num2, like that. To make it dynamic, as I have mentioned, you have to put f here, like this. Okay, and let's say I can put one more thing. Wait, let me just copy, paste it, sorry, uh, paste it here. Let's say this time I want, let's say, multiply, and this time I want to do multiplication, and here I will just going to write multiply. Now see what will going to happen here. If, let's say, I have given the choice, you have to put plus, minus, or multiply. So if someone put plus, so Python will going to run this particular command. Okay, if someone chooses plus, they will just going to add the number 1 and 2, and they will going Python will going to give the answer. Same if it chooses minus, and if it chooses multiply, it will multiply. But there could be situation when some user cannot put any one of this. Maybe they can put division, and divide is not in the option. So in that case, this could be the situation when this all above condition can go false. Okay, user can put something else. So in that case, we can put else, and this time I will say print, let's say, invalid choice, like this. Awesome. Let's run the application. So let's say the first number is, let's say, 5. Sorry, not here. Okay, here. So the first number is 5, second number is 2. Now it is asking me what you want to do. Let's say I put plus, so it will do 5 plus 2, that is the 7. Awesome. Let's run the application again. It will ask for the first number. Let's say I put let's say 2. Let's say this time I go with 2, and let's say I want to do multiply, so I will put the multiply sign. Now 2 to the 4. So you can see it has given us the 4 as the answer, right? Now let's try to put some invalid choice. So for example, if someone put 5, let's say if someone put 3, now let's say it's asking me the choice. So let's say for now I put divide, click on enter, so it will say invalid choice, because divide is not in our program. Okay, as a choice we are not asking that. So this is how it works. So Python will always going to see that what user has put. So it will first check the top condition. If it doesn't satisfy, it will move to the second condition. If second condition doesn't match, so it will move to the third. If let's say third condition is true, so it will give you the result. But let's say still if the third condition is also not true, then it will go to the very last, that is the else. Okay, so that's how the concept of is if else and else if works. So like we have created this project one. Okay, so you can see that in our notes also you will going to get the same thing. Like let's say marks is one variable which is 70, and we have set the condition 1, if marks is greater than equals to 90. So the statement, okay, print A grade. Okay, if anyone who will going to get marks that is greater than and equals to 90, so he should get A grade. And let's add the second condition, else if marks is, let's say, greater than equals to 60, so in that case we will going to put it as a B grade. Now if these both conditions, let's say, becomes false, okay, so it will pass and trigger else, and it will say print fail. So let's say even if you just copy this particular case, okay, let's remove it, paste this one over here. Okay, Wait, let me just remove this one. Okay. Okay, so very simple. If you just clear it up, run the application, you can see B grade because 70 comes, between 60. Okay, greater than equals to, if he gets greater than equals to 60, he will be get B grade. Now if you will going to see um, with 70, so for the 70 the first condition should be greater than equals to 90, but he is not coming in there. So if he is greater than equals to 60, okay, so between 60 to let's say 89, he will be considered as a B grade. So even if you let's say run the application again, and let's say if you say like marks, let's say 89, let's run it, still you will see B grade. But now let's say if he gets 90, now you will going to see he will consider as a grade, because we have mentioned that if he gets greater than equals to 90, then A grade. If both the condition doesn't match, he will be false. So suppose if someone puts the marks, let's say 40, run the application, it will say fail, because 40 doesn't lie in this both condition. Because for the first condition it should be greater than 90, of course 40 is less than 90, and for the second condition also it should be greater than 60, which is of course less than which is of course greater than 40. Okay, so 40 is basically less than 60 and 90, so ultimately the both the conditions are not getting satisfied, and because of that it will uh, become false, and it will trigger else condition, and it will print fail. Okay, so this is something we have. And by the way, if you want more such type of uh, questions, okay, so as we have recommended earlier as well, you can just go to Kuku courses, just go to kukucourses.com, and if you will go to our library, click on the library here. So here you will going to see we have a library resource. Okay, you can see developer kit, we have tons of here, you can see here 200 plus Python projects, okay, and plenty of other resource. So if you want to, you can get it. You will not only going to get developer kit, you will going to get video editing kit, creative prompts. So these are all inside our library for $23. Once you pay it just a one time, so you can access to all these resources, and you can just practice Python. Okay, whatever we are teaching, you can just learn more about it inside this library. Okay, so make sure that you explore it, unlock it just with the one-time payment if you want to. Okay, just explore, come to our site and explore this. You are really going to enjoy it. Okay, now let's talk about nested conditions. Now guys, nested is something uh, the condition where you want to add, let's say, more conditions, nested.py. So this generally we use it to add one condition inside another. Okay, now let's say here we have this condition. We have said that age equals to 20, and if that student has ID or not. Okay, true. And we are saying that we are putting condition that if age is greater than equals to 18, okay, so you have to print eligible. Okay, this is something very easy. So basically what we are doing over here is that you have understood this now, but we are saying one more condition here, is that if this if the student has ID as well, then only he will be eligible. That means both the conditions should be satisfied. Okay, then only he will be eligible. Okay, else, you can say it here, else print not eligible, like this. Clear this up. So let's say the age of the person is 20, and let's say he has ID true. So we are saying that if the age is greater than 18 and he if he has ID, then only print eligible, otherwise not eligible. So if you run it, you will say it will say eligible. Now let's say this time I make it false. Let's run the application. You can see it will just going to print nothing, right? So basically the both the conditions should be true, then only it will going to work, right? So this is something you have, that is the nested one, not that much important, okay, to be frankly speaking, but this is something you should know, that nested basically add one more condition inside one condition. But just don't get confused, it is not that much to understand over here, okay. Now let's move to the logical operators in conditions. Now you all have learned about and, or, not, okay, in your previous one, if you will going to remember here, okay. So if you will going to remember that we have learned about these concepts, okay. So if you will see, I guess we have taught you over here, not in the operators, I guess, but in the data types, but we have taught you about this concept, okay. Wait, let me just scroll it down in the article. Yes, here, logical, and where we want that whatever the conditions are, whether condition 1, 2, 3, if all the conditions will be true, then only the result will be true. And so these topics we have taught you, okay. So make sure that you watch the part 2. So I guess in the part 2 we have discussed about it. Now these same logical operators we will basically going to use, okay, over here you can see in the conditions. So let's say you can use it like this. So if you copy this, and let's say if you go here and let's say paste it, now you can see here we have said that age should be equals to 22 and has passed, okay. So he has passed, so that is true. So here what we are doing is that we are saying that, okay, if age is greater than 18, and I'm also, so this is one condition, because see, if you will see here, we have said that you have to put the condition, okay. Now the thing is that you can put the condition here as well and here as well, but you can also use here like this. Let's say condition, you can add, okay, another condition over here, okay. You can even use or, you can even use not, right? So you can use the logical operators while doing the conditions, okay. So here you can see this is what exactly we are trying to do. Here we have added the condition. If wait, let me just show you, okay. So here we are saying that if this condition and if this both condition, and this time I want and, why? Because I want the both the conditions should be true, okay. So if my condition 1, which is age should be greater than 18, and another condition, if he get pass, if both are, let's say, true, so you have to print aloud, else print not allowed. Run the application and you can see it's allowed. Let's say if we say age, let's say we decrease to 2, and if run it, now you can see it's not allowed, because we have said that if we add and, so here the both the conditions should be true, then only it will be considered as a true, and Python will going to print this. If any of the above condition, whether let's say condition 1 or let's say the condition 2, if any one of get false, so it will pass to the else or trigger the else, and it will pass not allowed, like currently it pass not allowed. Reason, age equals to 2, which is of course less than 18, but the condition should be greater than 18, but 2 is less than 18, so the reason it showed not allowed. But of course if you use or, So or says that even if condition 1 or let's say condition 2, if either one of the condition get true, it will print this, otherwise it will print this one. Let's run the same thing. Now it will say aloud because we have used or. And if you know, remember in the or logical operator, whatever conditions you have, if any one conditions get true, so it will be considered as a true at the end. And these are the things we have covered in the in the your logical operators, okay, over here, right? So here we have taught you if you use or, so either let's say if both the condition is true, so it will be true. If any of the one condition gets false, so still it will be true. So when we use or, so here if both, or let's say 1 2 3 whatever conditions are, if all get false, then only it will be false. So suppose if I put here, let's say false, okay, now see what will going to happen. Now it will say not allowed. Why? Because here condition 1 and condition 2 both are getting false, okay, because age is also less than 18 and has passed is also false, so ultimately it has put it as a false. So this is something we have here, okay, which you guys have hope understood, okay, which is about our logical operators in the conditions, okay, which you can also use. And by the way, if you just go to ChatGPT, you can learn more about it. Hey, like you can say, hey, teach me about, let's say, logical operators in, let's say, Python for condition. Okay, so it will just going to teach you more about it, and you can even practice it, okay. So the same thing it will going to teach you which we have taught you, okay. So you can even take the ChatGPT help if you want to get more explanation and all, but this is something you can do, okay, in the conditions, is that you can use logical operators as well while defining the conditions. Now guys, see, if you go to YouTube, if you again refresh, now every time you open the application, the conditions will going to work. So what I mean to say is that, let's say if you have created this project, now every time you will play the project, it will work. Again, user will type the number here like this, and then it will just going to do this and it will going to work. Again, you will manually go and run the application. So how we can avoid this manual tasks? Okay, so to avoid the manual tasks, and let's say you want some sort of a automation, okay, or I can say the more better word will be the repeat, okay. If you want the program to repeat again and again, so this is where the concept of loops comes in. So when we talk about loops, so loops are basically of two types, okay. One is the for loop and second one is the while loop. But let's discuss about the while loop first, and the second one is the for loop. So these are the two loops, okay, we have. Now let me just teach you when we use both of them, okay. Now when we talk about when to use, let's say, while loop, so when we talk about, let's say, when to use while loop, so guys, it will only going to work when there will be some conditions, okay. So you all know now how to put conditions, the basic conditions, okay. So this while loop will always going to work on the basis of condition. But when we talk about, let's say, for loop, it will going to work on the basis of, let's say, list and range. Now you all know what are the list. We have taught you with variety of examples in the basics. Okay, what are the different types of list and all. Okay, where we have covered about a lot of list, okay, which we have. So this is where the, if you know about list in more detail, we have just discussed about the list. Okay, so whenever you want to do any repeat tasks, so at that time we use loops, the concept of loops. There are two types. One is while loop and another one is for loop. While loop will be applied on conditions and for loop will going to apply on the list and the range. Very simple. Let's come it over here, and wait, let me just go and let's discuss about while loop. Okay, now when to use while loop. So let's say while loop will always going to work on the basis of condition. So it has a very simple syntax, while, okay, and then you have to write condition colon, and then you have to say whatever code you want to execute. Okay, so it's very simple syntax. Now let's say if I say here, let's say something like this, let's say I equals to, let's say 1. Okay, now let's say I say that if while, okay, while, and then I want to add the condition. While the condition, let's say I will say if I value is, let's say, greater than, okay, or I can say, let's say if I value is less than or equals to 5, then I want to print, let's say, I, like this. Now guys, what will going to happen now? What will going to happen? So see here, if you will see here, I value is 1, and now when you run the Python, so I is less than and equals to 5, because I value is 1, which is of course less than 5. It will print 1 here. Again Python will go here, again it will say I value is again 1, it will again print 1. If you clear it up and if you even run the application, by the way, it will continue run. But to stop it, you have to just press Ctrl and C on your terminal. Let's run it. You can see 1 is continuously running. Just press Ctrl and C to stop it, like this. So you can see throughout the time, you can see I'm just scrolling up in the terminal. You can see it continuously writing 1 1 1 1 1 1, right? Let me just clear it up. So this is how it will work. Now for this, what we can do is that I can write here, let's say after it print 1, I want it to add I plus equals to 1. That means I want that when it goes 1, okay, then it will print 1, and after printing 1 I want it to add by 1. So 1 plus 1 2. Now I value will become 2. Now 2 will be still less than 3, so it will print 2, and then 2 value will become I, so 2 plus 1 again 3, then 3 will go up. Now let me just I can say, let me make it in detail for you guys. So when in the first round, what will going to happen? I value is equals to 1, okay, and it's still I is of course less than, okay, and equals to, okay, so here the condition will be true and it will print I. Okay, now in the second round, in the second round in second round, what will going to happen? Because as we have told you that after I will be print, I want that I plus 1 to happen. then I value will become 2. So in the second round, okay, I value will become 2, which is again less than 5. Again the condition will true, and it will going to print 2 here, because this is what I have said. I value will become 2. Again it will go to down, then I value is 2, so plus 1. So what will going to happen, I will again going to get plus 1. Okay, now I value was at the top is 2, so 2 plus 1, it will become 3, like this. Okay, same thing will going to happen in the third round. Suppose if someone go here, in the third round, what will going to happen, in third round I will become 3. Now again I is less than 5, again it will true, so I value is become 3. Again it will go down to 3 plus 1. Okay, so again 3 plus 1, it will become 4, right? So again in 4 round, and this will going to happen continuously. And then there will be, let's say, fifth round, okay, where I value will become 5. Okay, and now still if you will going to notice, I value is 5, but still we have a condition that I should be less than or equals to 5. So still I is equals to 5, again condition will become true. So 5 plus 1, it will become 6. Now in somewhere in the sixth condition, I value will become 6. Now this is the condition where the condition will go false, because 6, now I value is 6, which is of course greater than 5, but the conditions say I should be less than equals to 5. So in this particular round it will become false. Okay, and this is where the program will going to end. So what you need to know is that while loop will going to work, right, let me just write it here at the top. While it will continue to execute until unless the conditions are true. Once it will if the condition goes false, so what will going to happen, the program will automatically going to end here. So if you just try to run it here, let's say if I run it, you can see it will print 1 2 3 4 5, and as I have told, till 5 it will be true. But after 5, what will going to happen, 5 will going to add by 1, so 5 plus 1, it will become 6, and this is where it will become false and the program will end. So this is what it is known as while loop. Okay, so you can of course practice it up. Okay, we have this over here. Okay, so hope you guys have understood the while loop. So while loop, it will work till condition is true, and if condition is false, it will stop. Okay, very simple, right? This is known as while loop. Now let's talk about, let's say, for loop. Okay, so I will just going to put for loop dot py. Okay, so let's discuss about the for loop. Again, very simple syntax it has. Okay, so what basically happen is that for variable in particular list, it could be any type of a list, or let's say range, because I have told you that when we talk about for loop, it works on the list or range. So here we write some variable can be any variable. In it will go to the list or range, and it will going to execute the code on that basis. Now what does that mean actually? See, For example, let's say if I write here a, and let's say I put some value inside it, okay, in the form of a list. So it works on the list. We will going to cover the range concept after some time, but let's now focus in the list. So we have a list here. Let's say I create a list 1 2 3 4 5. Now guys, for loop will only going to work till the list, okay, whatever we have in the list. Now here when we execute for loop, so for this you just write like this, for, and then it is asking for variable. Now variable you can put it whatever you want, I, K, J, Kunal, okay, anything, okay. So for, let's say I put I, so I is my variable, okay, which I have newly created. So for I in a colon, okay, I want to print I. Now what does this mean? See here, if I try to teach you the concept, so what will going to happen, this I will going to go to each element of your list. So right now we have a equals to 1 2 3 4 5, okay. So a has variables, which is the list, and inside this list we have various number. So this particular I variable which we have created just now, okay, which we have just created now, which is the I, you can put it whatever you want. So this I will go to the list A, okay, and it will going to access all the elements in the list A. So first, in the first round, okay, let's say in the first round, what will going to happen, I will be equals to, let's say 1. In the first round, this I will first go to 1 and it will going to print 1. Then in the second round, wait, in the second round, what will going to happen, this I, after going with 1, it will now going to target to 2. So I will now in the second round going to target to 2, okay, and in third round it will target to 3, and so on. So basically the variable which you have created, this variable you can name it whatever you want. So this particular variable will go inside your list and it will going to target each element one by one. First it will target this element, then it will going to target to the next element of it, then so on. So we are saying that this I to print, okay, we are saying the print I, okay. So what will going to happen, this I will first go to 1, okay, and it will print 1. Then this I will go to 2, it will then print 2. Then this I will go to 3, it will print 3. Now let me just clear it up. Let's run the application. You can say 1 2 3 4 5, and let's say if I add maybe here, let's say 6 7, or even if you put A B C, okay, wait, let me put A comma, let's say comma B. Now it will also going to do that, okay. Wait, let me show you. Clear, sorry, clear. Let's run it. Now you can see it has printed 1 and it has also printed your A and B. So this is how it works. So basically for loop basically works on the list and the range. We will going to cover about range after some time, but this is how it will work on the list. So let's go with another example, okay. For example, let me show you. For example, let's say I create a variable, let's say fruits, and inside this I put my favorite fruits I love. Let's say I love to eat apple, I love to eat, let's say, banana, I love to eat, let's say, cherry, okay, and so on. Now let's say again same concept, for variable, okay. So I will write for, put whatever variable you want. Let's say love, okay, for love in, let's say, fruits. I want this love variable, this love variable, to go inside my fruits list. You can see this fruit list, and I want it to print love. Now see what will going to happen. If you run it, you can see it will print apple, banana and cherry. Why? Because I created one variable, because in the syntax you can see variable. So I created the variable love. Now this love variable will go inside my fruit list. You can see fruit list, and inside this fruit list whatever elements are, let's say apple, banana and cherry. So first, in the first round it will go to apple. You can see for love in fruits, it will first, the love will jump to the apple, then it will print, okay, apple, because in the first round what will going to happen, love will equals to be apple, so apple will print. Then this variable love will go to the second variable, so now love will become equals to banana, so it will print the love, which is now banana, so you can see banana. Then in the third stage, the love will go again to the fruit list, and it will target to cherry. Now love will become equals to cherry, and it will print love, which is the cherry, and so on. So this is something how your for loop works. Okay, and as I have said, if you want to do practice, so you can just go ahead and look to our library. Okay, but this is how something, it works. Okay, so hope you guys have somehow got the good understanding about what basically your while loop is and for loop is. So for the case of the conditions which we are learning right now, so of course while loop is most important because it works on the conditions, but of course we also have to understand about the loop. Okay, uh, okay, so this is the reason I have taught you this concept. Okay, okay, so now as you have learned about loop, so we have told you that okay, the loop will also going to work on the range. Now as I'm covering this topic, so let's include this as well. Okay, over here, so let's just go with the range dot py. Now guys, see, like in our previous case, let's say I want to go and let's say I create a list of numbers. Okay, and let's say I create, let's say list 1 2 3 4, but let's say I want to do it till 1000. So I cannot write that, right? Correct? I cannot write till 1000 manually, it will take too much time. So this is the reason we use range. Okay, so range basically help us to define from which number to which number you want to write. Okay, for example, let's say uh, if you know for let's say if I do till this 4, so you all know that how we write this for. Let's say I create, let's say a variable, let's say num in numbers, and I want to go inside this list, print num, like this, and this is how it will work. If I clear this up, if I run the application, you can see 1 2 3 4. So I created a variable as we have discussed in the loop. You create a variable in the syntax for variable. So this time I create the variable num in number. So this, in the first round, this num will be equals to 1, and it will print num, that is the 1. Then this same num will go to the list, and this time it will go to the 2. Okay, and now num will become equals to 2, and it will print 2, and so on. But now let's talk about the range. Now guys, when we talk about range, so range basically has this syntax range, then you just mention about the start number and the stop number and the step number. That's it. Okay, now start number, from where you want to start. Okay, let's say I want to start from 1, and let's say stop, let's say I want to stop in, let's say 4, and step is the sequence. Okay, for example, let's say if I write 1, so how the numbers will be, so let's say numbers will going to start from 1. Okay, so it will going to start from 1 and it will stop till 4, like 2, 3, okay, and 4. But we have some twist in the stop, I will teach you. But here you can see we have one gap, 1 2 3 4, so that is the step. Now if you put here 2, so what will going to happen? After 1 it will skip 2, it will write 3, okay, and so on. Okay, now let's say here if I write the stop till 10, okay, and I want this start to be 2. Now I want the step to be, let's say, 1. Now you can see start, it will start from 2 and it will stop till 10, and the gap, that is the step, will be 1. So 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, okay, and 10. And here you can see the step, that is gap is 1 1, okay, like 2 3 4 5 6. But if you put here, let's say, 2, so what will going to happen? It will say like this, equals to, it will start from 2, then okay, 2, then there will be gap in the 3, then it will put 4, then 5 gap, then 6, then 7 gap, 8, and then 10, like this, right? If you put here, let's say, 3, so what will going to happen? It will skip 2 numbers, like 2 3 4, then 5 6 7, it will skip, then it will put 8, okay. Again it will skip 2 numbers, that is 9 10, and then it will put 11, and so on. So step is like a gap, okay. So now let's say this is how it works. So even sometimes what happens is that even if you don't put the step here, so default value of the step is 1. So here, let's say if I have, let's say, some numbers, okay, so for example, let's say if I write like this, let's say a equals to, let's say, range, then the start number, because as I've told you, start number is, let's say, let me write here 1, comma, what will be the stop number when it will stop? It will be 10, then comma, that is the step, let's say it's 1. Now let's say if I, let's say, print here a, okay, now see what will going to happen. Run it, it will say like 1 to 10, okay. Now let's say if you want it in the list, so you can just write like this, list, open and close the brackets. Now it will going to provide you in the list. Let me first clear it up. Let's run the application. You can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Now you will going to notice we have written 10, so it should stop in the 10, but it will stop at 9. Now why? Now see guys, always remember that whatever stop value you will going to put, so it will always be -1, okay. So if you put 10, so it will always going to stop at 9. Let's say if you put here, let's say 11, so 11 minus 1 is 10. So if you see here, let's say if I put here 11 like this, now you will going to notice, run the application, you can see now it has run till 10, because whatever the value you will going to put in the stop, so just minus it by 1, okay, so that is the value it will going to print, okay. So whatever actually value you want, so always increase it by 1, then it will going to print rest, okay, like that, okay. So this is something we have the list over here, okay. Now that's how something list works. So now you can see, let's say if I want to put till 100, okay, now if you run it, you can see it will print till 100, but as I have told you, if it puts 100, so 100 minus 1 will be 99, so because of that you can say it printed till 99. So this is how something your this for loop also works in the range, okay, because you can see we are working in the range. Sometimes it is not possible manually for us to write till 100,000. So in such case we use the range. Okay, so this is something you have here, but let's say even if you don't put here one step, because it is by default one, so still it will going to print till 100, till 99. Okay, so generally you will see many of the developers don't write the step. If you manually want to skip till 2, for example, if I want to skip it 2, so you will see it, it will going to print in one gap, like 1, then it will leave 2, 3, then 4 it will going to skip, then 5, 6 it will going to skip, then 7, and so on. So manually if you want to write it you can, but in case if you don't write it, so it will take it as a 1 as a default value. So this is how your loop works on the list and the range. But as we have told you that while loop is the most important thing for the conditions, but it is also important that when we discuss while loop, so it is also important to discuss about for loop as well. Okay, now guys, let's discuss about this pass statement, break and continue. So it's something very easy. So basically break help you to exit some loop. So for example, let's say if I just go over here, and let's say if I create break.py file. Okay, now let's say I create, let's say for uh, num, okay, in range. Okay, now let's say I take the range from 1 to 10, and the step is, let's say, 1. So what I have done over here is very simple. Okay, so I created a number, okay, the variable. Okay, so you all have learned about it. Okay, so what that is, wait, so we will always going to create the variable. Okay, and that variable will go in the list or the range. So currently if you will going to see here, we have created the same I'm using. Okay, for I'm using the same statement, and variable I have chosen it as a number. Okay, so randomly you can put whatever you want. Okay, so I have chosen num. So for, then variable in this particular range, then colon, then whatever code you want to execute. So let's say after this I want to execute the code, is that if num, okay, equals to 5, then I want to break it. Right, now see what will going to happen, my dear friends. After you have done this, you can just print, let's say, num. Now here I have added one more condition. So it's like a nested. Okay, so this part which you're seeing here is a nested, because by default it should be till the print, okay, for num in range. And if you try to run it, you can see it will going to print from 1 to 9. But here I'm creating some sort of a nested. So I taught you that what is the nested. You just put one particular uh, you know I can say conditions within it. Okay, so in this case you can say inside this particular one I am putting this particular thing, if num, okay, is equals to 5. That means this number will first go to 1 to 10. Okay, and I have taught you that when we talk about 10, so it will be always 10 minus 1. So that's the reason it has shown here 9. And the step, even if you don't write the step and if you again run it, so it will be like this. Okay, so it will, what it will going to do is that let me show you. Suppose if you don't write it like this and if you run it, you can see it will put till 1 to 9, because 10 by default the step will be taken as 1. Okay, but right now I added this thing, that is the if number is equals to 5. Okay, so this number will first go to the 1, because the range is from 1 to 10. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9, and 10 is not included as I have taught you. So this number will go to 1, and then it will print num, so 1 will come. Then this num will be equals to 2, and it will print num, which is 2 now, so it will print 2. Then again the program will go here to num, it will now going to the third number, which is the 3, it will print 3, and so on. But what I want is that if the num, after the num will, let's say, go to the 5 number, okay, when num will be equals to 5, okay, or num value will be equals to 5. So at that time I want the program to break. Now after I have written this, you can see after it will going to write 1 2 3 4. So after that it will going to break, because num when equals to 5 I want it to break. So whenever you want to break your program, so in such case we use the break. Okay, very simple and very easy concept. Okay, now we also have one thing which is continue, so it skips the current step. Okay, so let's say instead of break here, let's say I want to write continue like this. Now what will going to happen in the continue? So continue will going to skip that particular step. So I'm saying that you want when the number will equals to, let's say, 5, so just skip this. Okay, so now if you will just run the application, so now it will going to run everything 1 2 3 4, but you will going to notice 5 is got skip. So this is where the continue helps you. It basically helps you to skip the current step. And we have pass. Okay, pass statement. So pass basically do nothing, it helps you in writing the code, and when you want to fill it later you can do that. Okay, so in that case we use pass. Okay, so you just write like this, pass will going to do nothing. Okay, you just write like this. So let's say you're programming and in future you're got some sort of a confused that I have some doubts with the 5 number. So you just write like this, if num is equals to 5, just pass it. Okay, so it will going to do nothing. You can see if you will run the program, it will going to run normally like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So after you have written this program, and let's say in future if you think that okay 5 I need to skip, okay, so you can just put continue here. So pass basically helps you to do or edit the particular thing, okay, in the future. Okay, so you can see this is what we have written. Pass basically do nothing, it basically helps when writing code, you will fill it later. Okay, so this is where we use, and that is what the concept about break, continue, and pass. Now guys, let's go ahead and take some projects. So let me just go with the project2.py for this condition statements. Okay, now let's say I want to display all the even number. Okay, so how I can do that? So for example, let's say I want to define, okay, let's say I want to go ahead and let's say I want to define a range. Okay, now this range I want to define is from 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. Okay, so you all know that how we can do that. So I can just write like this, range start will be, it will should start from 1 and till 10 I want. So if I write here 10, so it will give me till 9. So I will going to write here 11, and 1 will be by default the step, so I don't need to write that. So once I go with the range, let's say 1 to 11, it will give me this range. Now let's say I want to know that what out of this range, what are the even number. Okay, so I want it to categorize even or even and odd number for me. Okay, so how I can do that? So guys, you guys have learned about the concept of modulus. So here whatever we divide, let's say I divide 2 by 7, so 3 2 is a 6 1. So this shows this 7 number is a odd number. Why? Because it is giving us the modulus 1. Okay, so guys, always remember whenever the modulus will be 1, so that will going to show that the number uh, which is being divided is odd number. Like here in this 5 case, here if you divide the 5 by 2, so 2 to the 4, again you got 1. So this denotes that 5 number is a odd number. But let's say when you go ahead, okay, um, um, if you go with the numbers like 4, here what is happening? So you can see when we divide the 4 with 2 to the 4 minus, you will see 0. So in the modulus you are getting 0. So whenever any digit which you divide it by 2 and the modulus you will going to get as a 0, so that means that the number which you are being divided by 2, let's say in this example 4, is considered to be an even number. So always understand that whatever number you divide it by 2, if the remainder, okay, here, or I can say modulus gets 0, that means that particular number is a even number. So let's say I want that type of a thing. So for that, guys, it's very simple to do that thing in Python. Okay, so what we do is that we write like this. Okay, we put modulus sign here, that is sort of the percentage, and we write here 2, and we say that if the modulus of 2 is 0, so this particular thing will going to give you the even number. Okay, this will going to give you the even number. It will tell you that whatever value you divide it by 2 and the remainder gets 0, so that is the even number. So this is where it will help you out. So basically we want to know that between the 1 to 10, what numbers are even and what are odd number. So let's see how we can deal that with the one here. Okay, so let's say if I just go here and if I write here for, let's say I'm getting the variable. You can create whatever you want for I, you can even add num, whatever you want. So I go with, let's say I, for I in range, I will start the range by 1 to 11. Okay, this is what I told you. Then colon, then you have to pass the instruction. For example, I say like if, okay, I, okay, because this I will go from this I which I have created the variable. Okay, so let's say here I define the variable as I. Now this I will go to 1 first, then 2, then 3, and so on. So I'm saying that when the I will equals to 1, okay, so when so here, wait, when the I will be, let's say, equals to 1, okay, so or it could so I will basically go to all the thing because I have defined the variable as a I. So this I will go to all the numbers. Okay, so first it will go to 1, then I will become 2, then I will become 3, then I will equals to be 4, then I will be equals to 5, and so on. So this is what I will going to do. So I am saying that if I, okay, is modulus of 2 equals to 0, so I am saying that after dividing any digit, and if the remainder we get as a modulus of a 0, so that means that particular uh, uh, element is a even number. Okay, and you can say it like here, you can just put it here I, okay, or just put comma and you can just write here I, like this, that this particular number is a even number. Okay, something like this. Now if you, let's say, run the application, so you can see it is saying that even number is 2, even number is 4. So basically this I is first going to 1, and it is saying if we divide 1 by 2, so do we get 0? No. So because of that, you can see I is not mentioned. But when it goes with the two numbers, so when you divide 2 by 2, so you will going to get 0 in the modulus. So that shows that two number is an even number, so it has got it over here. And of course here you can also put the sort of else as well. Okay, so else print odd comma I, like this. Now if you again run it, so it will say you that what are the even numbers. So it is saying odd is 1, even is 2, and it has stopped till 10. Okay, because we have set here 11 in the stop point. So this is how, my dear friends, the things work for you. Now related to this, let's create, let's say, one more project. Let's say project number 3.py. Okay, so wait, so now let's say I want to create the start. Okay, I want to create three variables: start, stop, okay, and let's say skip. So I want the users to define the number from where the it will start. Okay, so in this is a sort of a particular range, so where I am asking the users, okay, as I input, that what they want in the start number, what they want in the stop number. Okay, and I am also asking the users what you want to skip. Okay, so let's say if any user, let's say, type the start value as a 1 and let's say stop value as a 5, and he has chosen the skip, let's say, equals to 3, or let's say 3. Okay, so what will going to happen after you will run the program? 1 2 3 4, it will run like this, because 5 minus 1 will be 4, so it will stop at 4. So 1 2 3 4, and as user will going to set the skip as a 3, so what will going to happen, as in the total output the 3 will be skipped and you will only going to get the output like this. So this is the type of a program I want. So let's say I want to put here, let's say, input. Okay, and I want to ask the users to put the enter start number. Okay, like this. Make sure that you put that in the quotes like this. Okay, then make sure that you also convert that into a number, because this is actually a number, otherwise it will going to treat that as a string, as we have discussed earlier. Now same I will going to write here. I will say that, okay, give the stop number, and then I will also ask here enter your skip number. Okay, like this. Now this is what the we will going to ask it from the users, three elements. Now I will going to set here for I in range. Okay, and the range I want to start from 1 to 11. Okay, then colon, and here I want to add a condition: if this skip value will, let's say, or let me write like this: if I equals to skip. Okay, so in that case I want to continue it. So as I have told, continue basically help you to skip the things. Okay, and this is what you guys can see here. Continue will help you to skip the current step, and then I want it to print I like this. So here what will going to happen, this I, okay, we have set here the I as our range. Okay, so I, we have set it as a variable. Okay, so I will first go to, I will first become 1, then 2, and then 3. So we are saying that when the I will become to the value of the skip, so what the user will going to put here, let's say 3. So when the I will become equals to 3, so skip that particular number and rest print I. So suppose if I run the program, so you can see I will put the start number, let's say 2, stop number, let's say 20, and it is asking the skip number, so let's put the skip number as a 4 and click on enter. So you can see it will just going to uh, print here. Okay, and it will going to skip the 4 from here. So this is what something you can see, sort of a program which you can run like this. Okay, let's see what is the string. Okay, so if you have followed the basics, so we have already covered about the concept of strings. Okay, which is very simple. Okay, in the data types, where we have taught you what is the string. So strings are the text which are something related to text. Okay, so this type of a thing are known as text. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and create a new folder. Let me just put it, let's say, strings like that. And after that, let me just put here, let's say, main, or let's say meaning dot py. Okay, now what is the string? So string means a sort of a text which you add, okay, to your Python inside a variable. For example, you all know what variable is. So suppose I write here name, okay, and let's say whenever you write any text in the Python, so suppose if you write your name, so it will show you some sort of a problem, and if you go bottom, you will see it's Python is not considering this text as a text, okay. So for that you need to add the codes. So if you remove it under your codes like this, add Kunal, now you can see Python is able to read that. So this is something we have already discussed, and there is plenty of things we will going to cover about the strings, okay, the advanced version of the strings, you can say. Now here always remember the text which you will going to write, okay, will always be in the codes, okay, whenever you work with the strings, okay. Now let's say if we just talk about, let's say, numbers, okay. So for example, let's say if I say, okay, about the numbers, okay, so numbers will never be considered okay, as a string. Now guys, always remember that when we talk about, you know, the strings, they can be like this, okay. So for example, let's say if I write here, let's say my let's say my school name, okay. So it's DPS, so either you can use double quotes DPS, or you can also use the single quotes, so still that will not be the problem. Now another thing which I want to tell you is about, you know, when we write some big text, okay. For example, let's say if I want to write the single quotes, okay, so always first make sure that there should be no space, and if you write here single quote equals to, let's say let's say uh, Python, right, this is something. And you can also write in the single quote, okay, so as we have discussed, like this, okay, no problem, okay, both are easy. You can also write it in the double, like we have discussed, let's say Python, like this. You can also write it in a triple quotes, okay. So sometimes what happens is that we have a very big line, okay. Now for that, what we need to do is that we suppose I want to write, let's say, like this, let's say I, then in the brackets I am, wait, I, you know, wait, okay, wait. So here what you can do is that you can, in the brackets, you can just write like this, okay. Let's say whenever you want to add some text or something, okay, so you can whenever you want to write something in, let's say, 3 lines, okay. So let's say if I write here I let's say love Python, like this. So these are the 3 lines. So whenever you want to go and write something in the, you know, more than 2 lines, so in that case we use this triple quotes. Now let's say if you remove it, you will see, you will face the problem even if you go with the one quotes. And let me show you. For example, you put one quote here, okay, okay, and let's say if you write here I love, let's say, Python, and if you try to, let's say, write it in you know, new lines, so you will going to see that it will going to create the problems for you, right? So always remember that when we, let's say, write some double word, okay, so suppose in here if I write here double word, let's say Python love, okay, or let's say it could be, let's say, triple word, okay, so it could be like this, let's say I love Python, like this. But when we talk about writing in the 3 lines, okay, anything or any text which you want to write in the 3 lines, okay, more than, let's say, 1 to 2 lines, so in such case we use 3 codes, okay, to write the lines, like I love Python, like this. Okay, something very cool. Okay, and one thing which I want to tell you is that, let's say if I now want to print it, wait, if I want to print, let's say the variable, okay, which I have, let's say the single quote, comma, let's say triple, word. Okay, and let's say for the this one, let's say if I put here, let's say triple underscore line equals to, like this. Okay, and let me just put this as well, triple line, like that. Okay, so if you now run the application, you are going to see it will print all of them: Python, I love Python, I love Python, like that. So this is how, my dear friends, it works. Okay, so first it printed Python. Okay, then again it was in the comma, so it also printed I love Python as well here. And then after that it has also printed this triple line for us, which we have put here, I love Python, like that. Okay, so this is something, the meaning of Python we have over here. Okay, so Python is nothing, just the text which we want to add in the Python, okay, programming language, but it will always be in the codes. Okay, otherwise it will show you some sort of a error. Let's cover about the characteristics of this string. Okay, so I can just write characteristics.py. Now when we talk about some characteristics of a string, so it basically has three characters in general. First one, I can say it's immutable. Okay, so always remember, the strings which you see, you cannot I can say replace it, just you can update it. Okay, but cannot change it. For example, what does that mean? Okay, so suppose let's say I create one more file, let's say mean.py, and let's say here I just write here, let's say name equals to Kunal. Okay, now the thing is that if the first value is stored, you cannot change it. Okay, so if you print name, okay, let's clear this up. You can see that is but obvious, it will say Kunal. But let's say this time I just want to update it, so update is possible. So how you can update it, just write it with something else. For example, let's say I put the K big. Okay, now you can see it will treat as a Kunal, so it has updated the value, it doesn't change the value. Okay, so always remember, whenever we talk about Python, okay, and especially the strings, they are immutable. That means you can update it but you cannot change it. Okay, so that is by the rule we have, and that is the concept of immutable. Immutable means you cannot change it, and mutable is just the opposite of it, you can change it. But when we talk about the strings characteristics, it is immutable. And the second is that it get index, okay, very easily. Okay, so that means you can find any character position, okay, using this strings. Now what does this means? Okay, so um, very simple. Let's say here I have, let's say, Kunal. Okay, now let's say I want to know what is the location of you. Okay, I'm talking about you. So what you will going to do is that, generally what we do, we just write the name, okay, of that variable where that is stored, and we just put the brackets, big brackets, and here we say that I want to know the, let's say, location of you. Okay, like this, in the brackets you, I want to know the location of you, in which position it is. And of course it will not going to work, it will show you the error. So for that you need to put this inside the print, okay, like this. Awesome. And if you run this, so you can see okay, wait, uh, okay, here let's say I want to know that, let's say, what is in the one position, okay, like this. So it will show me that, okay, in the one position we have 0. Now what is this, by the way? See, you all know that as a normal human being we generally start the count from 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10 and so on. But in the case of Python, okay, in the case of Python, what we do is that we start it from, let's say, positive, okay. So it started from the 0, 1 2 3 and 4 and so on, okay. So now in this case, let's say if you think that here, let's say I want to know the k value, okay, so k is in which position. So if you don't know the Python, you will type 1, but you can see it has brought the 0. 0 means the second value, that is u, okay. So why that happened? Because k value is in Python is 0 and one value is u. Now let's say if you put here, let's say 0. Now if you run the application, let's say, you will say it will say k. So k is in 0 position, right? So this is what we have the concept of indexing, okay. So strings can be indexed, that means you can find any character position, okay, by the number. Now let's say if I just go here and let's say if I want to know what is in the fourth location, if I run this, you can see it will say L, right? So L is in last location, okay. So how, if you will going to see here, when we're talking about the string, so if you will going to see here, if we talk about Kunal, so you will see that in K we have in the 0 location, U we have in the first location, okay, and we have is in the second location, A we have in the 3 location, and L we have in the fourth location. So reason when we type here 4, it shows us the 4. But now let's say what will going to happen, okay, okay, when you try to go with the fifth, okay, if you let's say type 5, so we all know that it generally end after that, okay. So it will basically going to show you error like this, and it will show you that index out of range, because you can see here in the 5 we don't have anything. But of course if you add here S, now Kunal's, and if you run it, so now this will say it like S, okay. But this is how the indexing is all about, okay. Now one thing I want to tell you, that indexing can be done in the positive as well as in the negative as well. So for example here, so Python basically it starts the negative from, let's say, -1, then -2, then let's say -3, then -4 and so on. So this is how Python will going to start it from the negative. So basically when the Python will going to start from the negative, so in the case of negative, what will going to happen? This L will become -1, okay. This A will become -2, this N will become -3, and this will become 4, and this will become 5, okay. Now let's say if you just go here, okay, so what I am trying to say you is that when we talk about Python, so it basically starts it basically can go or index on the basis of two methods, positive or negative. So positive it will start from 0 1 2 3, but for the negative it will start from -1 2 3, okay. So it will start from the opposite direction. So suppose here instead of 1, okay, let's say if I go with -1, Now you can see if you run it, it will pass L. Why? Because when you start from the minus, it will start from the text which is at the very end. So and we have L, so that L has been passed. And let's say if you go with, let's say, -3, so you can see if you run it, it will pass N here, okay, because N, you can see in the minus, if we start from -3, N is in the in that location. So this is how you can say the characteristics of the string. First is the immutable, okay, and the second thing is that it can be indexed. That means you can find the location of any character in the string, okay, very easily, okay. Awesome. So this is something, we have here. So just understand that when we talk about it, the positive, okay, so it will basically going to go ahead, okay, and go from the, you know left to right. But when we talk about, let's say, negative, so it will be from, right to left, like this, okay. That is what happened here. So if you will see, positive will start from the left, so you can see it started from the left, KUNL, okay. If I put here 3, so it will say here A, okay, because if you will going to count, K is 0, U is, 1, and N is 2, and A is 3, okay. So that is what it is. But if you put it -3, so it will going to pass here N, because here you can see L is -1, A is -2, and N is -3. So that is how the, concept of indexing works here. And the third thing we have is the iteration, okay. So even if you just go to our blog article which we have shared with you, if you will just go here, what is string, okay. So of course here you can see here we have just covered each and everything, what is string, single quote, double quote, triple quotes, or if you want to write the multi-line text, so for that it is, okay. So you can just read the article. And the string indexing, we have told about both positive and negative, left to right, right to left, okay, everything is covered. And iterating through a string is also possible, okay. So you might have in the part, okay, in the previous topics we have covered about the loops as well, okay. Okay, so while loop, for loop. So in the case of the string also the loops take place, okay. So loops applied in strings too, okay. Let's see that with the example, okay. So suppose here we have name, okay. Now let's say I want to put here like this, for, let's say, uh, I in, let's say here I will put the variable. So you all know in the concept of loops we create one variable. So I create a variable, and this is what we have taught you, okay. In the conditions, if you might know about in the loops, that here we create a variable. So same thing I done here, for, then I created a variable. You can create it whatever you want. So I created as a I, and then E, then in, and then whatever list range, okay. So for example I put here the name, okay. You can consider this as a list, okay. Now you just need to write the statement. So for example I put the I, so that is what you can done here. Now see what will going to happen. Now if you run the application, it will say KUNAL one by one. So basically what happened here is that first, uh, what happened in the case of loop here, I will first become equals to K, and after running that it will print K, as you can see. Then I will go for the U, Okay, so here then after this I will becomes to equals to u, then it will print u. Okay, and this is how the program will run. So first I will go and become equals to k. Okay, then it will print that, then u and l and so on. So basically what I mean to say is that the concept of loops also apply in the strings as well, and these three are the examples we have created for you, and the same concepts we have also covered in your notes as well, so you can anytime read that, okay, in case if you have any doubts. So this is how we say the three characteristics of strings. Let's go ahead and try to understand the plenty of concepts, okay, we have inside the strings. So the very first we will going to cover is about, let's say, with mm, inside the string is, let's say, length dot py. Okay, so it's basically length function will basically going to tell you that what is the length of the string. Okay, so let's say length function. Okay, so now let's say if I create, let's say, some string variable, and let's say here if I write here, let's say Python, or I can say, let's say, I love Python, like this. Now let's say I want to count how many characters it has. Okay, so what I can do is that I can either create a new variable, let's say length something like this equals to length, and then in the brackets I can pass this string, and I can print, let's say, length here. Just clear it up, let's run it, and you can see it will calculate 13. Now if you try to calculate it, let's say if you calculate here, let's say one character, okay, 2 is for the love. Let me just take you with the notepad. So let's say I return I love Python. So here you will see 1, okay, then L, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, but the result is showing 13. So guys, when we talk about it, okay, about calculating the string, and also always remember the space is also counted. Okay, so even though we have here in I love Python we have a total of 11 characters, okay, but the space here you can see one space we have over here, and the second space we have over here, so both of this space has been counted. Now let's say if you remove the space and if you run it, so you can see now it's 11, right? Now also instead of going with so deep, what you can do is that you can just pass this command directly inside the print, remove it and put it like this, and remove it from here. So it's a professional way, it will calculate for you like that. Okay, so this is something we have here, the length function. You can see and you can learn more about all the notes we have here for you created. Okay, and by the way you can just go at the top, and from here also you can just go and go with the, let's say, we have here this string length and slicing and all. Okay, so this is the length function we have over here. Okay, and now related to this you can create one project. Okay, let's say I want to calculate the password. Okay, and let's say the password is, let's say, string, maybe something like that. Now I want to say that if length of the password, which is this one. Okay, so I'm passing one condition, if length of the password is, let's say, greater than 5, So I want to print, let's say, login success, like this. Otherwise, else you can print login fail, like this. Okay, so this is how it works. Now if you clear this up, run the application, you can see login success, because we are saying that the password which we will going to set should be greater than 5. So here you can see in string we have total 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, but let's say you put maybe, let's say, 1 2 3 something like this password, you can see it will say login fail. Okay, now you might be thinking that this is a number. Okay, but whenever, even if it's that's a number, and if you put that under the quotes, it will treat that as a string. Okay, so let's say if I type here like that, anything that way, so it will say login success. So this is just a program where we have set a password, and we set one condition, that if the length of the password is, let's say, greater than this, okay, 5, then only it should be login, otherwise it should fail. Also you can use it, you know, for by asking the input from the users as well. Let's say enter your password, like this. Okay, and after you, let's say, run this, as I type the here password, you can say login success, like that. So something very amazing application you can create. So just a one simple project we have here. Okay, then let's just go with the new concept, slicing.py. Now let's say I want to uh, let's say we have here, let's say, some sentence. Okay, and I want to, let's say, get only love from here. Okay, let's say I want to extract love from the sentence. So in such case we use the concept of slicing, and this same thing we have also covered over here. Slicing extracts the part. Okay, you just have to put the start and stop. So let's say it works like this: stop, start, stop, and also the step, like we have in the range. And same concept here, the start will going to, start. Okay, let's say you can put whatever you want for the start. Okay, let's say you want to start it from 1, but when we talk about a stop, so whatever you put, okay, let's say you put here 1, let's say 3, so now it will going to count 3, but as I have mentioned, that it will always going to exclude. So that means you always have to remember it will be always 3 minus 1. So basically you will going to get as the result 1. So what I suggest, if you want, let's say, total 3, so always just add the 1. So let's say total you will say 4. Okay, and the step. Okay, so let's just go ahead with that. Okay, so let's say I put one variable, let's say Python. Okay, now let's say I want to know the print, okay, the start. So I want it to start from, let's say, 1. Okay, comma. Okay, by the way, whenever you use slicing, make sure that you call the text, and I want to start it from 1, and I want to stop it at, let's say, 2. Okay, and the text or the step will be, let's say, one gap. If you run it, you can see YTY. Now why that happened? Basically because here you can see we have put the text as Python. Okay, and we said the start should be 1, you can see, and the text should be 2. Okay, and the step, let's say, will be 1, right? So now what happened is that 1. So as you all know that Python always starts from 0, so that's the reason p is not included in the result. It included yty. Okay, yty. So what it does is that it basically, you know, start from y, okay, and stop at um, second position, okay, by 1. Okay, so that's the reason it's shown you yty, okay, like that, right? By the way, by default you don't require this step, you're only good to go with this two as well. So it's the yt. Okay, now that's how it works. And if you will going to let's say if I write here I love Python, and let's say I want to start from 0 and I want 1 2 3 4 5 and I want the text 5, so let's include, let's say 5. Now see what will going to happen. You will see it will only going to put here 1 and the e. Okay, why? So here if you will going to notice 0, okay, so in 0 position we have I, okay, and 5, so where it goes 0, then 1 2 3 4, and then the 5. Okay, 0 1 2 3 4 5, and in the 5 it has provided as e. So always remember, as I have mentioned, Python will always going to count the space as well, okay, as a one character. So always do take care about that. So because of that it has given us in the 5th position e, okay, because e is in 5th position, right? And let's say if I put here, let's say 1, now see it will say I only, because I is this one which is starting point, and the first 0 1, so 1 is the space, so that's why the space is not visible. But if you put 2, so you will see that you will also going to get I and then L, okay, from here, because I is in 0 position, then space is another character, and then 1 is in L. So that is the slicing that helps you to extract, okay, the part of the string you want, okay, so that you can calculate it from here. Okay, so that is the something we have, let's say over here. Okay, and after this, okay, by the way you can also calculate, let's say minus 1 as well. Now I told you that whenever it will be minus, it will start from the back. Okay, so if you run it, you can see I is for the 0, okay, and this n, and we have got it from the end. Okay, so that is possible with the minus 1. Okay, so that is the thing, you can also extract it from the minus 1 as well. Okay, now let's just go ahead and go with the repeat dot py. Okay, now let me just remove all of that. Okay, let's say I go with the number, okay, let's say 10. Okay, now let's say I want to print, okay, let's say number, okay, multiplied by 20. So if I want to use the concept of repeat, so you can multiply the string by using the multiple sign. So if it's normally a number, let's say if it's a normal a number like this, so what it will going to do, run it, it will say 200, because 10 multiplied by 20 is 200. So Python is treating that is a number, but if you put it inside the codes, now this time what will going to happen, it will multiply the text by 10 times. But the problem is that text is another breed, or I can say another data type, and the 20 is another data type. So it will going to write 10 20 times. If you will going to see like this, it has written 10 20 times. So that is what it is. So if you ever want to repeat something, okay, so in that case you can just put the text, or if you want to repeat the string, so you can just multiply it by whatever, and it will going to repeat that. Okay, so in this way you can repeat any string. Now let's talk about a new concept, that is concate. Okay, so this basically helps you to add or join the string using the plus button. Okay, now let's say how it works. So suppose if I write my, let's say, first name. My first name is, let's say, Kunal. Okay, my last name is Lonhari, like that. Okay, now let's say I want to merge them. So how I can do that? I can just write like this: print first name plus last name, like this. Let's clear this up first. Let's run it. You will say like this, Kunal Lonhari, and if you really want the space, so what you can do, either you can put one space here in the Kunal at that here, and it will give you the space, or you can put one space extra over here. Okay, like that. Otherwise the best thing I will say is to add one plus sign and put it like this. Okay, put a space here. Now you can see in this way also you can get the space here. So that's how you can add it, but generally when solving the numbers we say add. Okay, but when you're trying to add some text, okay, like this, so we use the word concatenate. Okay, so professional use the word concatenate. Okay, that means you add the text. So make sure that you remember about it. Okay, and we have here the example as well. Okay, now let's talk about the membership. So membership basically helps you to know that particular thing we have available inside the text or not. So suppose I write here I love Python. Okay, now let's say I can say if I want to know that, let's say, uh, member uh, is available inside it or not. So suppose I can write like this, print. Okay, then I can say like word love. So I want to say love in text or not. Okay, so you are saying that is love available in the variable text. If you run it, it will give you answer in true or false, and that is where the membership is all about. So it will check the string inside the string using in. So if it's available, so it will say true, or not, it will say false. Now let's say if I go, let's say, to maybe, let's say, not. So I know that not is not available in this text. So if I just go here and if I run it, so it will say false. So that is the membership. So if you ever want to know that particular word is available in that particular variable, so you use this membership one here. Okay, which is very great. So this is in. Okay, but we also have something known as not. Okay, so you can save if you write here not. Okay, by the way, if you run it, it will say true, but if you want to just opposite the result, so you will just say not, add not in front of in, so it will just opposite the result. Okay, so that is what it is. So this is known as membership. Okay, very simple. Okay, and now using this, let's create another project. So you might have seen that in email address we generally have @ so you might have seen that some field says that put your email address. Okay, right? So if the email address is invalid, so it will say invalid email address. Okay, so what generally the system do? So let's say we have one email here. Okay, uh, let's say dummy at the rate, let's say gmail.com. Okay, now here I will going to add one condition. If, okay, I will say a text if at the rate, okay, because at the rate is something very common in all, I say all the emails, okay, whether at the rate yahoo.com, at the rate outlook.com, at the rate gmail.com, or maybe your custom domain. So at the rate is very much important in the email address. So if I say if at the rate in email, okay, so I'm using this membership which I have taught you. Okay, so I'm saying like here we have said in. Okay, so similarly I said here if at the rate in email, uh, if it's true, if it's available, so you can say valid email. Otherwise, if it's not available, so you will just pass it with the print, let's say invalid email, like this. Now if you run it, you can see valid email, but if there will be no, let's say at the rate, so it will say invalid email. So this is where you use this membership feature as well. Okay, to confirm that any particular element which you decide should be there. Okay, so in such case we use this one. Okay, membership one. And now let's go with some, you know, of the concept we have, let's say uh, about, you know, some functions. By the way, there are plenty of functions we have in the Python. Okay, like we have, you know, upper, lower. Okay, so I have given you all of them as notes. Okay, so let's first teach you all about it. So for example, let's say I write a text variable. Okay, and here I say, let's say this is Python. Now let's say I want to convert each and every of them to the lower case. Wait. Okay, so what I will going to do, I will just going to write like this string, text dot lower. Automatically you will see the option, but if you try to run it, it will not run because we need to put that inside the print. Okay, so just copy this and put it inside it. Now it will run, so you can see what it will going to do. Okay, just make sure that you add the brackets as well. Okay, now run it. You can see this is Python. So it has basically turned each and everything or element to a smaller case, right? And also instead of this, what you can do is that you can just write the text like this, print the text, and you can just directly go at the top, and here you can write dot lower directly here. So it will going to work the same way, but make sure that you add the brackets, otherwise it will not run. So you can see this is Python. Awesome. All right, but let's say if you want to ask on the basis of input, so let's say if I ask from the input enter your name. Okay, like this. Now let's say I want the result to be always in the lower case, like this. So you can directly add here, and if I run the program, it will ask me the name. So let's say even if I write that in the capital, if I click on enter. Okay, but make sure that you add the brackets. I am, you know, doing this intentionally so that you learn that. Now let's say if I Kunal capital, so it has automatically converted that into a smaller one, so you can directly add that over here. Okay, and let's say if you want to convert any small to upper, so very simple, instead of lower you just write here upper, like this. And let's say if you run the program, let's say now this time I write everything in the small like this, click on enter, but you can see it has converted that into the uppercase, every of the small into uppercase, right? Now if you want to capitalize it, now what is the capitalize? If you see here, okay, so capitalize will going to capitalize each and every of the item. So if you run it, and let's say if I put here everything in small, click on enter, and you can see it will capitalize it. So capitalize means the first, I can say, the word, it will turn that into a capital. For example, here we have a put email, so it will make the P capital and rest everything in small. And here we have an email, so the email will become capital and rest everything will be in small. So that is the concept we have here, okay, of the capitalize. So that is what you can do. And for the also the same concept here, we also say it like a title. So suppose here I write here, enter your sentence, okay, sentence, and let's say if I write here title, and if I run it, now let's say everything I will, let's say, write it in the, let's say, capital. Kunal is great, click on enter, you can see here everything, the first character will become big and rest everything will become small. Like Kunal's K will become capital and rest everything is small. Great, G will become capital and rest everything is small. That is the title one, okay. And we also have a swap as well, swap case, so it will just going to opposite it. For example, let's say what swap will going to do, okay, let's say in this example P we have, okay, so swap will going to convert it into opposite. For example, P we have big, so it will make it small, okay, and U is small, so it will convert that into a capital. So it will just going to opposite that. So if I run the application, so let's say this time, let's say I write here Kunal is great, so you can see, click on enter. Now what it does is that Kate make small and rest everything in the Kunal is small, so it converted that into a capital. And I is small, so it has converted that into a capital. And here everything is in capital, okay, so it convert that into a small, okay, alphabets. So that is the swap, okay. And similarly we have find and replace. By the way, as I have mentioned, all the things are over here, okay. So title case, swap case, then we have a find and replace as well. So for example, let's say uh, if I go okay, and let's say I go and write a text, let's say Python is cool, like this, okay. Now let's say if I want to find, okay, so by the way, you can directly first write the variable dot, then let's say you want to find. Now what you want to find, so let's say I want to find whether py is available in this sentence or not, okay. By the way, you can directly put this inside print, okay, no need to write like that, okay. Now run it, it will say that py is starting from the 0, you can see py, okay. And now let's say I want to know, let's say from where thon is starting, thon. So you can see it will say from the two location, because here you can see p is in 0, y is in 1 position, okay, and t is in 2 positions. So because of that, the t is starting from 2. So that is something we have over here, okay. That is the find one, so it help you to find any particular text by giving the position of that, okay, the index of that. So that is very great. And then we have a replace. So for example, instead of find, you just put here replace, and let's say I want to replace thon with, let's say, Java, like this. Now see what will going to happen. It will just going to find this particular text, it will replace that with Java, like this. You can see py, and this thon has been replaced with the Java, okay, and that rest everything is cool. So whatever text you select here, okay, so it will going to replace it. For example, I want to replace complete Python, so I will just going to write the text or the word which I want to replace, and instead of that, what I want to write, I want to replace that with Java, let's say. So you can see Java is cool, like that, okay. So that is the replace one, which you can also use, okay. Then here we have split and join as well, okay. So what it will going to do is that, let's say if I write here text equals to, let's say, a comma b comma c. Now I want to split that, okay, so I will just going to write like this, text dot split, do like this in the brackets, but here just do one thing, that you need to write like this comma, okay. So this is what you need to remember when you do the split, and put each of the thing inside the print, then only it will print the result for you, like that, okay. Now if you run it, you can see in this way it will going to split for you. And let's say if you want to split in the tuple, so you can just write here, let's say, tuple and close the bracket, so it will going to split in the tuples, like that, okay. Very simple and easy way, okay, for you to split anything, okay. And that is what it is. And okay, so this is something split you can do, okay. And now we also have the, let's say, text. Let's say if I write here, let's say, Python. Now let's say I want to, let's say, go ahead with start with alpha. So these are few things, okay, which we have as well. Let's discuss that. So let's say if I write here print text dot start with, you can see here. Now let's say I want to start with p, okay, in the here, like write like this. If you run it, it will say true. That means it will going to give you confirmation that the given word is getting start with p or not. And remember, Python is case sensitive, so if I put here capital P, now see the difference, it will say false. So always remember, Python is case sensitive, so it will treat capital or the small letter both as a different element, okay. So if this is what it is, same, let's say, I want to, let's say, go with end with, okay. And let's say in the given word, is it ending with n? So you can see true, because in Python the last letter is n, alphabet n, so of course it is ending with n, so it's said true. So that is the end with. And here we have is alpha, okay. So what it does is that you just have to make it empty, okay. So is it alpha? So it's true, because everything here is the text, okay. Let's say if I add one number here, Python 1, it will say false. So is alpha is basically used when every of the text in that string is text, okay. If you add something else, it will show false, okay. And let's say if similarly, like for the text we have, and for numbers we have is digit. Now if you run it, it will say false because all the elements here are text. Now let's say if I write here some numbers, now it will say true. Okay, so this is what it is. And now let's say if you want let's say both the mixture of both of them, so we use is elnum. Okay, so now here if you run it, it will say true. And even if I add some text like this, so mixture of both of them, still it will be true. So the particular string should have both either number or text or even both, so it will accept all of them. So this is what is number is. Okay, that is what we have said here. You can see is alpha only for alphabet, is digit only for number, and is alarm both alphabet and number. So these are some, I can say, notes. So make sure that you follow the notes. Okay, we have provided. So in this way we have covered all the things about string, okay, in very detail. Now guys, if we talk about the concept of list, okay, so wait, let me also open my notepad. So I will just go for the tool and just search for notepad. Okay, and after that I will see this notepad online free tool, close the ad. Okay, so right now we will going to talk about the list. Okay, now lists are of three type. One is the normal list. Okay, and the second one, we have we can say it like a tuple, and sorry, tuple. Okay, and the third one we have is dictionary. Okay, so let's cover about that. Okay, so it's very simple and easy, as we have already discussed, but let's go with the very quick. So sometimes what happen, you all know, we have a different data types. Like text, we call that as a string in the Python, number we say it as an integer, decimal as a floats, and let's say options as a boolean like true and false type of a data. Now let's say I go here and let's say for each and everything I need to create new variable. For let's say name, I need to create a variable name. Let's say to write my age, I need to create another, let's say, variable. Okay, and so on. Okay, and let's say if I say about, let's say, marks. Okay, so let's say how much marks I got, so I can just put here that. Okay, and after this, okay, wait, and after this, okay, uh, I need to, let's say, write plenty of data. Okay, so what you have understood is that for different data type I need to create different variables. Now let's say, is it possible to put all these different types of a data, okay, or let's say repetitive data like multiple text data or maybe multiple numbers data inside one particular bucket, or I can say cup, that is the variable. So that is possible using list. So what you can do is that instead of this, you can just create a variable Kunal, and inside that you can just write whatever you want. Okay, so for example, my age, you can put it, let's say 24, my marks. Okay, like that. Even boolean type of data like true and false. Okay, so any type of a data you can easily create in the list. Okay, like let's say true, false, any type of data. Or you can, let's say, am I married, so answer, let's say, no. So any type of a data you can put inside the variables. Okay, so this is the concept of list. So list help you to store multiple type of a data, or even let's say same type of a data multiple times. Okay, uh, so this is what it is. Now when we talk about, let's say, the characteristics. Okay, so this is something, okay, just for your teaching purpose I thought about it. Okay, okay, Now when we talk about, let's say, characteristics, okay, characteristics of list. So guys, generally list, when we talk about list, so it's basically ordered. That means it's properly in the order form, like 24, 88. Okay, so it will be in order. Okay, second thing, you can say it's a mutable. That means you can easily change it whenever you want to. And the third thing is always dynamic. Okay, it can change anytime, so it's very flexible to use. Okay, so this is some, sort of a characteristics, you can say, of the list. You do not have to go inside it. Okay, but always remember that list. Okay, right now the list are basically ordered, mutable, and dynamic. Okay, now list has different types. Okay, as we have uh, discussed about it. So when we talk about the list, types of list, okay, so let's say one we have is the normal list. Second, we have, tuple type of data. Then the third, we have sets as well. Okay, but we generally don't use it. And also dictionary. Okay, but believe me, sets are not that much important for us to cover, but these are some types, and that we have also covered over here. Like list are basically, in the brackets. Tuples we generally put in the small brackets, sets in the curly brackets, and dictionary like this. So generally we list, tuple, and dictionary are very important. Okay, sets are, we rarely use it. Okay, instead of sets we prefer to directly use dictionary. So we will going to cover each one of them. Okay, over here. So let's start with the list. Okay, and play with the list. So for that I will just go to main here, and let's create one folder, list, and inside this we will going to learn each and everything about list. Okay, now let's talk about the list. Okay, we have here, so I will just going to open a new file. And let's say here, the very first thing we will going to talk about is the ways. Okay, so what are the different ways we have available for the list? Now lists are basically this category we will going to talk, which is very common, and you will always going to find generally we use it in the Python. Generally, frankly speaking, we use list and dictionary a lot. Okay, so let's first cover about the list, and it is always represented with these square brackets, right? So let's talk about it. So when we talk about the ways, okay, there are different ways. So the very first way we have is with the, square brackets. We use to represent the list. For example, let's say if I type here my list equals to, and here you can put anything you want. For example, it could be, let's say, some text, maybe some numbers like this. Okay, or maybe it can be, let's say, decimal, or it could be, let's say, boolean, like true or false, any type of a data. That is the first thing, and you can always print the list like this and pass the variable. Okay, run the application, you will see it will print that on your terminal. So this is the first way. And generally the second way we have is, let's say, using list constructors. Okay, so this is also something you can do. Okay, so they basically both works the, same way. Okay, there's basically no such different. And also when we just talk about we have one more method using list comprehensions. Okay, so we will going to cover this topic, okay, after some time. Okay, but right now you don't have to worry about it, and it's a little bit technical, so I do not want to cover it right now. Okay, but there are few ways. Let's not go too much inside it. Okay, so in generally speaking we generally don't use it. Okay, but let's now focus on the main things like update. Let's say if you want to ever update your list. So as I have told you that list which we are covering right now can be mutable. That means we can change it. It's very dynamic. That means we can flexibly change the things. We can all and it's properly ordered. Now let's say we have here the list. Okay, let's say I put here, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 like this. Okay, now let's say I want to uh, you know uh, update it. Okay, so let's say in place of this, first I want to put hello. That means in the position of 1 I want to put hello, and rest everything I want to exactly be the same. So I will just going to write like this, list in the brackets. I will say that in the place of 0 position, right now in 0 position we have 1. So in the place of 0 position I want to add, let's say, hello, like this. Okay, and just print the list. Now see what will going to happen. Run the application. You will see what it does is that in the place of 1, okay, it just replace that with the hello. So you can always update your list. So that's the reason I told you it's mutable. You can anytime change it. Okay, you want, right? So this is something you can do. So that is the update. Okay, let's say instead of 1 position, let's say instead of 2. Okay, so 2 is in 0 1 position, because as I have told you, Python always start the indexing from 0 1 2 3, and I highly suggest you guys to watch the part 1 2 3 and even part 4. Okay, so where we have covered more about it. Okay, you can say indexing and all. So please follow that, so you will properly understand it, and I do not want to repeat the things to make the lectures unnecessary lengthy, right? So this is something. So let's say instead of this, let's say 1. Now see, instead of 2 it will place that with the hello. You can see now 1 is at it as it is, because we have said that in the 0 location you don't have to do anything, but in the place of 1 currently 1 has 2, but we have said that instead of 2, replace the 1 position with the hello. So you can see instead of 2 it replace that with the hello, and rest everything are same. So this is something you can do. Okay, also you can change the multiple I can say elements. So suppose, let's say I want to change each and everything from, let's say, 0 to, let's say, 2. Okay, so I just want to replace it, let's say, till 3. Okay, and let's say I want to replace that with, let's say, 10 comma 20 comma 30. Now you can see in the 0 location we have 1, in the first position okay, we have 2, in the third position we have sorry, in the second position we have 3, and in third position we have 4. Okay, so so basically what I want is that I want it to be replaced with 10 20 30, and rest everything will be same. If you run the application, you can see 10 20 30. Okay, just replace that. Now the thing is that it will be the ending point. Okay, for example, let's say here I have said here list 03. Okay, I put like this, list 03. Now here we have here, basically if we just teach you with the format start and stop. So if you have watched the previous topics, okay, so we have discussed that stop is basically excluded. Okay, so even if you put here 3, so it will give you till the 2 position. So that's the reason it has given us till 30. Okay, and after this you can also do concatenate. Okay, so for example, concatenate.py. Okay, so let's say we have here the list. Okay, list, let's say 1. and I will say here 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and similarly we have a list 2 equals to, okay, let's say 6 7 8 and let's say 9 and let's say 10. Now I want to merge them. Okay, so what I will going to do, I can say, let's say result equals to list 1 plus list 2. Now don't think like that the plus list 1 will going to add with the 6, not like that. It will basically going to add inside one list. So if I clear it up and let's say if I run the application, you can see okay, sorry, I have forgotten to print like this. Now if you run the application, you can see 1 2 3 4 5 and then another list got merged like 6 7 8 9 10. So this is something we have here as a concatenate. You can also repeat things in the list. Okay, so let's say for example I have, let's say here list, and let's say I have some details like let's say 9, and also let's say I have, let's say, some text, let's say like k. Okay, and I have the data like true, whatever you want. Now let's say I want to get this list repeat. Okay, so what I can do is that I can write like this print. Okay, okay, and whatever variable that is the list, so I will just going to put this here, and how many times you want to repeat it, so just multiply it by 5. Now if you clear this up, run the application, you can see it has repeated first 356k through. Okay, and it got repeated 5 times. You can see 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and then 5, and it has repeated 5 times and all inside the same list. Awesome, right? This is something if you want to repeat the list. Now we do have also membership.py here. Okay, now you all know like we use membership to know whether a particular thing is available uh, inside that or not. For example, in we use when we want to know that any particular value is available or not. Okay, and not in basically do the opposite of true and false. Let's see that in the action. For example, I create, let's say, numbers, and let's say I put here some dummy numbers. Now let's say I want to check whether any particular number is available in these variable numbers or not. So let's say I can ask the users about some input. Okay, so let's say I create a new variable check, and here I want to ask the input, okay, that enter a number to check. So this is sort of a program, first program, okay, just for your teaching purpose. And let's say you all know that by default it will take that as a string. Okay, if you have watched the previous lessons, okay, previous things, so where we have taught the basics, that always it will by default take that as a string. So let's do one thing, let's convert this into integer at the starting only. Okay, so even the whatever digit user will going to put, Python will treat that as a number, that is the integer. Okay, so let's say if I clear this up, now let's say I want to add some sort of a condition. If let's say check, that means whatever the user will going to put the number. So I just want that if this particular variable, the number which user will put, is available in this particular variable or not, in numbers or not. Okay, so If this condition is true, that means if whatever number user will put and that number is available in the variable, so you just need to say found. Otherwise, else you just need to say uh, not found, like this. Okay, simple. So let's run the application. Now it is saying to enter a number to check. So suppose if I put 4, click on enter, so Python will see that the user has put 4 numbers. So is this 4 number? So the check has become 4, okay, because user had put the input 4. So this 4 number in numbers, that means in this variable it will check the 4 number is available or not. If available, so you can see the result is as it has printed as a found. But let's say this time if we put, let's say, number like, let's say 60, so it will say not found. Now check, we have make the equals to 60, so 60 is not available in this particular list, so the reason it has said not found. Okay, simple and easy. Okay, so this is something we have here. And one more thing which I want to tell you, that see, right now we have set for the in, we have used here in, you can see here we have used in. But if you use not in front of in, so whatever the result you have got here, it will just going to give you the opposite of it. So suppose if I just write here not, okay, that's it. Now whatever you will going to do, okay, it will just going to do the opposite of it. So for example, let's say this time if I write 4 now, you can see not found, but earlier when we use the 4, it said found. So what not will going to do is that it will actually make the opposite result of what you used to get in the in, okay, in. So you can see earlier in the without not, we used to get 4 as a found and 60 as not found. Now we have used 4, so we got not found, and let's say now 60 it has said not found. Now you will see if I run it again, and if this time I put 60, so it will say found. Okay, so it will just going to opposite the result. So that's the concept of the membership. So it basically helps you to check particular element is available in that variable or not. So this is where we use the concept of membership. Now we also have allies as well. Okay, so you can also see the allies. For example, let's say I create list 1, and let's say here I put 1 2 3, and list 2, let's say I can put, or I can make the list 2 equals to, let's say, list 1. So it's very basic thing. If list 1 will be equals to this one, and we have said that list 2 will equals to list 1, so automatically list 2 will also be equals to this particular values. Okay, so let's say even if I let me first clear it up. So even if I, let's say, print here both list 1 comma list 2, so it will just going to give the same result, because if list 1 is equals to this value, so obviously list 2, we have said that it should be equals to list 1, so ultimately list 2 will also become equals to this value. Okay, so this is something we have here, the allies, okay, where you can make the things equals with, you know, each other. Now let's say I want to do some changes. Okay, for example, let's say if I want that in the list 2, okay, let's say in the 0 position we have 1. Okay, so if I say list 2 in 0 position, I want to make it equals to 100. Now see, if I run the application, it will say 100 to 3, 100 to 3, because see, list 2 is equals to list 1, so whatever I will going to make the changes in list 2, okay, so that will also going to implement it in the list 1. So I made the changes, and I told that in the list 2 whatever we have in the 0 location, which is 1, so just replace that with 100. So that has also got effect in the list 2, but as list 2 is also equals to list 1, so automatically it has also changed in the main list 1 as well. So you can see exactly this is what we have got, the same result, very common and basic maths. But sometimes, let's say if I copy this same thing, and let's say if I just go here and let's say copy.py and I paste the same thing here. Now let's say I want that whatever changes I do here in the list 2, I don't want to make any changes or put any impact in the list 1, right? So what I can do here is that I can put like this, list 1 dot copy. Okay, so I have told Python that list 2 will be equals to list 1, but you have to make the list 1 copy. Okay, copy of the list 1. Now what it means to say is that I said to the Python that okay, list 1 we have, this is original. Okay, and I told that list to create the copy of a list 2. Okay, sorry, list 1, create the copy of it. So now I will going to implement or make the changes in the list 1. Okay, list 1 of the copy version, not the original one. So this is what it means. So I generally I have a list 1. Okay, but I added here dot copy, so Python will going to create the copy of this list 1. So let's say even whatever I make the changes in the list 2, let's say 100. Now this time if you will going to run it, you can see, sorry, wait, okay, list 2, let's say 0. Okay, wait, I guess, okay, it should okay, here just put the brackets. Okay, this is important. If you run it again, now see, in the original one is same, that is the list 1 original one, but we have created the list 1 copy. So in the copy version we have make the changes and that is reflected here. But in the previous one, list 2 was directly equals to list 1 and there was no copy we created. So because of that the result was, this one same, but this time as we have created the copy of it, so the result got different, right? So this is something you have the copy as well. Okay, very simple and easy stuff we have. You can also append it. Okay, append means we add the thing. So for example here, let's say I create a variable, let's say 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, now let's say I want to add some value to this list, so I can simply put a, and then if you put dot you will see various methods like copy, we have learned about it, append, count, plenty of things we have. Now let's select append. Now let's say I want to add, let's say 4 in the list. Okay, now print a. Always remember, whenever it will going to append, the value will always be added to the very last of the list. Okay, you can see 1 2 3 4. Okay, so this is what append do. It will going to add the things, okay, at the end of the list. Okay, that is the append. Also we have extend dot py. Okay, now what it will going to do, for example we have here 1 comma 2 comma 3, and in the b value we have, let's say 4 comma 5 comma 6, right? Now let's say I want to make the a dot extend. Okay, and what I want to extend, let's say b. So whatever the value we will going to have in the b, okay, so a will going to extend the value till the b. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so let me print a, sorry, small a. Let's run it. You can see 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so a has extended to the b. Okay, so whatever we have got the value in the a and also in the b, that has been got extended. Now we have another thing is the insert dot py. Now what it will going to do is that it will just going to add insert the value wherever you want to. For example, let's say here we have value 1 2 3. Okay, now let's say in the, let's say 0 location, I want to add or insert something. So how I can do that? So I will write here a dot okay, a dot insert. So when you use this, so you need to open the brackets, and first it will ask you the location, on which location you want to add. So let's say I want to add in the 0 position. Right now in 0 position we have 1. So let's say I will put here 0, and in the place of 0, let's say I want to add, let's say uh, hi Python, like this. Let's print a, like this. Let's run the application. You can see hi Python. Now in the 0 position we have here hi Python, and rest everything is same. Okay, so it will just going to put the things, okay, in that particular location, and rest everything will be same. So that is the insert. Now let's say in the third position I want to put, let's say hi Python. If you run it again, you can see everything will be same. But in the third position, you can see in third position we don't have anything. You can see 0 1 2, and in 3 position we don't have anything. So at the end it has added. Okay, so that is something. Okay, and let's say if you put here to maybe 2 in the last of this list, so you run it. Now you can see 1 2, okay, 1 2 and 0 1 2. Okay, and in the place of 2 right now currently that is 3. So instead of that it will put hi Python, and then it will going to add 3, okay, at the end. So that is the insert. Now we also have the remove dot py. Okay, so for example 1 comma wait 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, a dot remove. Okay, now let's say I want to remove, let's say 3. Okay, if you just put here print a, run it, so you can see from the list it will remove the 3. So that is the remove function. We have the method. Okay, now let's talk about the pop. Pop is something like that, remove only. Okay, so let's say if I put here dummy list. Okay, and let's say create a variable, let's say pop. You can name it whatever you want, and I want to put pop a dot pop. Okay, and I want in the, let's say 0 location, okay, position. Now if you print pop, run the application, so you can see in the 0 location, okay, it will just going to pop it up. Pop means it will just going to show that. Okay, so in 0 location we have 1, so it has shown us the 1. Now if you put here, let's say 1 location, so in 1 location we have 2. Now if you run it, it will show you the 2. So that is the pop. If you want to pop some value, okay, from the list, so this is where you can use it. And we also have a clear dot py. Okay, so here let's put this value, and let's say I put a dot clear. Okay, now here you don't have to put anything, just print it. What it will going to do is that it will going to clear or remove the complete list, and it will make the list empty for you. So that is the clear method we have. Okay, now we also have, the concept of index. Now what is that? So suppose I put here some value, let's say 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6 comma 7 comma, let's say 8. Okay, and now let's say I want to index. Okay, I created a variable a dot, let's say index. Now let's say here in which particular position. Let's say in the third position, I want to index it out and I want to see that what is in the third position. Okay, so just put print index. You can put whatever you want, like position. So here you can put position like that, whatever you want. Now it will tell you that in the third uh, or I can say in the third one we have that value. Okay, so this is something we have over here. Okay, so what it will going to do is that, let's say here you have a 3, so in which particular position. Okay, I have told you position we have here, so it's in 2 positions, so it is start from 0, then 2 is in 1 position and 3 is in 2 positions. So because of that it has shown you the 2 uh, over here. So this is the index. Now let's say I want to know in which location. Let's say we have 1, so just put here 1, run it. So it will say that 1 is in 0 location, like that. So this will index will basically going to tell you about the position of any element. Okay, so this is something we have. Then we have here count.py. Now what it will going to do, suppose we have here plenty of numbers like 1 2 3 5 1. Okay, 1, then again 1 we have, and let's say we have here, let's say python. Okay, then again we have here, let's say 2. Okay, then we have 3, something like this. Now count function will help you to see how many frequently or how many times that particular element we have in the list. Now let's say if I put here, let's say counter, okay, equals to, let's say a dot count. Now whatever value you want to count, let's say I want to know that how many times 1 is available in the list, so I will type here 1 and just print counter like this. Run the application. You will see this saying 3 times. That means 1 is repeated 3 times. So in the list you can count 1 is available here 3 times, 1 2 and 3. And let's say if I say here, let's say how many times python is available in the list, run it. You can see 1 time, because this is in the list only 1 time python is counted. So that is the count one. We also have the sort uh, as well. So let's say we have some value here. Okay, let's say we have 90. Okay, 50. Okay, so any value it will just going to sort it up. Let's say some minus 6, or let's say minus 78, something like this. Now it will just going to sort it the data. So put a dot sort and then print, let's say a like this. You clear this up, run the application, and you can see it will sort the data. Okay, for you. So it will just going to put the things in the same order. Okay, or let's say even if we put here 89 5 45, let's run it. You can see it will properly going to align the data for you. Okay, so that is the something we have here is the sorting of the data. Okay, and also you can reverse the thing. So suppose here, let's say we have, okay, wait, I will just go here, reverse. You can do, for example, I have here one list 1 comma 2 comma 3, and I want to reverse it. So I will just write a dot reverse and just print a, sorry, like this. Run it. you can see okay, should reverse. I don't know why it hasn't reverse. Wait, let me just kill all the terminal. Okay, let me just run it again. mm, okay, it should work. I don't know why it is not showing me up, but it should basically reverse the result, like from 1 to 3 should give us 3 to 1. So sometimes this could happen, so you can just close it up, again open the Visual Studio Code, and I believe this should work now. Okay, that's complicated. That's weird. Okay, let's put the, sorry, I have forgotten to put the bracket. Now if you will run it, so now it will be 3 to 1. Sorry, you just make sure that you put the brackets. Okay, so this is something we have here, and also you can put the values like minimum and maximum. Okay, so it will help you to know that what is the minimum and maximum value from the list. For example, here I put, let's say, uh, 1 comma 2 comma 3. So it will tell you that, let's say if I say here print, okay, and I want to know that here what is the minimum value we have, so from the list A. Okay, and same I want to know that what is the maximum. So it's like let's say you want to know about maximum value, okay, in the A. So you just put this particular statement inside your print. Okay, same thing like this. So let's see what is the minimum and maximum value. So you can see it's saying that the minimum value we have in the list is 1, and the maximum value we have here is the 3. So this is also something cool. Okay, we have over here, and also we have here common.py. Okay, so for this we use interactions, okay, intersection. So for example, let's say here I put 1, 2 and 3, and in the B I put, let's say, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now let's say I want to uh, put the interaction. Okay, so suppose I put uh, variable, I create one, let's say, variable set. Okay, and here I put A. Now I create s2. Okay, and let's say equals to, let's say, set B, like this. Now I want this s3 equals to, okay, s1 dot intersection of s2. Now if you print this s3, now you will see the common. What is common here? We have 3. Okay, so it's in curly brackets. Okay, it has shown in the set. So in case if you want it to be in list, so just add one more bracket and put here list, and close the bracket with the list. Run the application, and you can say saying 3 is common in both of them. Okay, so this is something we have. Okay, by the way, even if you put here, let's say, instead of this whole thing, okay, let's say if you put here A, and if you put here B, and let's say S3, so it will show you that error. So this is the reason we have put that one. Okay, you need to say that S1 is the set of A. So first you need to define that set. This is particular set. Okay, and so on. Then only it will going to work, by the way. Okay, and then we have let's say the nested one as well. So nested will basically going to include multiple lists inside one list. For example, I put, let's say, a value equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3, and b equals to, let's say, 4 comma 5 comma 6. Now let's say I want to add the a1 as well, so I will put here a, so a, and let's say inside it I want to add one more list, so I can put, let's say, 6 7 comma 8 comma 9, and let's say I want to print b. Okay, now see what will going to happen. So I have put 1 2 3 in the a value, and here is the a value, okay, inside this same list, and inside this same list I have put one more list. Now if you print it up, you will see it will print like this 4 5 6, and then it will print the a value. So inside a we have 1 2 3, and then another list it will going to print inside it, that is the 7 8 and 9. Okay, so this is something very cool. And the last thing we have here is the if you remember, we have thought about the various ways we have. Okay, wait, if you go to the main file, okay, not in the main file, okay, at the, okay, here ways. So now we have the list comparison. Now we have this concept as well, so let's talk about it. So this is last one. So basically it's too technical, not that much technical, but of course it's technical. So it has some syntax. So in the list you need to put expression, okay, for item in irritable. Okay, you can set like range or maybe list if condition. So your expression, what could be the expression? Expression could be like, let's say, if you want to, let's say, multiply any x value by 2, this could be the expression, divide it or anything, so that is the expression. Okay, item is nothing but sort of a variable which you guys can create. And then we have this, by the way, sometimes we say it, let's say, iterable. Now what is this? Okay, so iterable are basically some sort of a range. Okay, and conditions are totally optional. If you want to put some conditions, you can put that. So let's say I want to teach, let's say I want to create a variable squares. Okay, now let's say I will put this in the brackets. Now I will first going to add the expression. Now let's say expression could be, let's say there is, let's say, some value in okay, let's say I, okay, or let's say x. Okay, it's some let's say assume value. You need to, let's say, multiply it by 2. Okay, or let's say when you can say just to go to the power of it. Okay, then after that syntax is for, so I will write for item. Now let's say what is the item, so let's say item is x. Okay, it could be any item. Okay, so right now in this particular syntax, this x is your variable, sorry, small x. If you put here I, so your I will be item. So whatever you want. So for example, in this example we have taken x. Okay, so in the item we have taken x in uh, irritable means range. So for example, in the range, let's say 1 to, let's say, 11. Okay, so I'm saying that this x value, see, 1 to 11 means range we have set here, let's say 1 to 11. Now what will going to happen? Python will put like this 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. Okay, and of course you know that 11 is excluded, so -1 is 10. Okay, so the concept of range we have already taught you over here in the loop range here. Okay, so we have the range, so we are saying that the x value will go to each range. That means first x will become equals to 1. Okay, then the x will become equals to 2, then x will become equals to 3, and similarly x will become equals to 10. Okay, after it, x will basically go to this range where x will become equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Okay, till 10. And then what will going to happen, x will going to follow this expression. So x value is, let's say first this time 1, then it will become power to power 2 of the 2, so 1 to the power 2, then you will going to get that value. Then again that will going to happen over here again. Now this time x will become 2, so instead of 1 it will become 2, so 2 to the power 2, and so on. Now if you print, let's say, squares, run it, you can see it will give you the power 1 to the power, okay, 2 is 1. Then here we have 2 to the power 2, it's 4. 2 multiplied by 2 is 4. Okay, and the same concept will apply here. Let's say this time x will become 3, so it will 3 to the power 2. That means 3 multiplied by 3, 3 3s are 9, so we have got 9, and so on. So this is the list comprehension. Okay, and this is also a way you can utilize the list. Okay, very simple, and nothing complicated over here. And this condition is optional. Okay, so let's say if you want to add the condition, so what you can do, let's say we have done till this now. Okay, and if condition is very optional, if you want to filter out some data and all, so let's say if, for example, let's say if I want to add condition, so I will write here if, because if helps you to start the condition. And let's say I want x, the modulus of 2 equals to 0, so I only want the even number. Okay, so whatever the range is, so I only want the expression of even number like 2, 4, 6. Now if you run it, so it will only going to give you for the even number like 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So this is where you can also add conditions, whatever condition you want. Okay, so this is, my dear friends, all about the list. Okay, we have covered each and everything in very detail. Okay, so guys, make sure that whatever we have taught you in the list, like align, append, clear, common, so all of the things has been included in the notes. Okay, so you can just visit here to the notes, scroll down, and you will going to notice that part 5 is added. If you tap on it, you will see here one video will also be added, okay, very soon. Okay, so by when you will come to the article, so by that time the new video will be added here. But whatever we have taught, if you just click on the top arrow button, and if you scroll down here, okay, so you will see the list, tuples and dictionaries. Okay, if you click on the list, you can see whatever we have taught you, everything has been covered over here. Like list features is order, mutable, dynamic, and so on. Okay, and heterogeneous means it can store any type of a data, so this is also something we have here. Then how to create a list, so we have that basic list operations which you guys can do, alias versus copy. Okay, useful list function, that is the length, minimum, maximum. Okay, so everything has been sort of covered here, like searching, counting, sorting, reversing, slicing, and many more. Okay, so make sure that you follow the article. Okay, now guys, we will going to cover about tuples. Okay, so let me just create a new folder. Now when we talk about guys tuple, okay, so tuple is another sort of list, okay, which we show in the small brackets, okay. Now when we talk about, let's say, tuples, okay, so it's a immutable, that means you cannot change it. That means it's sort of a, it's like a strict parents. And the thing is that uh, it is very strict, okay. That means you cannot perform a lot of functions and methods on tuples. Now let's teach you, okay. So the basic things, like you have learned plenty of things in the list, okay. So in tuples the things get very limited, and there's not too much, okay. So what are the basic things which we can do with tuple, okay. Like you can do some basic things, maybe. Let's say like you can create uh, I can say like wait okay, so you can do like length function, okay. You can do maybe minimum and maximum things, okay. And you can do count, okay. Some basic things you guys can perform in the tuples, okay. Not too much of the thing, okay. So this is what tuple is all about, okay. So for example, let's say if you create a file over here with in the tuple, okay. So let's say you have one variable 1 comma 2 comma 3, and let's say you want to know the or make want to make some modification here. So as I have told you that it's immutable. Now what does this mean? You cannot change anything. For example, let's say if I want that in the place of 0, okay, where right now 1 is, so I just want to replace that with 100. So just print a, run it, and you will see you will going to get the error. So basically tuple, you can see here, tuple does not support this type of activity. That means you cannot do any type of a modification over here, okay. But of course you can extract some of the data. So for example, let's say here, let me just increase it, okay, like this. And let's say instead of this I want to uh, get some of the data, like let's say I want from 0 location, I want to get the top 3 result step by step, okay. So you all know, right? Now 0 means start, 3 means stop, and 1 is the distance, okay, the step. I will go with that, and you can see it will extract the result for us. So these are the basic things you guys can do in the tuple. So as I have mentioned, you can just perform some basic things like length, minimum, max, count, index, sorting, such things. But it doesn't, the tuple doesn't have the flexibility like you have in the list. So this is the something you need to note, okay. Now guys, when we talk about the tuples which we have discussed, okay, so here in the tuple there is not too much, but still we have added in the blog article about the tuple. If you go to the top, you will see tuple is included here, not that too much, but still we have here, okay, about the tuple, okay. And by the way, if you see here, plenty of things has been covered, okay, over here. And after the tuples, we will going to see, we will now start with the dictionary. So whatever we will going to cover in the dictionary, okay, right now we will start with the dictionary, okay. So everything has been taught in the or everything has been noted in the notes here, okay. So which you guys can prefer, okay. So this is something we have here. So make sure after completing or watching the dictionary, so here you will see all the notes related to that, okay, which we will going to cover. So you will going to read the notes and you will going to understand, okay, so whatever concepts we will going to teach you. So on that basis we have the dictionary here, so you can watch it. So let's now start with the dictionary. But before that, one more thing, if you just go to our website, let's say Kuku courses, okay, go to our website kukucourses.com, and just make sure that in the library whatever you have learned till now, let's say, or we will also going to cover dictionary, okay, like here we have list, tuples, and of course we will going to cover dictionary. So related to that, all the things has been included in this library, okay. So if you click on the library, you can see in the developer kit we have all the things like 100 plus vs shortcuts, okay, python 200 plus python projects. So these are mini projects, and if you will complete all these things, okay, so now you will be able to do or uh, uh, do these projects, and you will become more expertise in python and all. And not only python, we have plenty of things from games in python, okay, programming courses, and plenty of other things we have included in the this particular library, okay, we have. And also you can see video editing resource, okay, where we will provide you animations, transitions, and plenty of other things, okay. 50 plus GB of the video editing assets you will going to get, and plenty of other things we have, okay. So make sure that you check all of them. It's only $4.23 one-time payment, and you will going to get each and every of the thing, okay, in the library, okay. And you will also going to get free access to new libraries which we will going to add in future, okay, without any charges, just with one-time payment, okay. So make sure that you explore that. And now let's start with the dictionary. Now guys, we will going to talk about the dictionary. Now guys, dictionaries are always in the curly brackets, and it's whatever methods and whatever things you have done in the list, all the things you guys can do with the dictionary. So let's discuss about the dictionary in very detail. So the very first thing, let's say I will just go ahead with, let's say, main.py here, and let me just first teach you guys the concept of it, okay. So guys, when first thing, always note that dictionaries will always be denoted with the curly brackets, okay. Okay, always remember in the curly brackets. Now whenever you go with the dictionary, so it will going to have two things, okay. One is the key, which is in the left side, and another one will be the value. For example, key, and another one will be the value, okay. And inside any dictionary you can add as many as key and value, okay. So what is the key? So guys, key is like a main matrix, and value is basically the main numerical, or it can be any value, whether it can be in the form of a text, number, decimals, okay. So it will be always related to the matrix. For example, let's say when we talk about, let's say, the dictionary, okay. So always remember it has the same characteristics when we talk about the dictionaries, like it will going to have it is mutable, okay. It also is dynamic, right. So and of course, like list, it is also ordered, okay. So these are the things you need to know. So suppose I create one dictionary, okay, let's say my dictionary. Now as I have told you that it will also be like, you have to create one variable and name that variable as I put my dictionary. And I told you that it will be always on the basis of key and value, okay. So just copy it, paste it here, okay. So first key, let's say our key can be, let's say, maybe like my name, and you all know that it's a text, so I will put it here. And what is the name of it? So what's the value? So let's say value is Kunal, like this. So this is how the dictionary works. So dictionary will always going to have a key, okay, and the value related to that. And if you want to add more, just put comma, again add one key and value. Now let's say another key we can say, maybe let's say age, and let's say I put my age 24, okay. And if you want to add more, you can put that, of course. Let's say I want to put marks, comma, marks is another key, and value for this is, let's say 88, even 0.88, okay, like this. So this is how basically the dictionary works. Like you normally do, put one variable, inside that you can put the dictionary in the curly brackets, and it will going to have the key and value. And it's not like that the key will always be the text, it can be something different. For example, let's say I can put let's say 80. Now 89, let's say what is this, it's my mark, so I can put it like this. So key can also be a number, anything decimal or anything, okay. So it's very simple and easy to use dictionary, okay. So this is how, my dear friends, dictionary works, okay, nothing complicated. Now let's say if I just copy this one, and let's say if I go here, create dot py, and let me paste it. And if you want to print, let's say my dictionary, just print it, my dictionary, like this. Run the application, you can see it will going to print each and everything. That name is Kunal, age is 24, marks he has got is 88.88, and 89 is the marks of Kunal, like that, okay, something like this, okay. So very simple, nothing complicated over here. And now it's not always like that you can always put, okay. Let's say for example I have this, wait, let me remove this. Let's say I have this marks, okay. So it's not like that I can only put one value, or let's say you can put anything. For example, let's say you can even put in the tuples, okay. You can also put it in the form of, let's say, list. So in the value you can also put the list as well, okay. For example, my marks are, let's say 70, 69, let's say 93, and let's say 85. So in the value you can also put the marks, okay, and you can put it inside dictionary, sets, whatever you want to. So this is how amazing it is. And if you run the application, you can see it will going to print that for you. Awesome. So this is how it works, okay. So hope you guys have somehow understood it. Now let's see how you can add anything to your list. So suppose you have let's say fruits, okay. Let's create the dictionary of fruits, and put equals to, and put curly brackets. You can click it on the, you can click enter button, so it will be in the middle. And let's say I want to write fruits, and the fruits will be, let's say I want it to be, let's say inside the list. So for example, let's say banana, okay. I can have, let's say I can have maybe apple, let's say, then comma, it could also be cherry, whatever you want, okay. Now after this I will put comma. So now I want to add one more key, let's say it's category, and colon, and the value for this category is basically it's related to fruits. Now if you just go ahead and print, let's say fruits, run the application, you can see it will going to print for you. The fruits are banana, apple and cherry, and the category is fruits. Okay, very simple. Now let's say I want to add something over here. So how I can add that? So for example, let's say I can first of all call this whatever variable you have set. So for example, fruits. Then you just need to add, let's say I want to add price, and the price I want to make it, let's say, equals to 100. Now I will again going to print, let's say, fruits. Now clear it up. Let's run it, and boom, you can see that earlier we have this old one till category. Now one more is automatically added, that is the price. Very cool. Now guys, see, if there is some twist, if you copy this, and let's say if you want to ever update the dictionary. Now guys, for update, the same pattern will be like we have done for the ad. Now you need to understand it very carefully. Now you can see, let's say um, if you have, let's say, category here, so I will just going to copy the category here and paste the category here, and let's say I want to put it, let's say, vegetable. Run the application. You can see now earlier it was fruits, now it updated to vegetable. Now what basically happened? See, always remember that if any value, let's say we have put here price, so this price is not available in this dictionary, so it will going to add that. Okay, it will going to add that. So that is the reason it has add that particular element here, because this price key is not existing in this particular dictionary. But in this case, what was happening is that this category is already existing. So we have set the key here. I just copy that same key here, which was already existing in the key, and that key I make it equals to, let's say, vegetable. So that's the reason it updated now. So always remember that whenever, if any key will already exist there, and if you set that same key here and if you make it equal to something, so it will going to update. But if any key which you will going to put here which is not existing in the dictionary, so it will going to add that item. Okay, so here what happened when we set price, so this price is not available here or not existing here, so that's the reason it has added the price key and it has also added the value of it. But in update, what happened is that the category is already existing, so it will going to override it. Okay, so from the fruits we have set it to vegetables, and you can see it got just updated to vegetable. So this is what you need to know about it. Okay, so hope you guys have somehow understand the concept of it. Now let's just go ahead to another concept. Now let's say this time I will put delete.py. Now here, let's say I want to delete something. So now what's happening is that if you put it here, fruits, and if you run it, so I can see all these things. Okay, now let's say I want to delete something. So for example, let's say wait, let me just copy the add one. Okay, wait, let me just, okay, let's add, wait, so here let me just add one more thing. Let's say comma, price, colon, let's say 100. So now let's say I want to delete something. So let's say I will put here like this, delete. Okay, then I will call the variable where the dictionary is stored. So this time it's fruits. Then what you want to remove, you have to set it. So for example, if I want to go ahead with the price, so I want the price to get deleted. So once you put that, you can select what you want to delete, category you want to delete, you want to delete the fruits key, or you want to delete the price key. So let's say I select the price key, and now let's print it again. let's clear it up. Let's run the application, and you can see in our original we have price, but it has deleted the price. So that is what you guys can do over here. Okay, very cool and great. Okay, now let's see how you can get any information. So I have this list here. Okay, now let's say I want to get something. So for getting anything, you can just put here the dictionary name and dot get. Okay, this is how it will work. Now let's say I will let's say I want to get the uh, price. Okay, or let's say category I want to get. So I will just going to let's say add one let's say variable. Let's say get category. Okay, something like this equals to, I will call that variable fruits dot. Okay, fruits dot, let's say what I want is to, I want to get. Now what you want to get, I want to get the category, like this, and just print, let's say get category. Now if you run it, you can see it will going to say that category value is fruit, so it has extracted that information for you. So get will help you to extract the information you want. You can keep this whatever you want. For example, let's say category, or let's say extract, whatever you want, you can put that name here. We're going to work the same way. Okay, so that is about it. Now another thing which I want to tell you is that now if I put here, let's say category 2, now I know that category 2 doesn't exist here, so you will going to notice it will say none. You can see it will say none. So whenever, let's say if you put any key which is not available at the top, and like here we have put category 2 as a key which is not exist in the fruits dictionary, so the reason it given as the none. Okay, so this is what you guys can do. Okay, and the best thing is that you can also customize the error. For example, if I want to instead of none, I want to show, let's say not found, so I can just write like this, not found. So it will even customize my error. You can see not found. Now if I put here, let's say only to category, so category is found, so that's the reason it's shown fruits. But let's say if anything doesn't found, for example if I put 4 or anything like that, and if we don't found it, so it will say not found. So you can even customize the message. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's create a new variable. Let's say keys. Now let's say you want to get the key. So for example, let's say I create a profile, curly brackets, click on enter, and let's say I put here name, and the name is, let's say Kunal, comma, let's say I put here maybe age, colon, my age is 24. Okay, then comma, and then you can also put your salary, colon, let's say you can put your salary as well. Okay, so whatever you want to, you can do that. Okay, so I created a simple dictionary. Now let's say I want to get all the key, that means key is name, age and salary. Now let's say I want to get it. So for that you can just, let's say, write whatever variable you want to. You can put it whatever you want, for example k, whatever you want, then profile dot. Okay, right here keys, like this, print key. Now if you run it, it will pass, or it will give you all the key that are available in the dictionary. For example name, age and salary. You can see that name, age, and salary. So that's how you can extract the key. Now you can see it's given you in the form of uh, tuples. Okay, so let's say you want it to get in the list, so you can just convert, put one bracket and say like list, put one more bracket, and now it will going to give you the response in the list like name, age, and salary. So this is what you can even do. Okay, very simple. And the same procedure we have it for the value. Now let's say you want to get the value, so very simple. For example, I put here name, let's say, and instead of this keys I can put here values. Okay, and put v here. Now instead of keys it will going to give you the values like Kunal 24 and the amount. You can see Kunal 24 and amount. Okay, very simple. Now let's say you want to get all the items, okay, from the key to value. Okay, so for that we have another method which is known as, let's say if I put here a, okay, for, or let's create a variable all. Okay, so profile dot, let's say whatever you want. So for example, if I just write here items, that's it, and here let's say put here all, like this, run it, and it will going to give you all the key and the value. Name is Kunal, age 24, salary this much. Okay, very simple and great. Now let's also discuss about, let's say, pop. So if I just go here, pop.py, so you all know what pop do. It will just going to pop up that particular value and it will going to remove that from the list. For example, let's say I have this dictionary, and let's say if I write here pop, okay, equals to profile dot pop. Now what do you want to pop? So let's say I want to pop maybe age. Okay, then I will just going to print the pop, run the application. You will going to see it will pop up the age value, that is 24, and it will also going to remove it. So even if you print the profile again, you will see the difference. You can see 24 it has removed, okay, and the age is now gone from the dictionary. So that is what pop will going to do for you. Okay, and of course, like here, let's say if you put here age, maybe let's say 2, you will see it will say error or something like that. Okay, so that is the something you guys can even do. Or instead of this you can say like, let's say not found. So same thing you can do it over here. Okay, so you can say not found, like that. So instead of showing this complex error, you can even customize the error. Now if the value is in the existing dictionary, so it will directly going to work the program like 24 is the age, and it will remove it from the dictionary. But if anything is not available, like let's say age 46 is not available in the dictionary, so it will pass our custom error message. Okay, so this is something very great. Okay, and now let's say I want to, let's say, remove all of them. So suppose I just go here and let's say I put pop items.py. I will paste it over here, okay, like this. And let's say if I just go here, pop underscore I, okay, and profile dot, I will say just remove all of this and write here pop item. Okay, and here just print pop underscore I. Okay, print profile like this, run the application, and boom, you can see what it has done is that it will just going to show you all of that value over here. Okay, so this is what it will going to do. Okay, and let's say we also have a clear. So suppose if I copy, and let me just go with the clear.py. Now if you want to clear something, okay, so for example, let's say if you run it, print profile, so everything will be printed as usual, that is the common. But let's say I want to clear something, so I will just going to write cleared as a variable I will create, and I will just going to put profile dot clear like this. Now if you copy and paste it here again, run it, now you will see everything is clear. So earlier we have everything everything in the list, but after performing this particular action of clear, now our list is become empty. So this is something you have over here as well. Okay, and also you might have heard about the list comparisons. Okay, where we have given you one formula, so same sort of things we have here. Compression, okay, compression dot py. So like you have done earlier, squares. Okay, and let's put it in the key. So for example, x will be the key, and for the value I want to use that same concept. Okay, so if you notice that same thing, okay, remember the expression. So first you create some expression. Let's say I want x multiply by x. Okay, for let's say x in range, let's say between 1 to 5, like this. Now print squares, run the application. You can see it will going to say that 1 into 1, 2 into 2 4, 3 into 3 9, 4 into 4 16. So basically this is the key. Okay, so for example, let's say first range is from 1 to 4. Okay, so you all know that the range belongs to 1 to 4. So this time x will become 1. Okay, so that's the reason you can see in the key it has allotted the x value as a 1. Okay, and then we have set that 1 multiplied by 1. This is the expression we have set 1 x. First the x value will be 1. Okay, so always remember that first x value will be 1, then 2, then 3, and then x value will be 4. Okay, then we said that whatever the x value, just multiply it by itself. So 1 into 1, then 2 into 2, then 3 into 3, and then 4 into 4. Okay, like this. So 16. So that is exactly what we have got. So this is the something you have over here. And also we have the nested. So as you can create multiple dictionaries inside each other. Okay, so for example, let's say if we have, let's say so I created this list. Okay, and let's say I create a key Python, and let's say inside Python let's say I create additional dictionary. So I will again going to create dictionary, and let's say name is Python. Okay, comma, use case of the Python. Let's say I can put that inside the list. Let's say use in, let's say AI, comma, let's say automation, comma, let's say data science, etc, etc. So this is what I have done. Then what I can do is that I can just do the same thing. For example, is I can copy this part, go here, click on next, comma, paste it here, and instead of Python, let's say now we have Java, name is Java, use case, let's say it's for the app and let's say in the development, like that. Okay, so this is how, my dear friends, it works. So you can see you have created the dictionary inside dictionary. Run it, and boom. So here you can see we have one key, and inside this we created one more dictionary. So this is the main dictionary. You can see open and close. So this is the main dictionary, and inside dictionary you can see we have created one more dictionary, this one, and then we have put comma, and then we created another key, and we have another dictionary. So that's how, nested things work. And you can also perform the loop, okay, as well. For example, let's say loop dot py. Okay, so let's say I have here this profile. Let me just copy paste it here. So for example, I can say for keys in profile, print keys. Okay, now if you see here, let's run it. So you can see it will print name, age, and salary, the keys. Okay, you can name it whatever you want, even if you put k, so that will going to do the same thing, okay, for you. Okay, like that. But let's say if you want to get the value, so just write here dot values. Okay, now it will going to give you the values. Okay, sorry, here just put the brackets, like that. Run it, and you can see now it has given us the value Kunal 24 and salary. Okay, like that. And let's say if you want to get, let's say, all items, just write like this, and it will going to give you all from name, from key to value, both of them. So that's how the dictionary works. Okay, it's very flexible, like we have here in the list, same we have in the dictionary. So till now we have covered whatever will be sufficient for you for the list, dictionaries, and all of them. Okay, and this is all I wanted to cover about the list in very detail. So now guys, let's see about what is functions. Okay, so I created a folder, okay, named functions, and here I have main.py file. Now guys, let's first understand why we do functions. Okay, what is the use of function? So for example, as I create a variable, and inside that I define a value 10. Similarly for b, let's say 20. And let's say if I just go ahead here and I say a plus b. Okay, now if you run it, you will see you will going to get the result 10 plus 20, 30. But let's say I want to use this same function again. Okay, that is, so I will again need to write this. Okay, and let's say this time I put here maybe 30. So what is happening now is that for running this particular function a plus b, I am repeating the same code again and again, and because of that the code is becoming very big. So the very first benefit of the functions are you can create a function and you can use it again and again. So this is the first benefit. If you just go here to, let's say, learn to code here, and what is function? So a function is a block of a code that performs a specific task. You write it once and use it as many as times. So what we do is that instead of writing this code again and again, we write one function and we call that function again and again. I will show you that. So what you have understood for now is that the functions is reusable. That means no need to repeat the same code again and again. Okay, so this is the very important benefit of it. So suppose if I just go ahead and let's say if I create here create.py over here. Now let's say I write one function. So to write any function, okay, we have also told you that you need to use this def, that is defined. You need you basically, it's some sort of a rule. You need to write this to define a function. Okay, so suppose I define a function here like def, and I will say like greet. You can write it whatever you want, and after this put colon like this, and just write here print, let's say hi. Okay, now see, I have written this function only one time. Now I can call this function anytime I want. Now if you run it, so you will see nothing will going to work. So how you can call it? It's very simple. So whatever the function name is, just call it greet, call it like this, and now you will see it will run. You can see hi. So you can see as many as time, like I just copy the function, use it as many as time, hi, like this, run it. You can see hi repeated 4 times. So earlier what was happening is that we need to write the whole particular code again and again, but this time we have only written it one time, okay, over here, and you just need to call the function by its name as many as time, and it will going to call that particular function. So you basically don't need to write this function like this, let's say again and again like this. You are writing it, let's say one more time again and again, so you don't have to do that. So what you have understood for now is that when we create any function, we use this define, and then we write whatever the name of the function, okay, and what that code has to do. So it has a, you know, very simple thumb rule, that you will going to use a define function like this, and then write whatever the name of that particular function, and inside this you can put, you know, parameter. Now what is parameter, we will going to talk about it. Then whatever you want to do, let's say code execute. So this is very simple syntax of function. So same we have done here. What we done, we have put define, then we put the name here, you can see. And if you want to put the parameter, you can, but right now there is no parameter. I'm keeping it empty. And even do not get, you know, confused what is parameter. We will going to talk about that. And after this, you can see we put colon. So here you can see we put the colon, okay, and then whatever code you want to execute. So I executed print hi. Now whenever you want to call it, so whenever you want to call any function, just type the name of that function. For example, let's say name, like that, and it will going to work. Okay, so this is something how, you know, you create the functions. Very simple, you know, nothing to go and you know, worry about it. Okay, so it's a, you know, very simplest concept. Now let's say I create, let's say another example. Okay, let's put it okay, wait. Now let's say this time I create, let's say another function. Let's say I say like define, let's say I can say like this car start, then bracket same, and then let's say I will, let's say print car started, like this. Now same thing I did again, I put define like that. Here you can see define, and then I set the name of that function. So the name of the function I set car start. Okay, so you all know that we cannot put the space in Python, we need to use underscore. So car underscore start, and after this we put here currently there is no parameter, so we keep that as empty. Do not worry what parameter is. And then after that we put the colon, okay, over here. And then after here you just need to write what you want to do. So I said that whenever anyone call this function, I want to print this particular thing, that is car is started. So let's say if I go here and if I write here car start like this, okay, so run it, you can see car is started like this. So you just need to call that function and the function will start to work. That is how it is. Okay, so it's totally up to you how many times you want to write it. So suppose I write here, I have written 4 times, you can see it's now printed 4 times car is started like that. So this is something very easy, nothing to go worry about it that functions are very complicated and all. We will try to cover each of the thing step by step so you don't get confused in any case. Now let's go here to our particular meaning function. So the very key feature is reusability, which is something very important. You can see we have written the function only one time, okay, and that is what the meaning is. So we just write the function once and we can use it as many as times. So you can see this function I have written one time and I'm calling this function as many as time. Here you can see. So this is what the main core concept of function is all about. Now if we just talk about the key features, first is the reusability, so no need to repeat the same code again and again. Then modularity, that means break big programs into manageable parts, and this is what we do. So in when we use or write the function, so we create this small functions and we call it whenever we want to. And the third one is the scoping, control which variables are visible inside and outside. So we will going to cover this thing is something go and talk more about the uh, local variable and global variable. We will going to talk about that, but this is something of the scoping. But when we talk about the advantages, it makes the code clean and organized, easy to debug and maintain, and reuse without retyping. Now here first thing is that you can see function looks very simple, very clean, and you can call this as many as time. Okay, now easy to debug and maintain. So if you face any problem, just rectify the error, and let's say you want to maintain it, so you can maintain it. Now let's say instead of let's say now let's say you want to easily maintain it. So what does this mean? So suppose in the function, let's say I want to change something. So instead of this, I say cars are started like that. So you just need to make the changes in the main function, and rest it will wherever you have called the function, it will automatically going to get itself dynamic with the changes we have made. Okay, so you can see cars are started. So sometimes what happen if you use let's say this old function, or maybe you use the same function again and again, okay, without function. Let's say if you use this type of a function, so let's say anywhere you want, and in case in future if you want to make changes, so you have to open every file and you have to make the changes everywhere. But when we use the function, so what happen is that in the main function, whatever changes you want to do, you can. Okay, so wherever you have called that function, it will automatically going to get updated. So in this way you can say that the functions are easily maintainable. Okay, that means you can easily maintain it without any problem. Then we have reuse without retyping. Okay, so you can see you can use it as many as time without any problem, but of course it has some minor disadvantages, like it requires extra thinking to structure logic, which I believe if you practice it, everything will become sorted up for you. Too many functions can make the simple script hard to trace. So I believe that if you properly structure it, so it's not also a problem. Okay, you can easily manage the functions. Okay, but sometimes what happens is that we write let's say hundreds of functions. So sometimes it becomes like let's say you cannot remember the function name, okay, and what that function do. So for the memorized person, this could be some problem. Okay, but these are some minor things, but in real case we generally don't face that issue. So this is about the what the function is all about. Okay, now guys, we will going to talk about the concept of parameters and arguments. So guys, it's very simplest concept. So for example, let's say I go here name, and let's say I put here, let's say name, maybe let's say Kunal. Okay, and let's say I want to print dynamic value. So you all know that how you put it. So let's say I write like this, hi. Okay, then I can call this particular name, hi Kunal, how are you, question mark. Okay, so to make it dynamic, what you do is, let's say you add f. So we have already taught you all this, the concept. So if you even run this thing, so you can see hi Kunal, how are you, and let's say instead of Kunal, let's say I put maybe let's say Maya. Now it will just going to become dynamic, like hi Maya, how are you. So guys, here what's happening is that this is the name, which is something, you know, dynamic. So we generally say it as a parameter. Parameters are those values which you basically where the user put what should be the value, okay, inside that parameter. So parameters are variable name used in the function definition. Okay, so name, let's say similarly, let's say I create another let's say variable. Okay, let's say 50. Now let's say I want to use this particular variable as a parameter. So what I can do, I can say how are you, your age is, then what you can do, you can use the curly brackets and write here age like this. Now if you run it, you can see hi Maya, how are you, your age is 50, something like this. So this particular parameter are also a sort of a variable, but you use it for some type of a function definition. So here you can see I use it as a function definition where I'm just making it, you know, I'm using that particular variable as a parameter. Okay, so whatever user put here, so that value get inserted over here. Okay, and this value means argument. Okay, so whatever uh, argument, or I can say value you pass for that particular parameter, so that is known as argument. So this Maya will also be considered as a argument, because this particular argument, okay, we have passed for the parameter name. Similarly, the 50 will be considered as a argument which we have defined for the parameter age here. So if you change, let's say both of them, John age is, let's say 25, 24, run it. So you can say hi John, how are you, your age is 24. So always remember, arguments are the value which we allot to that particular parameter, but parameters are those particular, you know, variable which we use to you know, call the functions. Okay, so let's see this in the, you know, point of view of, I can say, functions. Now let's say we remember this one we have created. Okay, which is the defined one. Okay, so let's say here I can uh, use this over here. Let's say let's just first go with that old one. For example, let's say define, let's say greet, remember this particular one we which we used, and we say print, let's say hi. Okay, now how you can make it dynamic? So like we have done over here with mm, okay, so wait, let me just put it in the quotes. Sorry, wait. Okay, okay, so here let's say I have this particular one. Okay, remember the same thing. So here you remember we created a parameter. So same what you can do here is that, let's say you want to call this particular function. So what you will going to do, you will call like this greet, pass it here, and you will going to see the function will work like this. Hi. Now let's say I want to make it dynamic. So like here we have done or created the parameter, okay, which we have put inside the print. Okay, so let's say I create this variable. So what I can do here is that inside this bracket, so you all know in the syntax we told you that inside the brackets you can see we put the parameter. Okay, so let's say here this name was a parameter, remember, sorry. So I can put this name, let's say over here like this, and let's say hi, I can say like this, hi. Then in the curly brackets I can pass this parameter. And you all know to make it dynamic we use F, remember, F to make it dynamic. Okay, so I will put like this, F. Now if you pass the grid directly like this, so you will see it will say the missing one argument. That means argument is missing because this is a parameter. So as I have told you, for every parameter you need some argument, a value which you will going to assign for that parameter. So for this name parameter we have not passed any of the argument. So argument you can pass here, let's say whenever you call any function. So let's say Kunal I write. Now if you run it again, you can see hi Kunal like this. Awesome. Instead of this, let's say you call Maya, you can see hi Maya like this. So this is how you use the parameters and arguments. Okay, now let's say we have this particular case. Okay, let's say define car. So let's say here, let's say I want to put one parameter inside it, okay, which I want to pass. So for example, let's say car start. Okay, so I can say car name. Okay, so user will going to put the car name, and this particular parameter I can also pass it here. Let's say car underscore name, the same parameter I use it here. And to make it dynamic you add F here like this. Now we have this car name as a parameter. Now whenever you want to run this particular function, if you run it again, it will say now parameter, sorry, the argument is missing. Now you can say like this. Okay, and let me also customize it like this. Now let's say car name, let's say I say maybe let's say BMW X3, let's say. So I pass the argument to the parameter car name. Now you will see, run it, you can see in the place of car name it has replaced with the BMW X3, you can see. So BMW X3 car is started, rest everything will be same, but this will going to change. Okay, so this is something. And instead of this, let's say I write here, let's say Audi, let's say A2. Okay, now I pass the argument to the parameter car name. So car name is now, let's say Audi A2, which is argument. Run it, you can see Audi A2, which is argument, is passed here, and this car is started. Audi A2 car is started. So this is how, my dear friends, you know, the concept of, I can say, parameters and argument work in the function. It's very easy, nothing complicated. And the best part is that you can use this particular function as many as times. So for example, this time I use for Audi A2, I can again copy this particular function. I can put here, instead of car name, I can say here, let's say BMW X5. Okay, now let's say I again use it. Let's say instead of car name, let's say this time I can put it, let's say Mercedes Benz A class, like that. So you can see I created this function template once, but I'm using the same function again and again for various cars. Now if you just run a call the application, you can see first one is showing Audi A2 car started, BMW X5 car started, Mercedes Benz A class car started. So now you guys are basically be able to understand the reason why we told here in the function, that the function basically helps you to create a block of a code that perform a specific task. So we created a block of code here which is known as function, and this function you write it only once and you can use it as many as times. So you can see this function we have written only one time, but you can see we have used it, let's say 3 times. You can use it as many as times you want. So that is the main core concept of the function. But for now you guys have understood what is the concept behind the parameters and arguments. So parameter basically means such type of a value which where you want to insert arguments. Okay, now let's talk about the types of arguments. So you all have understood that arguments are the values we assign for that particular parameter. Now there are types of arguments. Okay, so let's focus on it. Okay, awesome. So there are 3 types. First is the positional, then we have the keyword, and we have a default. So we have 3 types of it. Okay, so let's discuss about it. So let's start with the positional argument. Okay, so what is basically the positional? But before that, there are 3 types of argument, as you can see in notes. Okay, now let's focus on, let's say the very first one which we have is the positional. So I will just going to create a new one, positional.py. Okay, so how basically it works? So for example, let's say I define another function as a grid, very simple, like this basic one, and I just write here print. Okay, and let's say I want to write here, let's say welcome, okay, to welcome Kunal to my whatever city. For example, let's say Mumbai. So this Kunal is name, and this, let's say Mumbai, or let's say New York. So New York is a city. So what I can do is that, let's say you all know that now whenever I will going to call this particular function, copy, paste it here, run it, you can see welcome Kunal to my city. Now how to make it dynamic? So using parameters, remember, so we can put here parameter. Let's say I put here name, and you can put multiple parameters. So for example, name, comma, let's say I put city. Now instead of Kunal, I can just make it to, let's say, name, and instead of city I can put it to, let's say, city, like this. And to make it dynamic, you need to add F, remember, like this. Awesome. So when you make it dynamic, so you can see it will going to highlight it like this, F, so it will make it highlight. Now again if you run it, so it will say 2 missing arguments. Okay, because we have not mentioned the name and the city. Now to make it work, let's say I need to write here some value. So let's say if I write here, let's say name. Okay, so instead of name, let's say I write the city first. So let's say I write city, maybe let's say Mumbai, and let's say comma, let's say I write the, let's say, name in the second number, let's say Kunal, like this. Now if I run it, you can see it will be so complicated. Welcome Mumbai to my Kunal, like this. It looks complicated. Okay, so always remember when we talk about positional argument, so whenever you pass the argument value, like let's say I pass Mumbai, but Mumbai is related to city and Kunal is related to, Kunal argument is related to parameter name, and you know Mumbai argument is related to parameter city. So what I did is that I put them in the opposite. So now let's say if I uh, put it here Kunal, and I say here, let's say I put here, let's say Mumbai, like this. Now you will see it will be correct. You can see welcome Kunal to my Mumbai, like this. Instead of this, whatever argument you want to pass, let's say New York, so it will say like this, welcome Kunal to New York. Or let's say I put, let's say Maya, so it will say like this, welcome Maya to my New York, like this. So always remember when we talk about positional arguments, so always remember that whatever parameter you have at very first, so according to that you first need to pass the argument related to that parameter only. For example, if it's name parameter, so you need to pass the name argument first, otherwise it will going to create the problem. And in the second one we have cities, so in the second one we have passed the argument for the city parameter. So otherwise, as you have seen that if we opposite it, so it will going to give us the very weird response. Okay, like you have seen at the top, welcome Mumbai to my Kunal. So this uh, makes it sound weird. So that's the reason positional is very much important. Positional, its name only suggesting position. So keep in mind the position, that if name parameter is first, so that means whatever parameter you have, so related to that parameter you need to pass the argument. So let's say we have a first parameter, let's say example is a name parameter, so you need to pass the argument of the name parameter at very first, and this is how it will going to work. Okay, because Python is not that much smart that it will automatically going to say, like even if you put here Maya, it will automatically say that it's related to name, so it will automatically going to do that way. So it's not that much smart, so you need to take care about the positions. Okay, so this is known as positional argument. Okay, and the second one we have here, let's say keyword. So for that, wait, let me just copy this same one. Now we have, let's say keyword.py. I paste the same example. Now here we have a name and city. Now guys, see, earlier what was happening, it was creating the problem, but now it will become more easy using keyword. So you can define the keyword that this Maya is related to name. You can put it like this, name equals to Maya, and city equals to New York. Now you can see it will work like this. Now even if you shuffle it, for example, let's say I put let's say name at the last, comma, name, like this. Now you can see name, I should put the first, but with the keyword you have already defined that name here is Maya and city here is New York. So even if you run it, you can see still it will be correct. Welcome Maya to my city. So welcome, then name parameter, so it has checked that name keyword is allotted for the Maya, so it has put the Maya here to my city. For city we have put it equals to New York, so the city has come here. So you can even define by using the keyword like this. Okay, that what for which particular parameter what argument has to be passed. Okay, so you can put that like this in the equals to format, so that the argument get assigned with that particular parameter. Okay, so this is known as keyword 1. Okay, and let's say the last one we have is the default. paste it. So sometimes let's say I don't want to pass anything. Okay, so if you do, let's say, that way, so what will going to happen, it will show you error. So sometimes this could possible that the user want to user has called the function, but they have forgotten to put the argument for that parameter. This could be possibility. So just for a safe side, we just define the default value, okay, at the top only. For example, let's say if no one will going to pass here, if someone forgets to put the argument here, so in such case, just for a safe side, that it shouldn't go empty. So instead of that, we generally put one default, let's say, argument. Let's say I want to set the default argument as Kunal, and city, uh, let's say New York, like this. So even if now, let's say, we haven't put the argument, okay, here, and if you run that way, so it will show two error for, let's say, two argument is missing. But this time it will not going to be problem, because we have set the default value of this particular parameters. Okay, we have already set the argument for the name parameter as Kunal, and argument New York for the parameter city, we have assigned that default to New York. So in let's say some user has forgotten to put the argument here, okay, and if they run now, so you can see it will by default put the default values. Okay, so this is very much useful when someone forgot to put the argument. So we just pass the default value, so that at least it doesn't fill the empty, or it doesn't show the error. Okay, to avoid that, we put the default value. But let's say if someone put here, uh, let's say Maya, okay, and put comma, let's say Mumbai, like this. Now the user has put now the argument. Now what will going to happen, see, if you run it, so Python will now going to take this one, okay, because this one is the default. In case this particular arguments will only be used when user doesn't pass any argument, right? So in such case, okay, so in such case this default value will pass. But let's say if any user has put their argument here, so it will going to pass what the user has put here. So that is what is known as default. By the way, for this we have nodes here which you guys can read, like positional argument, okay, keyword, and the default. Okay, so you can say default is assigned in case none are passed. Okay, so you can just read more about it. But this is how it works, and this is how it's related to functions. Okay, now guys, we will going to talk about the easy concept we have written. Now many people go confused between return and print. Now you all know that what print do. We have done plenty of things. So whatever we want to do, so we just print it and it display the result here in the terminal. So that is where the display to display things we use print. It's a temporary output, okay, for we humans. Okay, so it's very much important for you to understand that whatever you have done, okay, like you print, okay, anytime, okay, uh, let's say we print, right? So the print will always going to give you the result that we see here in the terminal. Okay, for whatever case you're using, okay, we use print to display that result. You can say print, it will display the result to we humans. But return is used for the computers. Okay, basically print display the result, but return will give you the result, okay, to the computer, okay, used for the further logic. Okay, so let's see how return works. So both works the same way. If you just go, let's say, and if I just define, let's say, uh, get full name. Okay, so this is the function name I have kept here, and let's say I want the users. Okay, but before that, let me just create the basic one, and let's say here I want full name from the users. Okay, so what I can do is that I can pass the parameter here, let's say first name, okay, of the user, and let's say last name of the user. So I will ask here, let's say, in the curly brackets, you all know that this is parameters. Okay, so you will going to ask it in the parameters like first, okay, and let's say space last, right? And sorry, not this way. Okay, uh, okay, so make sure that you properly give it, okay, in the brackets, curly bracket, first, okay, and in another curly bracket it's, you know, last, like this. Wait, here in the curly brackets it's last, right? And you put F here. So this is how you put for the return. Now you have set this full name, but let's say how you want this. So we want that it to return full name, like this. So this is how you put the full name. Okay, now let's say I will call this particular one get full name here, and let's say the first name, let's say Kunal, and the last name, let's say Lunhari. But will it work? Answer is no. So you need to put it inside a variable result equals to, and now you can print the, you know, result. So this is where your return function will work. So now you can see Kunal Lunhari. So what you need to understand, it's very simple. You can use whatever you want to, but just understand print help you to display the result. It's a temporary output which we see here, okay, generally for we humans, but computers generally understand the return. It basically give you the result like this. Okay, we have got the result. Okay, it used for the logical and generally for the computers, but it's totally up to you whatever you want to use, whether let's say return or let's say uh, print, whatever you want to use you can. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay, so we have even given you the return, meaning use return to send back the value from the function. Okay, so now once this result you will going to get, so using this result, okay, which we have got here, so this result a computer can use it for various purpose. Okay, in future, let's say if we create some program, so this result, let's say Kunal Lunhare is the name allotted here, and it's now stored inside the variable result, and that we can use it to maybe somewhere else. But in general, don't get too much confused between the return and print. But what I suggest you is whenever let's say you have any doubts, let's say you can open chat GPT. Okay, just go to chat GPT and you can ask, hey, in Python I am confused about, let's say, print versus return. Okay, so you can see it will also going to help you to explain the concepts, okay, used to display something on the screen, the console. It's mainly for humans to see the output, so that is what the print. Return is basically sent back from the function, so it can be used later in the program. So this is what I told you, that once this value Kunal Lonar is stored inside the result. Okay, so now let's say whenever you call the result, okay, so this result will going to have the value, this particular name stored. Okay, so this particular result we can use it in future, okay, in the program. Okay, but when we use print, it's temporary, okay, just for we humans to see how the program looks or how it works. Okay, so it temporarily shows the result. Okay, so this is what it is. Okay, so you can see here that print shows something on the screen, it gives the value back from the function. Output visible, yes, in the console, no unless you print it manually. Okay, and can be you reused, no, because it just print and that's it. But yes, it can store in the variable and which you can use it in future. Okay, so okay, so this is where, and you can ask it as many as questions or doubts you have. For example, let's say you can ask hey, uh, I am comfortable, let's say, in print only, what to do. Maybe you may have this doubt, you can ask to ChatGPT, it will uh, give you the result. Okay, okay. So this is something, you need to, of course, you are beginners now, you can just carry on with the print, but in future you may need to use written. Okay, when you actually work for the program, but let's for now, okay, you can go with that. Okay. Okay, so this is how the difference between the written and print we have. Now guys, we have the concept of local versus global variables. Now what is the local variable? Now guys, local variables are those variables which we can use inside the function only. Okay, always remember that you cannot access outside of the function. So you all know that what is function. Function can be this function. Okay, remember this is the function. So this local variable you use inside the function, which you cannot use anywhere on your Python. But global variable are those variables which can be used anywhere on your Python, including inside your function. So let's see how it works. So suppose I go here and let's say I create the variable local. Okay, and let's say I put here, let's say, define message. Okay, and after you have done this, you can put maybe, let's say, choice. Okay, let's say I can put I love, maybe let's say, uh, my girlfriend, right? And after you do this, you can just write, let's say, print, let's say, choice, like this. Okay, so this is the function I have written. Now this function, which is choice, this is inside of your function, so this will become the local I can say, local variable that is inside a function. But if we try to access it outside, we cannot do that. Okay, so not accessible outside. So suppose if I want to, let's say, call this particular function like this, let's say message. Okay, and let's say I want to call it maybe print choice. So you can see it is not even taking that. Okay, because it's inside this function. So this is what the local variables are. So local variables are, basically it will be inside your function, but if you try to access it outside, you cannot do that. So this is what we have. So even if you, let's say, run it, you can see uh, it will show you this. error. Okay, so first it will going to print the normal message, okay, which you can see it as printed. But when we try to go ahead and try to run it outside, it doesn't work. So that is something we have here, okay, the local. Okay, now let's talk about global. So for example, if I go here and if I go with global.py, let's say I create a function, let's say message, okay, and let's say I say like print, let's say uh, inside the function, okay, and let's say I go ahead and put here, let's say choice, like this. Okay, now let's say okay, even if you don't put it, let's say choice here, let's say we have choice, let's say outside, we created a global variable outside of the function, and the choice values, let's say I love myself. Okay, now see this, if you put it here, okay, let's say now this is a global value which is outside. You can see this is function, but outside of this we created a function, or I can say variable, that is the global variable. You can see global variable outside of the function, you can see it's outside here. So I can use this same global variable inside the function, and that is what the meaning is. So whenever you use any outside variable, so you can put that inside the function. So you can see, if I put here comma, let's say I put here choice, like this, you can see without showing error it has done. So now let's say if I call this function, run it, you can see it will say like this, inside the function, and then I love myself is the choice value, you can see. So till this much it has printed inside the function, and after that in the choice value was equals to this I love myself, so it has printed that. So what you have understood is that whenever we go ahead and let's say if there is some variable which inside the function, so that if you try to use it outside of the function it will not work. But in the case of global, if there is one variable outside of the function, so you can use that inside, and it can also work outside anywhere in the Python, plus also inside the function. Okay, now guys, we will going to cover about a new concept which is known as decorator. Now this is a very cool feature. Okay, so let's take and understand this with the help of the example. So suppose we have burger, okay, so you can imagine burger like a function. Okay, now let's say I want to add, let's say some extra cheese, okay, in the burger. Okay, so you can say extra cheese, you can compare that with the analogy of feature. Now when we talk about the burger, okay, so before you add the extra cheese your burger will be exactly the same, but after you were going to add extra cheese to your burger, but still the original burger will be as it is. Okay, you will just going to top up with extra cheese, but the original form of the burger will remain same, right? So this is what the decorator is all about. So decorator basically helps you to create the function, and that functions remain the same. Okay, you can just add some extra features to that function, but the original functions will remain the same. That is the decorator. So here what happens is that whatever your main function, you have, okay, so basically you add some functions to that main function, but without changing the main function. So that is what we have the concept of decorator. So what decorator do is that whatever your main function is, you have, okay, so in that main function nothing will going to happen, but of course if you want to add some extra function to that main function you can, but it will not going to make any change to the main function, and that is what the decorator is. Now let's say how you can create the decorator. So you, like you see here, define, just define the function, whatever name you want to keep. For example, let's say uh, anything name, any name you want. So let's say I put, let's say my uh, let's say my underscore, let's say uh, uh, hello decorator. So this is the name I kept. You can keep it anything you want, and inside this you will always going to put func. Okay, so this is the syntax you have. Define wrapper, so this will also be the exactly same. So this is just a syntax, okay, and here you have print, okay, before, and let's say here we put function, whatever function, then again print, let's say after, like this, and then sorry, and then what you will going to do is that you will just going to return the wrapper, like this. Now what basically happen is that this is a syntax. So suppose if you just go here and you can see the meaning in the notes, the decorator modifies the behavior of the function without changing its original code. That is what the decorator is all about, okay. Now in decorator, same, you can just name it whatever you want. This func, all the line will be same, okay, except here before function you can write it whatever you want, after function you can write it whatever you want, and the function. So what basically does is that it is a main function. So before whatever function you want to run, okay, so let's say whatever function you want to run, you can run it, but before that function will going to run, this will be printed, and after your function will going to run, so this particular function will run, okay. You will not going to understand, let me just complete the code. So you will always going to call this like this, my at the rate, okay, then my hello decorator, like this. Then whatever function you want to write, like let's say define, let's say or let's say, or maybe I can put, let's say hello, okay, like this, and let's say print hi, let's say I write like this, okay. So now whenever you will call this function, you can see this particular function which you have. So if you run this, so now you will going to see this is the function we created, which will print hi for you. So before this hi, this particular will going to run, and after that your printing, your custom function will run, which is this one, and after that this particular will run. So let's say if you run it, you can see before, hi, after. So before this one, then your main custom function, it make it run, which is hi, and after that you have this one, okay. You can just write it whatever you want, okay, anything you want to do before your custom function works, okay. So something before your function, or here something which you want to do after your function. If you run it again, So you can say something before your function, then your function will run, and after that this one will going to work. So what I mean to say by the decorator meaning, so your main, as you can see, your main function, which is this one, main function will exactly be same, which is this before and after, but here in the function you just added extra function here, okay, but without changing your main function, which is this one, okay. So that is what the decorator is all about, okay. And then last we have generator.py concept, okay. So you have understood the, let's say, decorator, and then we have the generator. So generator generates value one by one using int instead of return. So it basically will help you to generate the I can say value one by one, okay. For example, let's say I define, and let's say I put here count down, okay, and let's say I put the parameter as num, and I write here while num, if num is, let's say, greater than 0 colon, I want it to yield. So yield is some by default uh, function you have, okay, okay, and it will yield in num. Now let's say num, okay, should be minus equals to 1 every step, okay. So this yield value will going to give one value at a time, right? Now let's say using the generator, okay, let's say if I put for number in, let's say, uh, countdown, let's say till 5 we have set. So we want the number till 5, okay. So whenever the number is greater than 0, so I want it to get minus by 1, okay. Then print, let's say, number, run it, you can say 5 4 3 2 1. So why that happens? So in the internal Python you will see that it will going to execute one by one. Of course in the printing it's showing us all of them, but it will going to print one by one. So that is what the generator is. It will just going to generate the value one time at a time, okay. So generator basically save memory and are perfect for the large data set, okay. Let's go ahead and cover the OOP concept, okay. So if you just go here to learn to code in Python, if you click on this, okay, so you will see here what is OOP, okay, over here, okay, which we have something here. And by the way, very soon we will going to attach a video, okay, the video which you are watching right now, the course, that will be added over here. But let's first understand what is the OOP and why do we need it. So guys, OOP full form is object oriented programming. Now it's a method of a programming where we build reusable code using classes and objects. Now don't worry about what classes and objects are. We will going to cover the concept, okay. Now let's talk first about what is a reusable code, okay. So basically what we have here, okay, if you go here, so let's say we have some sort of a, let's say you might have heard about, let's say, chat GPT, okay. So let's say I want that some type of a prompt which I can use it again and again, okay. So for example, let's say I create some reusable, okay, wait, let me just go with this one, okay. So let's say I have a reusable, you can call it anything, okay. So let's say this time we say it as a reusable prompt. Okay, so this is some sort of a blueprint. Okay, now what is this? See, now guys, you all know that whenever we talk with, let's say, AI tools like ChatGPT, so we ask it questions like hi, and on that basis it gives us the reply. So sometimes what happen, we create some prompt. Okay, let's say for example, let's say I can say uh, write me uh, or I can write like this. Okay, tell me the uh, states, or I can say tell me how many states, uh, then I can put here in the curly bracket, let's say country has. Now this is one prompt I created. Okay, so I can use this prompt again and again. Suppose I go here to chat gpt, I paste this prompt, and now instead of the country I can replace with some country. For example, let's say how many states USA has. Click on enter. So ChatGPT will tell me 50 states. Now I can again copy this same template again. I again go here, paste it here, and let's say this time I maybe, let's say, put here, let's say India. Click on enter. Now ChatGPT will say that how many states India has. So what I'm doing here is that I created a particular prompt. Okay, a particular prompt. Okay, and this prompt, you can see I'm reusing, I'm making it reusable. That means I'm making and using it again and again. I created it one time, but I'm using it as many as time. Now let's say I want to use it again. I will again going to copy this prompt reusable template, which I called is it as a blueprint. Okay, I again just go here, I again paste it. Let's say this time I put maybe, let's say, some other country, let's say like Sri Lanka. Click on enter, and now you can see it's saying that okay, Sri Lanka doesn't have any state, but they have this provinces and districts. So this is what the reusable means. Okay, so when you now come to the object oriented programming, so similarly like prompt we can use again and again. So similarly we create some sort of a reusable code. Okay, so I can copy this, let's say reusable code. Let's say now we can create a reusable, let's say, code. Okay, you can say it, let's say blueprint. Now this code, okay, whatever code, we will teach you how you can write that code. Now this code, whatever code you will going to write here, so that code you can reuse it again and again as many as time in your code. So this will become very much handy for you, and that is where the concept of object oriented programming lies. So basically what is it? It is a method of programming where we build some sort of a reusable code, okay, using classes and object that help us. Okay, very much. Okay, so you can see once we have created this reusable prompt, let's say for the chat gpt, we can use this prompt as many as time. So similarly we create some sort of a code, okay, which we can reuse it again and again, and that is the concept of object oriented programming. So I just taught you with the help of the prompt to make you guys understand easy. Okay, so that is where the concept of object oriented programming lies. Okay, so very basic, I'm just teaching you each and everything from very basic so anyone can understand it. Now why use OOP? So first is the modularity. It keep the code clean and structured. Now we have said here that we in object oriented programming we build some reusable code. Okay, so I told here that we build some reusable code. Now question is how you can build that. So by the way, don't worry, at the top if you will see here, okay, scroll down and just go to this one. Here you can see evergreen op template. So we will going to provide you with one template that will help us to build this reusable code. So do not worry right now that how I will going to create the code. Everything I will going to teach you from very scratch. I will going to provide you as many as resource and templates to make you guys understand the concept of object oriented programming, which will be, I guess, sufficient for you as a beginner. Okay, and believe me, it will be very much easy for you. But let's not go there right now. Let's first cover what is OOP and why we use OOP. So the very first thing is modularity. So when you will going to create this code, so you will going to find that this code which we will going to create, it will be very clean and simple to see. Okay, so that is the modularity and reusability. You can use the same class multiple times. Now you can say it like a same code, the same code we can this code will be clean and we can reuse this code again and again. Okay, so that is where the reusability is. And then we can also do in capitalization. That means we can protect the data inside the object and we can do scalability. Okay, so it is easier to maintain large code bases. Now how we can maintain it? Okay, so scalability means we can maintain it. So let's say in future we want to, let's say, make the code large. Okay, so how you can maintain it? So always remember that this in object oriented programming, whatever code we create, that is very clean, we can reuse it and we can easily maintain it. Maintain means we can anytime make, edit, okay, or you can say update. Plus if we want, we can also add new things to that code anytime. Now understand this as an example of the same prompt again and again. Okay, now let's say this is one prompt template I created. Now let's say I want to edit it. So how I can update it, or let's say I can also add the new things here in this prompt. Let's say, and mention its capital. So you all know that almost all the countries has their own capital, okay, state. So let's say this time, earlier we have prompt till this much, but this part I edit it. Okay, you can say that I update, or you can say I add the code. So same thing, you can do it in your code. So when you will see in the object oriented programming, when we will going to, let's say, build our code, reusable code, so you will going to notice that we can anytime update and add new things to that code, and we can again reuse it as many as time we want. Now let's say if I copy, this is the another prompt. Okay, the same prompt, I just update and edit the new things to it. Now if I go to, let's say, chat GPT, and this time let's say I again go here and let's say I can ask, let's say, how many states, let's say Bangladesh. Has, and you can see the same prompt, and it is saying, you can see that Bangladesh still doesn't have any state, but the capital of Bangladesh is Dhaka. So how amazing it is. So the same prompt I have used again and again, I'm reusing it again and again, and it's very simple. You can see it's very clean, and I'm able to reuse it again and again. And whenever I want to add new things to it, I can easily update and add new things to this particular prompt. So same way we have the concept of object oriented programming, where we build the reusable code. I will teach you using my template how you can build this reusable code. But whatever reusable code we create, so that code is very clean, and we can reuse it as many as time, and we can easily maintain it by doing maybe update, or maybe we can add some new things to that code, and again we can use that code again and again. So this is where the concept of object oriented programming lies. Okay, and do not worry about it. We will going to cover and explain you each and everything, without any problems, so you don't have to worry about anything. Okay, now after this, okay, so this is what I want you. So hope you guys have for now understood the concept of what is OOP and why do we need it. Okay, now let's cover the core OOP concept. Okay, so the very first one, we have class. Now what is a class? So it means blueprint. Now I told you that what the blueprint is. So blueprint basically helps you to create the objects. Now see, whatever code we do here in object oriented programming, okay, so for that we create a blueprint, let's say a sort of a reusable code, a blueprint. Now in the concept of object oriented programming, we create blueprint. Okay, that means that we create a code which we can reuse it again and again, and the same code, it is what it is known as class. Okay, so this blueprint is nothing but known as class. So this blueprint is nothing but known as class. Okay, so that is what it is. Okay, or may or wait, let me say blueprint is equals to class. Now why we create blueprint or class is to create objects. Now don't get confused. See, now till now what we have learned is that we in the object oriented programming, we will going to create a reusable code. Okay, and this particular concept where we will going to create reusable code, that concept is known as blueprint. But in object oriented programming, this blueprint can also be called as a class. Okay, so don't get confused here. Blueprint is nothing but a class. Okay, it's like a synonyms, they have both the same meaning. Okay, but why we create this blueprint, or I can say class? Because we create some objects in the object oriented programming. Now object can be, my dear friends, anything. Object can be, okay, anything. Now object can be, let's say object can be, let's say your car, maybe it can be candle. Okay, it can be, let's say, some bird. It can be maybe some, maybe let's say your friend can also be your, let's say, object. Your girlfriend can be any object, let's say a bottle, anything. Okay, anything can be object. Now you all know that whenever we talk about, let's say, any object, okay, so any object, okay, so you all know what object is. It can be any particular, let's say, physical thing. Okay, like candle, tablet, your phone, your mouse, maybe your car, maybe your bulb, or maybe flower can be object. Anything can be object. Now see, when we talk about the attributes, so attributes means the variables, or the method means the functions. Now see, each of this object, okay, can have some sort of a, let's say, if we just talk about, let's say, car. Okay, so now car can have some sort of a, let's say, attributes. Okay, and car can also have some sort of a, methods. Okay, let's say the car attributes can be its color, maybe car size, or it could be anything. And method means action that particular object can do. For example, your car can, run, okay, or maybe your car can start, your car can stop, okay, etc, etc. So what I mean to say, when we talk about any object, so any object, let's say it's a car, candle, or anything, so any object can have their attributes and can have their methods. Now attribute is the, I can say, the quality or maybe their characteristics. For example, a car can have their own color, size of the car, and even the name of the car. But the methods basically means what that particular object. Now in our case, object is right now car. Now this car can have the characteristics like color and size, etc. And the same car can do plenty of things, so that we say methods. Method means the actions that particular object can do. Currently our object is car, so our car can start, our car can stop, and plenty of things our car can do. So that is what the attributes and method is all about. So object can be anything, okay, but attributes are basically the variables, or I can say the characteristics of that attributes, and methods are basically the functions, the actions which that particular object can perform. Okay, now if you just go to, let's say, chat gpt, and let's say if I go to new chat and let's say, hey, I am learning, let's say, object oriented programming. So let's say, so what the object car, okay, can have attributes and methods. So you can even ask to chat gpt for any particular object. Okay, so let's say if you enter it, it will say that if we talk about car object, okay, so this car object can have their, let's say, brand, model, color, how from which year that car has. So these are the characteristics of the car. Okay, so what the car has, like a, I can say, like a characteristics. And methods means what the car can do. So your car can start, stop, accelerate, brake, honk, right? Now let's edit it. I edit, and instead of car, let's say, let's put something else. For example, let's say I put, maybe let's say, candle. I just go here, paste the candle, send. Now your candle can also have, let's say, attributes and methods. Like candle can have the color, so candle can have the height. And what methods candle can do, they can light, they can melt, and so on. Now just see this, okay, for each and every element. Okay, let's say for candle we have said here, okay, so for candle we have here. And let's say if you want to go for, let's say, some other thing, let's say bird. Now this time bird can be any object, anything you want. Just go to chat gpt and you can ask any object in the world, whatever object you want. So each object has their attributes and methods. So that is what I'm trying to teach you. Send it. Now see, the bird will also going to have their own characteristics, okay, that is the attributes. You can see attributes of the bird can be the name of that particular bird. It can be, let's say, parrot, color of that particular bird, let's say green, from which species, that can be, let's say, sparrow, eagle, and so on. And similarly for that same bird, you can also have some methods, like what the action the bird can perform. Like bird can fly, they can sing, they can eat, they can sleep, and so on. So you are saying that how any object, okay, let's say, let's go with maybe switch. Okay, if I edit it, and let's say this time let's go with maybe your, let's say, phone. So your phone can also have some attributes, any object in the world, okay, that is existing. You can just put it whatever you want, and you will going to say each and every object will going to have some sort of data in the properties. Like when we talk about, let's say, your phone, so what your phone characteristics has. So your phone can have the brand, like from which brand your phone is, from which model, what is the color of your phone, how much storage it has, and what methods are the actions your phone can do. Okay, so your phone can power on, power off, make call, charge, take picture, and plenty of other things. Let's say, let's go with maybe something else. Maybe let's say it can also be, let's say, some maybe let's say girlfriend. Okay, if you have any girlfriend or boyfriend, so you can even ask about that as well. So let's send it. Now see, aha, great question. Okay, so attributes of your girlfriend, like your girlfriend can have some name, her age, maybe what she do, like her hobby, her favorite food. So these are some characteristics maybe of your girlfriend. And let's say what your girlfriend can do. She can talk, she can go on date with you, she can express her feelings, she can send you message, she can argue. Okay. Okay, so this is what the, you know, attributes and methods are. So my main preference was to teach you the concepts in very detail. I don't want you guys to go confused in any particular step. So always remember, class is nothing, class is just a blueprint. Okay, class is nothing, just a blueprint that help us to create the objects. That means, see, blueprint means what? You create some code, okay, reusable code, okay, and the main concern of this code, okay, will be to build the objects, to create the objects. Objects can be anything. It can be car, it can be candle, bird, or anything. So if I say here, let's say, what is OOP? Okay, so in simple, we create objects in OP means, let's equals to, we create objects. Okay, the very first step or very first thing which you have understood for now is that we create objects by creating reusable code. Okay, so this is the simplest meaning of OOP. Okay, so what is OOP? OOP means we create objects, okay, by creating some reusable code, and that is where the concept of OOP is all about. So whenever we create any reusable code, so that thing is known as blueprint, or you can say class. Okay, so class means where we create a reusable code. Okay, and you can name this class whatever you want. I will show you that. Okay, and why we create class? Because we want to create objects. Now objects can have two things. Okay, any object can have two things: attributes, the characteristics, and the methods, what that particular object can do. Okay, so this is where the concept of object oriented programming comes, and I believe at least 50% you have understood. But as we will go with the templates, okay, you can see now we will going to focus on the template, and using this template you will see we will going to create objects, okay, and a reusable code. And believe me, my dear friends, it will be, you know, very much easy for you to learn with me. Okay, so let's end it, and I hope for now you have understood the core OOP concepts for now. Okay, let's start the things in a practical way, guys. So here you can see we have this evergreen template, okay, for your teaching purpose. And Believe me, it's very easy. Let's not understand the template right now. Let's first learn to use this template. So now you see this template. I will simply going to copy this, right click, copy, just go here, and always remember that this is the template you will always going to use. Now let's go ahead and use it for our car example, car.py. Now we will going to create car object. Okay, now what I will going to do, I will paste this template here like this. Okay, I have done nothing, I just simply paste the template here. So after this, okay, what we need to do, so here when we talk about car, okay, so wait, let me go here, car. So what are the attributes we have for the car? Let's say car brand. So I can copy this here, go to my notepad, and I can say my car can have the brand, my car can have, let's say, color. Okay, like this. You can add more things in future, because I've taught you that you can easily maintain this reusable code by anytime updating and adding the things in the future. So I will teach you how you can add more things. But let's say for the car characters, we have added two things, the brand of the car and let's say the color of the car. Now what that car can do, let's say it can start and it can stop. So you can see I have mentioned that it can start, it can stop, and we can do more methods again. Now this template which we have got here, so what you need to do is that it is asking you what will be the parameter one. Parameter one means attribute one. Okay, so our first attribute here is the brand. So I will copy it here, I will go here, instead of parameter I will paste it here like this. And what is the second parameter? Color. Copy this, and instead of uh, attribute 2 I will paste it over here like this. So after you do this, so this is the template, you don't have to worry it's looking too scare, don't worry about it. Now this self will be as it is, and here you can see as here parameter 1. So same thing, if you will going to notice, if I show you from the start, you can see here we have a parameter 1. So parameter 1 I need to change here, here as well, and here as well. So what is my first attributes? Okay, so my first attribute is this one. So I will just go here, remove it, paste it. Here also I will replace it with brand. Here also I will make it to brand. Simple, nothing complicated. Now what is the second parameter is color. I will copy it like this. Now where are parameters to? Here, here, and here. Now I will just replace it with color, replace it with color, replace it with color. Simple. You can see we have easily done this. Now what about this? So the very first thing which we have done is to set the attributes. We have set the attributes. Now whatever attributes you want to write, you can write that here. Now my dear friends, always remember, after the attributes you need to make sure that what that attributes can do. So we have first mentioned that my car. By the way, one thing which we have forgotten, so the very first name is the class. So your template will always going to start from the class, and you need to mention the class name. Okay, so I told you that you can name this class. Okay, so class is nothing, just a blueprint. So you can name it, let's say I want to name my, let's say class as, let's say, car, but make sure the first character will always be capital like this, car. If you want to write, let's say, notebook, so N will be capital and rest everything will be small. Okay, so right now we have car, so car, C will be capital, rest will be small. So I will name this class name as car, C will be big, AR, like this. So now this car object, okay, car is what, it's an object. Okay, this car is what we are, it's an object, and now we are creating object car. And for that, currently we are building a reusable code, and this is the reusable code, we are creating it right now. Okay, do not worry, once you become familiar, we will going to cover 2 to 3 examples, you will automatically understand it. After this, after we have set the attributes for our car, you can see my car can have the characteristics as a brand. That means my car can belong to a particular brand, and my car can also have some sort of a color. Now let's talk about what my car can do. So here you can see method. So I taught you method means the action which my car can do. So my car can start, stop, and do plenty of things. So you need to mention the methods what my car can do. Okay, step by step, like here we have a method 1, method 2. Okay, so let's say the very first thing I can say is that in the method 1, my car can start. So I can just copy this start like this, and I can paste it. Let's say here my car can start, very simple. And I can also mention that my car can stop, so I will copy the stop and I will put it here in the method 2, like this. So you need to just mention, okay, you need to pass the action, so you can remove this one. Okay, and here let's say we can write, let's remove all these things. Okay, go here and here, wait, click on colon, click on enter, it will automatically going to take the correct step. And here I can write my car can do what, so I will write here like this. Okay, now always remember, my dear friends, that whatever attributes you have here, so that attributes you can mention in here in your I can say method. So you can say that my car, okay, so the brand is this one, self brand, so you need to mention this. So I put it, let's say, in curly brackets, and I can say engine started, like this. And to make it dynamic, you need to add F, so you can see it will become dynamic. This is something you need to do. So you're saying that my car, let's say it can be of any brand, let's say Mercedes, my Mercedes engine started, like this. Okay, awesome. Now second one, again remove all the things, go here, click on enter. Now let's say I can say maybe let's say written. Okay, uh, then in the brackets I can say driving at, okay, or let's say I can say uh, is stopping, uh, or I can say like maybe let's say um, car is, let's say car, I can mention the let's say what this car can do. So for example, the car can stop, so I can write here car, uh, let's say stopped. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I can do that as well. Okay, and here you can just pass the thing. Okay, So for example, the argument can be, let's say, the speed. Okay, something like this you can do. Okay, so stop. Instead of this, let's go with, let's say, my car can drive. Okay, so let's say I copy the drive here, and instead of this I will replace the stop here with, let's say, drive. Okay, like this. So something like this written, then let's say I can say like driving at speed. I can copy this argument and let's say paste it here, kilometer, let's say, per hour. And to make it dynamic, you add f to make it dynamic, like this. Now this is the reusable template we have created for now, and now you can use this reusable template as many as time. So let's see how we can use the reusable, I can say, class, car class, okay, which we have created. Okay, now let's say I put here let's say car. Let's say I create a car one. Okay, so this car one I created, let's say, one object. So what I'm doing now is that I'm creating, see, I created a reusable code here, okay, which you can see here, reusable code. Now do not worry about what the self means and all. We will going to cover that at very end. But for now you have understood the code. We will going to do practice, you will understand. But this is the code we have created, which is a reusable code. Okay. Now using this reusable code, I am creating the objects. Okay. So object, let's say I am now creating, let's say, car one. Okay. So here is car one, and let's say I want it to be equals to the class. So I want that this car one should use this template blueprint. Okay, so I name it as a car. Okay, C. So I will just going to call it like this, CAR, car. Awesome. Now I need to mention here, you can see the car. So I need to mention that my car has a brand name and the color of my car. So I will just going to put it like this, car. In the brackets I will first mention what is my car brand. So it's Toyota, let's say. Then comma, then what is the color. Just remove this self, okay, ignore it. Just mention the brand and the color of my car. So let's say the color of my car is, let's say, red, like this. Okay, now if you ever want to print it, so how you will going to do print. Okay, and you will write like this, car one, which you have created, car one dot, let's say, brand, same, print car one dot color. Now if you run it, you can see it will say that my car is car one is Toyota and the color is red. Now let's say you want to print that what your, let's say, car can do. So I will write like this, car one. So my car one is the object. Okay, so my car one dot, you can mention what it can do. So for example, I can say it can start the engine. So I will write like this, start, and put the brackets like this. That's it. And you can say print, then I can put car one dot. Now what the second thing it can do is to, it can drive. Okay, so car dot drive, at which speed it can drive. So I can mention that. Okay, so you can say drive, and you need to pass the argument here for the speed parameter. So let's say 60. Now if you will going to notice, if I run it, so you can see my car brand is Toyota and the color is red, and my Toyota engine is started and driving at 60 kilometer per hour. Now if you will going to notice that in the car 1 is my object I created. So first I need to make it equals to this template so that we can use this template. In case if you don't use this template, let's say instead of this, let's say if I make small c, so it will show error. So first you need to call that blueprint, okay, the template which you have created. Okay, so you can make it equals to car and mention the brand and the color of that car. So my car 1 is one car, okay, that is of the brand Toyota and the color of it is red, and you can print both of them like this. And in the second one, my car 1, okay, it can start, and you can mention this, my car 1 can drive, let's say at this speed, so you have put the parameter of the speed here 60, like this. So this is just the first example. Okay, always remember, very simple, nothing complicated. Okay, now let's go with another example. Let's say let's now go with maybe, let's say your second case, and by the way you can see here your Python can also, sorry, ChatGPT can give you the example. Let's now first move to the second case is the candle. Okay, so what your candle can do, so my candle can, let's say, send. Okay, so let me write here, now our object is candle. Okay, now what could be the attributes of the candle? My candle can send, okay, and my candle can burn as well. I can copy this, and this is the characteristics of my candle, let's say. Okay, now let's talk about the methods what my candle can do. So let's take any one of them. So let's say I take my candle can light, okay, like this, and my candle can let's say burn, okay, blows, you can say maybe burn, my candle can, let's say, burn. Okay, so these are the two things we can expect. Okay, so let's now go ahead and use the same template. I will again go ahead and let me first create a new file, let's say burn.py. Now this time I will again copy this template till this much, class, paste it, simple. Okay, now as I have told you, you need to mention the class. So let's say I can mention it candle. Okay, so here the first character will be capital, which is C, and rest everything will be small, so candle, like this. Now what is the attribute of your candle 1? Okay, so what your candle can do, so my candle can send, so I will copy the send, remove, paste it here, paste in parameter 1, paste it here, like this. My candle can also burn time. Okay, so I will copy this, right in the second, paste it, paste under parameter 2, like this. Simple, nothing complicated. Now what my candle can do, so I have first mentioned my candle has the characteristics to send and burn time, and what it can do. So now my candle can light. Okay, my candle can light, and the second thing my candle can do is to burn. Okay, my candle can burn, right? So that is the activity this particular object can do. Awesome. Now let's pass it. Okay, now let's go ahead, remove this thing, go here to colon, click on enter. Now you can print, let's say print in the brackets, you can say the, I can say, I can copy this one, this, let's say parameter, I can put this parameter here. My the candle, the candle is now lit. Okay, and to make it dynamic you can put here, let's say F, like this, simple. And in the second one you can say, let's say here my burn, and here let's say how many minutes it can burn, you can mention that. So let's say here the it is saying to put the return. Okay, so let's remove it, go here, click on enter, and here you can say return. Now you can say that my candle can burn for how many minutes. Okay, so this same parameter copy and paste it here, this minutes, like this. To make it dynamic, add F, like this. Again we created another template, you can see very easily in just few seconds. Now I can use this candle, use candle object. Okay, now I create, let's say candle maybe C1. Okay, so this time I'm creating, let's say C1 candle. So let's say C1, okay, equals to, now as I have told you like in the previous case of the car, you need to first call the template which you have created. So I will call this template because I want to use it, so I will call it candle, like this. And after this I will put the brackets, like this, same thing we have done previously, we put the brackets, and inside these brackets we need to put the characteristics of the candle, so it can scent and burn time. So uh, what is the scent of it? So let's say it's lavender. Okay, comma, what, after scent, what is the burn time of it? So let's say it's 180. Awesome, done, simple. Now you can print it. Okay, same like we have done for the previous case, print. You can see here also we have printed. Now we call the car one. Okay, so same we will going to call it, let's say C1 here. So C1 dot send. Okay, same, print brackets C1 dot, let's say burn time. Awesome, or you can just say okay, burn time. So now if you clear it up, now if you want to see the characteristics of uh, your candle, so your candle can have the scent as lavender, and burn time, what is how many time minutes it can burn. So let's say 180 minutes it can burn. So that is what it printed here, you can see. Now this is showing the characteristics. Now what about the action, what my candle can do? So my candle one, that is the object, my C1 candle, it can do light up. So you can see it will light, so you can see the light I got it from here, like in the previous case also you will see from start I got this start. Okay, so same, my candle one can light. Okay, so just put it like this, and now print it, print C1 dot you can say burn. Okay, and mention how many, because you can see we have passed this burn in the second one, and how much minutes it can burn. So I can mention that, let's say 30 minutes. It has burned for 30 minutes. Okay, now if you run it now with the characteristics, it will also going to mention the lavender candle is now lit and it burned for 30 minutes, like that. So these are two activities you have passed here. Now hope you guys have got the basic idea about what object oriented programming is. So you can even create, let's say, another one. So let's say I copy this one. So let's say I have another candle which is, let's say, C2, and it basically has the rosy scent. Okay, and it can have the burn time of 150, and here it's calling for C2, just replace it C2, and till how many minutes it can burn, let's say 50 minutes C2. So now you can see, just by using this same, I can say, template, I created one more object. So like with this same reusable template, I created multiple response from ChatGPT. So same using this template which we have created, a simple reusable template. So using this, you can see I easily created another object, and if you run both of them now, you can see both of them has run. First one has the lavender, second one has the rosy. First one can have the burn time till 180, and another one has 150, and so on. Very simple. Same you can do with the car. So suppose you want to create a new car, so just copy this, like car 2 3. Now this is my another car, let's say it's BMW, and the color is, let's say, blue. What my car 2 can do, so first is the characteristics. It will tell that my car is this one, of BMW printed, my color is of this color printed, and what my car can do. So my car 2 can start, okay, and it can drive, let's say, this much, okay, let's say, uh, this much of speed. Again you can use the same thing, create another car C3. So what you're seeing here is that, if you see here, we have a car 3. Now this car is, let's say, Audi, and it's, let's say, white color. It's car 3, so I just want it to build car 3 3 3. My car can start 3, and let's say here I will put 90. So you can see I created 3 object. I can say 3 car 1, car 2, and car 3, very easily using the same template which I created once only. Using this one template, you can see I'm easily be able to create as many as object, or I can say car 1 2 3, and so on. And if I clear it up, run it, you can see it has printed. So you can see first one is car is Toyota, second one is BMW. Red color is of Toyota, BMW is blue color, Toyota engine is started. Here you can see BMW engine is started. So I have written this code one time only, that this engine is started. Okay, so automatically the self brand means equal to brand. So whatever brand you will going to put here, okay, this brand. So that brand will going to replace over here, like, okay, and the color will going to get it from here. So you have mentioned that you can do that, okay, blue color of that. And you can even mention what activity that car can do. You can see the BMW engine started driving at this much. Same for Audi. So What you have understood till now is that you create the template once, and the template I provided you can see, you can easily create, you are easily be able to create the reusable code, okay, which is under the class. Okay, so right now we have the candle as a class in our new example, and we can create as many as object using that. Okay, very easy. Now let's go with another example. Now this time let's go with maybe bird. I will click on press button. Okay, now this time I will going to write, let's say, bird.py. Same I will do it here. Let's copy this, paste it here, very simple. Okay, now what your bird can do, so let's first see. Let's take it from ChatGPT. So let's take the species. So now this time it's a bird. So let's first change the name of your class, which is a bird. Okay, so I told you that the first character will be capital, so B will be capital and rest everything will be small. Bird. Now my this bird, okay, so I'm getting a reusable template. So my bird, what character it has? So first is, let's take, or let's say, species. So my bird belongs to, let's say, this particular species. I will just use that same thing here, replace it with here as well, like this. But my second bird characteristics can be, let's say, its color. What is the color of the bird? So I can say, so this is the second parameter, color, 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 like this. Simple, very easy. Now again, remove these things, go to colon, enter. Now what my bird can do, so let's say what my bird can do. It can, let's say, sing. Let's take with this example. So my bird can sing. So I can write here, okay, let's say sing. Okay, in the method one I can say sing. Okay, so print. So the color, I can, let's say, take this one in the curly brackets. My bird, let's say the blue color bird. Okay, so I want to say it like that, the blue color. Or let's say also I mentioned the species, you can also mention that here in the curly brackets. Make sure is singing. And you will going to notice in our previous examples we have taken this self species like here, and self color from here, and the same thing we have done in the previous example. So you can see in the first one, in the method, we have taken it self brand from the top only, and for the candle also you can see we have taken the self sent from the top. So what you have learned, the second thing is that whenever you create the methods, okay, my bird can sing, so you can take the characteristics from the top, like the bird, green color, species, okay, whatever species you want you can put that. Okay, let's say sparrow species is singing, my blue sparrow bird is singing, like that. Okay, very simple. Now let's go with the second one. Now the second method could be, let's say my bird can let's say fly. Put this, and let's say you paste it here, and you can put the argument which you want to do. So my bird can fly at the height of, so you can put the height parameter here. Okay, remove all these things, go here, click on enter, and write here return. Now just put in the brackets. Now what your bird can do, it is flying, sorry, flying at, put this same parameter here at the height of these meters. To make it dynamic, put F here and also here, that is important. Okay, and same thing you can do here. So here also in the car we have passed the parameter speed. In the candle example also we passed the parameter minutes, and for the bird we have passed the height. Now let's so you can see very easily we have created another, I can say, reusable template, or you can say class. Now let's call it, so using bird class, let's call it. So let's say I put maybe green bird. Okay, you can name it whatever you want with, let me, bird. We have that, you know, green bird, I guess, with uh, okay, green parrot. Okay, so let's take the name as, let's say, green underscore parrot. Okay, now I want to make it, let's say, equals to this class to use this particular bird class. So I will just going to call it BIRD, like this. Put the brackets. This is what you have done. Whatever, let's say, car you have created, you call the class and you then put the values of here. Same thing I will going to do for the bird. Now what is the species of this bird and what is the color? So the bird space is let's say if I can say okay, let's put it, let's say maybe sparrow. Okay, just for an example, I'm not that much expert in bird, comma, what is the color of the bird? Let's say green, like this. So this is the characteristics my bird has. Now let's print it. Print, and I told you to print it, just call your green parrot dot species. Okay, same, print again green bird, sorry, green parrot dot, what is the color of it? So if you run it, it will tell you that your bird is sparrow and it is of green color. Now what activity my bird can do? So for that you can again call your green parrot dot, my bird can say sing. Okay, so I can write here my bird can sing. Now you can put that in brackets, and now you can even print what your bird is doing. So I can pass green parrot dot fly, my bird is flying, let's say at 20 meters, like this. So you can see that I got it from here, fly. So print green parrot is the parrot name. Okay, green parrot, and the argument is basic, the parameter is height. So this is under the fly method, so I put dot fly, and height, okay, is the parameter, so I pass the argument 20 for the height. Same you will see here we have done for all of them. So for car 1 you will see car dot drive, the drive we have got it from here, and speed is the parameter, and 60 is the argument for that parameter speed. Same, and if you run it, so this is how it will go. So for now, hope you guys have understood how we have, how we can create this uh, code, reusable code, using my template I provided you. So for now, as a basics, you have understood how you can create a reusable code using my template. and you will see it's very clean. So you can see the code which we have created, it's very looking very clean. In the car also you can see it's looking very clean. For the candle also you can see it's looking very clean. Okay, you can, and you can see we are reusing it. So you can see for the candle example we have used it to create, let's say, candle 1, candle 2, and so on. For car as well we are reusing this template. Let's say for car 1 we created car 2, car 3, and so on. And for the bird also we are reusing this one again and again. So the code is reusable and you can easily maintain it. You can anytime update and edit. For example, let's say you want to add one more characteristics. So let's say if I just go back, let's say in the car example, let's take one more example. Let's say from which year the car belongs to. So I go here and I create, let's say, third one. So I will put here comma, put that third one. Now go to the next line. Now again self dot, let's say, year equals to year. Like, see, so you can see I added another characteristics here. Okay, so what I meant to say is that you can update your reusable code anytime and you can add anything anytime. So that is the benefit of object oriented programming, by the way. And you can again use it in your methods. Okay, let's say engine brand, and let's say I pass it, let's say self year, let's say engine brand, let's say at year uh, engine has started. Okay, like that. Now if you run it, sorry, wait. Mm. Okay, so if you see here we as color, brand, color, and year. Okay, so you can see we have put brand, color, and it is saying one missing argument. Okay, year. So for which year it belongs to, let's say it belongs to 2010. Okay, wait, let me delete, but same thing you have understood for now. And if you run it, you can see Toyota 2010 engine is started, like that. So what I mean to say is that your code, the whatever code you will going to create, reusable code, it is maintainable. That means you can update and edit anytime you want. Okay, and I have shown you with the live example. We have just now added another characteristics and we just incorporated that inside our code, and it started to work. So this is what I wanted to teach you over here. Okay, now similarly you can create as many as objects. Now let's try to understand the code. So the way in our code we have here the class name. You can see the class name. Okay, so what the class name is, so it creates a new class, I can say blueprint. So whenever you use this, class, so it helps us to create the blueprint. Okay, and inside this we create our code. Okay, init, basically it's a constructor method to initialize attributes. So basically you can see in our all code we have this init. Here also we have this init. Here also we have, you can see this init. So what it does is that it helps us to create the attributes. You can see this brand, color, eye, so whatever characteristics or attributes you want to add, so that is possible with the init because it helps us to add the attributes. You can see here to initialize attributes. So that is that thing, self dot parameter. So it helps us to add the parameter. So you will see here at the top we have here self dot parameter 1, parameter 2. So whatever parameter we have put here, so that parameter can be added using the self dot 1. Okay, so don't go here too much inside it. Okay, just understand that it help you to store your attributes data. So if you will notice here, so self dot brand is helping us to store the data. So whatever brand you will going to call here, so that brand is also stored in your here. So you can see here here, so whatever method you will going to write, so in that method we have used self uh, attributes, and we have mentioned that here. So basically you can think self like a storage where you will going to store your brand color, so whenever you call it, it will going to get trigger, right? So you don't have to go very in depth inside it. And same we have method, okay, and you don't have to focus on these two, okay. And self is basically refers to the current object itself. Like here self is related to car, so for example we are talking about car, so it is saying that this self car has the brand, color and year. So this self car has the brand whatever you want, this car also has the color, this car also has the year. So that is what the self means, okay. So this is what it is, okay. Now one thing which I want to tell you is that I hope you guys have got the basic understanding of how object oriented programming works. I taught you the basic concepts with our this particular thing I try to explain you, okay. So in simple, object oriented programming helps you to create object, and to create object we first need to create the reusable code, okay. And using that, after we create that reusable code, we can create as many as object we want. And that is what the concept of object oriented programming is. So object oriented programming basically is a method of programming where you can build reusable code, okay, and you can create objects using that. So that's the very basic thing, okay. And I believe at least you have got the basics understanding of how OOP works, okay. And one more thing that related to object oriented programming, okay, we have these things. And if you scroll down now, object oriented programming is something very more broad. So here you can see we have attached the link. Now you can check this particular blog, okay. You can even click on this object oriented programming, okay, in Python. If you tap on this, it will going to open a new blog where you will learn more about the object oriented programming. So for now we have taught everything, the basics of object oriented programming, but object oriented programming has plenty of other things like encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and plenty of other concept. So that currently you have watched the beginners, which is sufficient as a beginner's point of view. But object oriented programming has some many things. If you want to read it, you can read it from here. Otherwise we have, if you go to the courses at the top here, okay, and if you just search for Python, so here we have Python programming bootcamp. So this particular course is a complete course of, I can say, 15 minutes that will going to cover 53 lessons. And believe me, we have separate 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours lecture on object oriented programming in very detail. We have covered each and every of the advanced topic about encapsulation, inheritance. So these are the something advanced topic which I don't want to cover in this basic guide, okay, of your object oriented programming. But this is something we also have, so I suggest you guys to get the membership. We have all these things, okay, uh, in our pro course, so you can just get the membership, okay. And if you go at the top here, click on pricing, get membership, you can just grab the membership, okay. We have 2 plans, you can easily grab any one of them, okay. And after you get our membership of the course, so not only Python, but you can access all our courses. You can see Elementor course, Coolify, self-managed. So all these amazing courses we have under the membership, like Jupyter Notebook Python course, Tableau for data analytics, and plenty of things. You can see at the left side we have all different categories. You can go to next page to see more courses. So all these courses currently we have in the membership, so you can just get the membership, okay. And you can also buy the courses individually, but membership is what I suggest. So you can grab the membership, and if you want to get 50% discount in our membership, so you can watch this video. By the way, this video will going to guide you how to buy our membership, but not necessary. So normally you purchase like in any e-commerce website. So same is the procedure, but we still recommend students to watch this particular video to learn how to get the membership. And inside this same video we have taught how to get the coupon code, and if you want 50% discount in the lifetime plan, then you can access it. Okay, but we have for two plans, whatever you want to go with, but I suggest to go with the lifetime plan. And the last thing which I want to tell you is about the library. So whatever you have learned about object oriented programming, so as a beginner's point of view, this library is very much amazing. So it's a additional thing. If you want to get, you can see developer kit. Here we have a plenty of other things like, you know, Python projects, 200 plus Python projects. So you have done the basics. So now if you try to go with this uh, library, you will be able to solve all the mini projects and you will going to get expertise in it. And you can see more projects, not only limited to Python but other like 100 plus Python developer program and plenty of other things. Well, you will also going to get video editing, prompt template, and much more. Okay, so explore the library as well. So it's just a one-time payment, but you can access it, okay, if you want to. Okay, so this is what I wanted to teach you guys, and this is all about learn to code Python. Okay, so if you have watched the complete guide, so this is all about the Python, and believe me, if you have covered till this much, okay, so this is something sufficient for us, okay, to learn Python. And after this you can just go to any field, okay, like it is sort of a foundation whatever I have taught you. So these are something like a foundation, and after this you can go to any field like data science, okay, automations, AI. So this will really going to help you out to actually understand the things, okay, but we have covered the basic foundations which are required for you to understand, and this is all about your Python journey. Okay, and I believe that you have also able to understand the object oriented programming very easily as well. Okay, so this is all I wanted to teach you. Okay,